And we're live. Hello and welcome to the third day of the fourth annual PulseChainConference.com. I'm your host, Maddie Allen, and we've got a great show for you tonight. We've been coming off of 2 nights of amazing speakers, and tonight will be no different. A lot to look forward to here. So go ahead and hit the like and subscribe button and share this out. This is going to be a good one. We're going to be giving away $160 multiple times from Pateus. And we want to thank our sponsors for help making this conference possible. Texitcoin.org, Pateus.io, and Pulseland.io. Thank you so much for making this conference possible. So we've got an awesome lineup tonight. Lots of speakers. I hear PulseChain is pumping, and so a great time to celebrate, the number one DeFi chain in the world. So with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and cue up our music so that we can bring on our first 2 guests, Nuclear Herbs and Zenith. Let's go.
That's a hex flex. Making money, yeah, we going by the X's. Yeah, hex, all we know about is excess. Turn a fiat on ramp to an expressway. That's a hex flex, hey, that's a hex flex. Making money, yeah, we going by the X's. Yeah, hex, all we know about is excess. Turn a fiat on ramp to an expressway. That's a hex flex, hey, yeah, we up next. Shut up with that scam mess, cause we up in hex. They showed a lot of disrespect, now they can cut the check. They had a lot to say, well, now they can't say nothing else. They had some gains, things changed, now it's nothing left. Hey, money went into some means, ended up and left. Hex is up and to the right, they up and to the left.
Hello.
Welcome.
Hey, everybody.
Hey, we're back for day 3. Long time no see there, Maddie.
Yeah, we had a great panel last night, and looking forward to all the talks and discussions we'll get into tonight.
Love to hear it.
Awesome.
Well, tell you what, I think there's some first and foremost stuff that we have to do here. Number one is Mr. Nuclear Herbs. Go ahead and introduce yourself. Who are you? What have you been up to?
I have absolutely no idea. But Maddie keeps asking me to come on these things, so I keep saying yes. Hi, I'm Nuclear Herbs and Nuclear Herbs on Twitter, and I'm just kind of I just share what I can about whatever legal stuff that happens to interest me at the time, and happy to do it. So enjoy this place, enjoy the people here, and this is kind of a fun community to be around, to be honest with you. So
definitely one of the best communities out there. Absolutely. And you're not exactly a new figure to this community as well. You and I have shared a bit of a ongoing legacy here with the last legal stuff that we've been covering, and today we actually are going to be talking about an update on some of the most recent stuff. Although, to be honest with you, in my personal opinion, I do think the vast majority of everything is largely out of the way, that namely being the SEC case in the past, which all of us had the pleasure of attending live in person in New York City on November 1st. So we were there for the Rumble Royale, pack in the courtroom, if you will. And then since then, the filing against Richard Hart was officially dismissed by the judge back in December, if I get my timeline correct here. So SEC case done. Today, we're actually talking about the South Carolina case and what's going on with that, as well as some potential landscape stuff towards the end of the conversation. But that's the main focus today. So, Mr. Herbs, why don't you open us off here real quick? What exactly is going on in the state of South Carolina?
Well, let's talk just really briefly. I'm gonna show you there, Zenith, because I really like you. Zenith is a great guy. He's a friend of mine. I love talking to him. I love being on stream with him. He's a great guy to hang out with in public. If you're not following Zenith, you really ought to. Just an overall really smart dude and really nice guy. Anyway, so let's get back to the question.
I appreciate it, sir.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, so for very few people, I think, actually realize that there was a case filed in South Carolina back in 2022. It was a securities case filed by a dude. It was just a guy who's he's essentially a hot dog vendor out of a Lowe's parking lot in South Carolina. He had purchased some hex on, I think, about 3,000 something hex total. on Uniswap, from what I understand. Somebody has the hash in one of their pleadings, and we bought it at 47 cents, like many people did, and it went down to 3 cents at the time or whatever. He got all mad and sued Richard Hart, saying that this is Richard Hart's is a securities violation and whatnot of both federal and South Carolina state securities laws. So you're allowed to, as an individual, like, there's a private right of action that you can file securities actions under, both for yourself. Like, basically, imagine that you're standing in on behalf of the SEC and doing it yourself and trying to prove basically the same thing. There's a few differences. The SEC gets a couple of blocks checked that you as an individual citizen have to check. So it's a little easier for the SEC to win a case than it is for the regular you and me, because government writes the rules and they write them for government. So that's the reason why they make it easier on themselves. Anyway, so he alleged the only thing that's at issue in that complaint is Hex itself on Ethereum, because that's the only thing that he purchased and then sold. I don't know why he locked his losses in, but I mean, that's, something, whatever. But he filed it as a class action lawsuit. And for those of you who don't know what a class action lawsuit is, this is exactly why AI was invented. So you can go head on over to Grok or ChatGPT or Perplexity or whatever and ask the question, what is a class action lawsuit and how do they work? And it'll kind of run you through them pretty easily. And I've checked on all three of those that I just mentioned, and it seems pretty accurate for the most part. So I would go ahead. You can't use AI for everything, but these are the responses that I got are accurate enough that I would feel comfortable like telling somebody, my own client in my office, explaining it that way. So that's kind of what it is. And you can say what you'll find out if you ask AI, like, it'll tell you the qualifications for somebody being a representative. What happens in a class action is one person is named and the rest of the class members are essentially covered. They're brought into the case, but you're not actually in the case. It's just that one plaintiff is supposed to be representing the interests of the entire class. So like one person who got lung cancer sued the tobacco companies. Like, not everybody who got lung cancer sued tobacco companies, but when the settlement came out, everybody got a piece of it, or their 82 cents in the mail, or whatever the hell they actually wind up, because all the money basically goes to the attorneys who file class action lawsuits, or not all of it, but you know what I mean. Like, it's a significant,
substantial amount.
A substantial amount. It ain't nothing, that's for sure. So the losses that Mr. Veon, Noah Veon, or whatever his name is, suffered are, whatever they are, $1,000 or whatever it comes down to. I haven't done any math on it, but it doesn't really matter. And that's just not worth hiring a law firm to go after Richard Hart and whatnot and sue and try to get, your $1,000 back. So what they do is they claim that, everybody who invested in Hex and lost money, is entitled to damages from Richard Hart, and he's representing the entire class of people that are, have a common issue with him. So, your next question should probably be, well, I don't really think that way. That guy doesn't sound like he's representing me. So, what should you do? Right. You feel free to, run that question by Grok or Perplexity or ChatGPT as well. And it'll tell you that there are things, it'll give you some suggestions on, what happens if the designated class representative doesn't represent my interests. So, that is something that still needs to be explored, and there are ways to object to a class being certified. And I think that, somebody here will probably investigate that further in the upcoming days or weeks. And, hopefully a number of people will put out the information that is found out. And, we may ask the community if, if they feel a certain way, to reflect that in a certain manner. And we're not sure how that's going to happen yet, but be aware that, follow me, Zenith, and Maddie, and we'll, I'm sure one of us will put that information out, if not all of us.
For sure.
So what you're saying is there might be an opportunity for 500 or 1,000 people to write a letter to the judge, or thousands of people to sign an online petition, and that's something that could be on record then, that maybe this Lowe's hot dog vendor doesn't represent the majority of Hexicans when he's trying to sue Richard Hart, and all we do is represent DeFi.
Yes, that is exactly right. And those were exactly the options. I think Maddie must have run Perplexity himself, because those were the exact options that I got back. So good on you, man. Yeah, so that's exactly right. Those are options. I guess it's the question of kind of walking through and figuring out what South Carolina law provides for, what South Carolina courts provide for. And I'm sure there's information online that I haven't found yet. And, I know some other people are looking, so that's good news. And, once we have a kind of a more of a unified, it's kind of the same idea as when, the ATF puts up a proposed rule, in the Federal Register, and everybody goes batshit, and they're like, that thing sucks. Nobody wants that, and then there's a notice and comment period, and every member of the public can go and say, that ain't right, man. You can't be doing that. That this is not helping. Doesn't advance the mission of the ATF, or whatever the case is. And they generally, like people like the NRA or the Firearms Policy Coalition or whatever, will put out sample template letters that you can send in or email, whatever the proper methodology is. And that way your voice gets heard. And, so we're, there may be an opportunity to do something similar to that coming up here in the next days or weeks.
So as an interested viewer out there that also is somewhat familiar with internet history and culture, which is that there's been a lot of petitions and signature requests for anything and everything under the sun, and 99% of the time they don't amount to anything. So the logical follow-up there is, okay, why are we potentially asking people to do this here? And the answer for that one, I think, lays in the timeline of the case itself as it stands. Mr. Herbs, you mentioned earlier that the original complaint was filed in 2022. Since then, a lot has happened, like the entire SEC case, which is actually an odd parallel to this one. We'll get into that one a little bit later. But what's going on right now is what you were talking about earlier, which is that this is being filed as a class action lawsuit. And right now, they're in the part of certifying the class. So as part of the legal procedure, if you claim a class action lawsuit, you got to actually get the class certified. So that is, you can't just say I'm part of a class and they're just automatically going to give it to you. You got to prove your point. That decision-making process has not yet happened, but it is next in the pipeline, meaning that this is a critical point where this is the next hurdle that this person filing the complaint has to get over. So they claim to be representing the vast, vast majority of Hex users, which it sounds like there might be some Hex users out there that don't believe they are part of this class that he's claiming to be, which is people that have been malaffected by Richard Hart. So this is the perfect opportunity to actually make your voice heard and write in and let people know. No,
so you're not going to do anything yet, but you're going to stay tuned in case we have a call to action in the future.
That
Correct.
Is correct. Yeah.
Exactly. That is exactly what's going on here.
The reason why this is important at this particular time is I just recently learned, I have not been following this case because I know that there was a member of our community that stepped up and offered to basically intervene in the case on behalf of the people who do not think like the plaintiff. And that was moving along until it wasn't. That his motion to intervene was actually denied. I believe it was on procedural grounds. I don't think it was on substantive grounds. I'm not 100% sure. The dockets in South Carolina aren't as clear as the dockets that I'm used to seeing, so it's a little bit hard to read them. But from what I gathered, reading some of the other filings, it was denied. And, unfortunately, that leaves that doesn't leave somebody representing the interests of, the vast majority of Hexicans who do not want to see Hex on ETH declared a security by some judge in South Carolina, and all of the silly complexities that go along with that, even though I don't think just to be completely clear here, there were no allegations against PulseChain. There were no allegations against PulseX. There were no allegations against the airdropped hex on PulseChain. So what we're doing, we're kind of looking over the fence here at E-hex and saying, this only affects E-hex and it only affects Richard Hart because they're just trying to get money out of Richard Hart, because that's pretty much all there is. Nobody else, I mean, why else would you sue somebody unless you thought they could pay a judgment? So, yeah. All right. So that's kind of where we are. And now the next step is certifying the class, or one of the next steps is not the exact next step, but it's coming up. So it may be the right time for us as a community to let ourselves be heard. I know that from a transcript I read that the attorneys there and now told the judge that Richard Hart was financing Ben DeBard's, who is the intervener, his lawsuit, or his motion to intervene. And I think we all know that's not true. I mean, Richard Hart, I don't think has ever financed anybody doing anything legal other than his own stuff. And I think that's pretty clear from people that we've all talked to, or we all know, especially those who got subpoenas or whatever during the original SEC case and whatnot. So I think they're just wildly speculating, and there's nobody on the other side right now saying, calling them out on some of the nonsense that they're putting out and telling the judge. So it may be time to do that. And, we'll see what the best route for that is. And, I mean, we got 40 something thousand people to file or to sign a petition online here. I mean, if a fraction of that would make a difference in, when you're a judge and you have one guy saying, I represent the entire class, and you have on the other side, you have 500, 1,000, 5,000 letters that flood your office or whatever the methodology is. And they're all on the docket now. And you go, man, doesn't sound like you represent the class. He would still be able to pursue his own claim by himself. He just wouldn't be able to act on behalf of anybody else like us that are hexagons. So, and if he's not an adequate representative of what hexagons in general, believe is best for our bags, then our voices should be heard. That's the whole idea behind this whole system that we have. So,
right. So, others similarly situated, not happy with Noah right now. So, yeah,
yes. I agree. I think it's pretty rare to see somebody who is somebody who wants to act as a representative of a class be so completely against the actual interests of the class. And it would take you 4.5 minutes on Twitter to figure out that that's not representative of the hexagons in general, or anybody in this community.
Similar to what we were talking to with all the SEC stuff that was happening in the past, which is that we understand that judges and lawyers are maybe not as well informed about what exactly is going over here in the crypto sphere, or even inside of Hexco and that kind of stuff. So it's opportunities like this that allow us to help inform the court about what is actually going on, instead of just having some sort of very vague or even potentially misinformed opinion. The point of doing that is, A, you can put your best foot forward, and B, you can actually help get relevant facts and information to people that would actually not have them without that sort of information being volunteered. So that's where we actually saw there was a brief filed in 2025, which was the opposition to this one. During this one, you actually see the person start to reference things like the whole SEC case going on, start talking about how the plaintiff was purchasing it, saying that if they purchased it separately through Uniswap, it was actually not part of an initial offering from Richard Hart in the beginning. Therefore, it's kind of a moot point to go after Richard for that. And then additionally, standing in injury is another big thing you have to get over there, which, as Mr. Herbs pointed out in the beginning, if you're the SEC, trying to get standing is very easy because you're a direct regulator. If you're an individual and you want to sue somebody, you actually have to show damage and you have to show standing. So it takes a little bit of a higher bar to get through the doors, so to speak, when it comes to the person trying to sue in this case. But these are all the things that they're going to have to face if it does actually come down to arguments or hearings at some point later in the future.
Do you see why I tell you to follow Zenith? He put that in, better than most litigators would. That was a very concise, like actually really, really on point explanation. So
much appreciated. I try to speak English here.
Yeah, well, thank you for that. But yeah, so like that's where we are. I figured we ought to update the community on where things are, because I didn't want it to come out of nowhere when we finally take a look and and say, hey, we may need your help in this regard. So would you please help in this regard? So
right, yeah, people should be on standby to help out and to put this to rest and get your voice heard. So we're gonna update people about that in the coming weeks. So stay tuned for that. Yeah, super exciting to see the wheels turning and people figuring out that we can work together as a DeFi community and make history by even being aware of these things and then working together in a coordinated way. So shout out to everybody who's watching the conference now and who cares about Richard Hart and cares about our commitment to take over DeFi here. So now I think there's a couple other topics that were wanted to get to here. What else do you gentlemen have on your docket?
Well, I'll tell you what, we can just do the final announcement. We were talking last night on the panel saying we don't shout it from the rooftops enough, even though I feel like we try to do a pretty good job here. But yes, Richard Hart did beat the SEC. That is done, signed, closed. Mr. Herbs, what are the correct legal words I'm looking for here? I believe it's final and with prejudice.
It's done. It's dead. It's completely dead. So yeah, it was a good, solid win for Richard. I was really impressed with his entire team. I know they put a ton of work into that. They did an outstanding job. You are not going to see lawyering like that, of that quality, in your lifetime, unless you can afford lawyering like that, of that quality. And
it was expensive.
It was very expensive.
Got to see it live.
And he got all of his money was worth out of every little bit of that. There was just some really impressive work by that team. So
the final notes on that one is that one of the biggest reasons that, if arguably the whole crux of the argument, was that the SEC did not have jurisdiction to even try to pursue this kind of a claim. It wasn't even getting into talking about the good old Howey test and whether or not Hex, PulseChain, and PulseX qualified as security investment contracts under that. But it straight up was saying that no, just because you are the SEC inside of the United States does not mean that you can just claim jurisdiction over the entire world as long as the internet touches your country. So because of that, it was too big of an ask. Therefore, the SEC was not granted jurisdiction. Therefore, the claim could not proceed. So from that standpoint, did all of the questions that we were hoping to get answered? Unfortunately, no. We did get a lot of really good writing and conversation about it, but at the same time, that was not the crux of the issue. The crux of the issue was the jurisdiction. Jurisdiction was not to be found. Therefore, it fell flat.
Yeah, and then just to be clear here too, every state kind of has their little patchwork of securities laws, and South Carolina's laws, I don't know them and I don't care to learn them, but they may apply differently. In this particular case, Richard was not served personally. He was served, I believe, via electronic means. I think they tried a Telegram message, a Twitter post, a Twitter DM, and a couple of like an email or something else. And I think there were like a total of 4 or 5 different ways that they tried to serve him with this. The arguments have been made in that court that it wasn't proper service, and and it didn't comply with the Hague Convention on Service, and there's some mileage to be had on that, but the judge basically has just said no, we're moving forward. and I'm not sure that that's the best plan, but when you, and I know for in one of the things that got filed, I believe that their attorney, the plaintiff's attorney, mentioned that he had spoken or sent stuff off to Richard's counsel that was on his SEC defense. So, they're aware of it, and if they're not concerned about it, I'm not concerned about it. You know what I mean? Like, if something really needed to happen, they'd make it happen. But
it's true.
Yeah. So I'm kind of sitting back going, I don't know. I can't really figure out what the worst case scenario is here. I don't even know how you prove damages for people who haven't sold. But I will say this, if, these cases tend to drag on. This one was filed in 2022. We're still not even in class certification mode. Like, you're not getting a trial anytime soon. It's not going to be a trial because Richard essentially in default on this, but the damages portion would take forever. And what happens if in the next, 6 months, when we're in the middle of, what we expect to be a decent bull run, Hex goes back over 47 cents where he bought the Hex that he sold. Like, what are your damages at that point? All you did was you sold too early. I mean, it's like me claiming Amazon's, Jeff Bezos screwed me because I bought Amazon stock at $5 and it went down to $2 3 days later, 3 months later or whatever, in 1998, before it went up to, I don't know, what's it at, 1,000? Who the hell knows what it's at? But, that's the silliness of this. If Hex does go back and hit an all-time high, like, I'm not sure how you prove damages for anything in a case like that.
Exactly. There's a lot of different moving parts that go on with these kind of things. It's a lot of arguments and going back and forth about stuff. But what we really just want to convey to the audience out there is that this was a clear-cut win for Richard Hart. The reason that this is a very different win than a lot of the other lawsuits that we saw being filed by the SEC was that previously those lawsuits, such as the one against Coinbase and then XRP did actually have some rulings which turned out very well for them. But the vast majority of cases that were brought by the SEC were actually dropped. They did not see the actual courtroom at any point. They were dropped before they actually proceeded down that sort of track. This case is different because it went down that track, and in the court of law, there was a judgment made in favor of Richard Hart, giving it a clear-cut win for this guy that no one else has really had, with very few exception out there.
I'd also add to that XRP helped Hex, and it might actually help Hex in this particular case in South Carolina, because one of the rulings in XRP was that the secondary sales were not securities transactions. And that is how
Thanks, XRP.
Mr. Hot Dog Vendor came into contact with Hex. That's how he bought his Hex, was a secondary sale over Uniswap. He didn't buy it from Richard, he or through the adoption amplifier or whatever. He bought it. There's a transaction hash that shows it was after the amplifier ended. And the SEC was, don't forget, the SEC listed out the time periods where they believed that there was an offering period, whether or not they're true or not. Like, they had listed out what they believed to be an offering period that Richard, did stuff where he should have registered and, did some other, filed some paperwork. But it appears that they conveniently left that out of the original complaint in South Carolina, that he not only bought it not from Richard Hart, but also bought it after the quote unquote offering period, if you will. I hate saying it because it wasn't an offering, but that's the offering
the
period
alleged
described by
offering.
Yeah, the alleged offering period, as the SEC thought it would have been. The dates fell outside of that. So, dude has a little bit of it's a hurdle that that would probably need to be gotten over. But again, this doesn't sound like somebody who represents the vast majority of Hexicans, and that is the requirement for a class representative.
That's true.
One of the 4 requirements, 5 requirements. I don't know.
It'll be nice to get that on record that no, it doesn't represent Hexicans, and it'd be even nicer to get or maybe not, depending on how much legal juice has to go into this. But for Ben Dubard to be recognized as an intervener would also give him standing. So yeah, I love that the community is like, you know, staying tuned in to all this stuff. And of course, this doesn't affect PulseChain, but it affects like the founder in some like minor or moderate way. And so that's why we're stepping up and doing things that the DeFi communities should do, which is, you know, being leaders and, you know, making a difference. So what other kind of like legal things are on your guys' radar, or what other things could we discuss in the final 13 minutes of this panel?
So one of the things that I've been paying attention to a lot in 2025 is the direction that the regulatory agencies have been going under the new presidential administration. I think that, unfortunately, especially a lot of us that really focus on the legality and stuff, we're going to have a bit of PTSD from the Gary Gensler SEC.
Yeah.
There was a lot of actions and a lot of paperwork thrown around and a lot of accusations thrown at a lot of crypto companies. I'm pretty sure Gary Gensler's favorite words was saying that crypto is full of hucksters, scammers, and fraudsters. Well, I hope to show that we've largely disproven them. Unfortunately, after business was invented, scamming was the next form of business that was invented after that. So it's always going to be inevitability of life. But the point is that crypto has become viewed in a much more favorable light over the last year and also the last 2 years. So we saw the creation of the Bitcoin ETF back in January 2024. We saw the creation of the Ethereum ETF back in June of 2024 as well. These are the spot ones. There were futures ETFs that were previously existent, but they had not seen nearly the traction or the amount of money go into them that we've seen with these ones. So traditional finance is getting into the game. When traditional finance gets in, regulators kind of pay attention to that. Additionally, under the new administration, immediately we got several executive orders and promises made by the new president that were very favorable for crypto. And then additionally, one of the most recent things that's come out has been the SEC under the direction of their new chair, which is Paul Atkins now. He's actually a former SEC member back in the days of, he worked there back in the late 90s, and it was actually a chair himself during around 2004 to 2008. There's a really interesting thing, which is that the gold ETF was launched to the market under his administration as well. So if you want to go tinfoil hat theory, it's like, he's back for the ETFs, I see. But I don't really think that's what it is. But the major thing that he dropped was a press release from the SEC themselves talking about Project Crypto. Obviously, the mainstream news picked up the idea that he wanted to see all the markets from traditional finance evolve with the technology as they've done over time, and he believes it's the next step. And he was calling for markets to go on-chain. Is that a big ask? Yes, absolutely. Is that the part that I super care about in that one? Not particularly, because if you keep reading throughout the rest of the article, there's a lot of language that is specifically looking at crypto, saying that they straight up in writing say that the vast majority of cryptocurrencies are not securities. That is a big, big thing coming from the SEC right there in declaration in writing. Additionally, they also even go on to say that even if a crypto asset is deemed a security, they want to have a place for it to go. Previously, the way it's worked is that if a crypto asset was deemed a security under the old rules, which is getting shoved into the old traditional finance rules, it was effectively dead in the water. What the SEC is saying now is that they actually want to build a place for these things that do end up being securities to be able to live and thrive. Additionally, they're doing a bit of a split of responsibility. So we've largely just been focused on the SEC because the SEC believed that everything was a security there. It should always fall under their jurisdiction, but not anymore. The CFTC, or the Commodities and Future Trading Commission, is actually throwing their hat in the ring on this one as well. The proposed guidance right now is that anything that is not deemed a security, rather a commodity, if you will go under the CFTC. They have a history of being a little more favorable towards crypto assets out there. So that's fantastic news. Anything that is a security will still remain under the SEC. So there's still the sandbox over there, but they're definitely under new direction. And if you look at all the writings that's been coming out from the SEC, it is an entire 180 shift from how they've been viewing crypto in the past. I happen to think that we have a very, very bright future for crypto inside of the United States. And I think that the regulators are really getting in line with it and actually trying to help promote it and help it thrive instead of just kind of squish it.
I fully agree with that. And I'm going to add a few things. The White House put out their policy paper on crypto. It's like 160 pages. You can go through it if you want to, or you can have AI summarize it because that'll just be easier for you. But there's a lot of good information in that. And a couple of things that I just really, really, really quickly want to highlight are they want to have a crypto coin taxonomy. And they want to basically say this, if it meets this criteria, it's a security. If it meets this criteria, it's a commodity. If it meets this criteria, we're going to consider a stablecoin. If it consider, so builders like DeFi builders on PulseChain will know from the start how to build to or around a specific regulation, and that is huge. So this policy paper, what you'll see, the kind of the way the path is forward from here, this policy paper is going to turn into proposed legislation in all likelihood and be submitted to Congress, who will argue about it for, I don't know, the next 360 years or whatever. Whatever it is, it's going to be past the 6 months that we're hoping that this cycle, will be beyond the end of this cycle. I'm almost positive. But in those type of legislations, in legislation like that, it usually says, this is what it's going to be classified as if it's this, and CFTC is directed to issue regulations. The SEC is directed to issue regulations on this, on how to make these things happen, how to implement this legislation. And just the 1 minute version of how, like, what happens from there. If you're not familiar with the Administrative Procedures Act, and I really hope you aren't because it's boring as hell.
It's rough. It's very rough.
They come up with a proposed rule. The agency comes up with a proposed rule, files it in what's called the Federal Register. The Federal Register is open to everybody. You can actually set alerts for things like DeFi, digital assets, whatever. And every time a new proposed rule gets filed with the Federal Register, you'll get notified of it. So you can read it. And then what happens there is there's a notice and comment period that lasts, I think, 90 days. It could be, I'm pretty sure it's 90 days. And in that time frame, they take submissions from the public. You can write anything you want to about, hey, this is outside the scope of the SEC, or this is outside the whatever, or this, you can accomplish the same goal, agency, with a easier regulation to comply with, or whatever, whatever you want to put in there. They have to read those, and they have to consider those comments, because if they don't, it's considered like, it's ripe for legislation or ripe for litigation later, when on an arbitrary and capricious basis, if they didn't listen to and incorporate, or consider, at least not incorporate, they don't have to incorporate, but they have to consider public comments on this. And then after the final rule is proposed, it goes into effect. Usually there's a time frame, after the proposed rule gets done. So you can see just from the length of time it takes to issue legislation and then regulations following it, we're well outside of the expected end of this particular bull run. So, but while everybody's developing stuff in the bear next time around, they will have clear ideas of when they're making something, what they need to do in order to stay in compliance. And CFTC is probably going to be, and I don't know this for sure, I'm just guessing, but CFTC, if your coin is going to be issued as a commodity and considered a commodity, it's probably going to be a simple registration. It's probably not going to be very complex. There's probably going to not be a lot of reporting requirements and whatnot that, it's the SEC that is overly burdensome with, typically with, annual reports and whatnot. But the CFTC is like, you consider commodities like corn and pork bellies and gold and whatever, and like, how much reporting do you have to do? It just, and how much could they actually require? Who cares, really, right? Like, it's just not that, it's not that onerous of a to comply with that. You may have, if you're a brand new corn farmer and you want to, have your corn sold on some, exchange or whatever, you may have to register, and it's fine, whatever. But they're not up your rear end like the IRS. So
exactly. I've seen trading spaces with Dan Aykroyd and Eddie Murphy.
That's where
I know about orange juice futures, and
I learned everything about law from Boston Legal and Ally McBeal. So.
Hey, I'll say this though: the through line of what we're talking about here, we're seeing the rules become more clear and simple, and we've also seen a lot less hostility when it comes to anything crypto related. So from our standpoint, I think it's very easy to say that the landscape has shifted, and it shifted in a very favorable direction towards crypto. So we anticipate a lot less lawsuits coming out, and we anticipate better, clearer guidance on how to do things. This makes it a lot easier for builders to build exactly what they want to build and understand how to stay in compliance with the law. And then also as individuals, it gives you a lot more clarity and understanding about what's out there instead of just having 50 shades of gray and trying to figure out like, where does this thing currently fall? Is it at risk of being sued in the future? What's the history of this like lawsuit look like? That kind of stuff. The whole
100%,
point,
100% right.
The whole point is that it's only getting better right now. And I think that we're going to see more stuff come out from the United States Congress with actual legislation for it. As it stands right now, the only passed piece of legislation is the Genius Act, which is for stablecoins. I do think that happens to be a very good one because the chain that benefited the most from that was the chain with the most stablecoins on it. That is Ethereum. And, well, PulseChain is a fork of Ethereum, meaning we share a lot of the same tech, and we're going to share a lot of the same stuff when it comes down the line, and we can actually see some very good outsized effect from seeing Ethereum benefit that will also benefit PulseChain in the future.
Fair
Let's
enough.
go.
Yeah, I think overall general sentiment now in the United States is 180 degrees from what it was a year ago.
Absolutely,
and that's all that matters right now.
Yeah. And I guess final little fun fact for you. If you actually go and do some of the reading from the articles that the White House has been putting out in the executive orders, there was an updated study done in 2024. And I believe the estimation is now that about 20% of all Americans have some form of crypto. So are you still early to the game? Yeah, a good bit. Not as early as we were a few years ago, but I do still think that we're on we're early on the wave, if you will. So there's a lot of room for other folks to get
the adoption curve has not peaked, or has not even come close to peaking. So
no.
Let's go.
All right. I think we got your. Are we out of time, Maddie? Are you?
Yeah, we're getting there. Where can people follow you guys to get more info?
Please, sir.
Pretty much the only place you're going to find me is Nuclear Herbs on X. So, I do have Telegram, but I never use it. In fact, most of my messages have a self-destruct timer, so I don't even check it often enough to know whether or not I got any. So, don't try to reach out to me there. But I mean, if you're on, I try to talk to as many people as I can on Twitter. So feel free to reach out if you ever need anything, want anything, whatever. Or you have any questions, I'll be happy to do it, to answer you as long as we're all having a respectful discussion.
Key there, respectful discussion. It can get spicy, but as long as it's respectful.
Yeah, I don't mind that either. That's fine. But,
Excellent. Folks, you can find me over on X and Instagram at ZenithDI. I do stream over on the DGen Roundtable Sunday, Wednesday, Fridays, but I also have been launching a new show. It is called Walk the Block, Navigating Digital Finance. You can find it over on YouTube. We do a Monday, 8 p.m. Eastern time show. It is a 1-hour show. We try to keep it tight, compact, and then have applicability so that all you very well interested and educated folks will get something out of it. But we're also trying to attract some new folks and keep it a little ground level so that way we can kind of spread the net. We need more people inside of the ecosystem so that we can all build together. And if we all build and work together, we can win together. So again, Walk the Block, Navigating Digital Finance. I'd really appreciate if you give us a subscribe over there and catch the show. Come hang out, ask us any questions you got. We're always happy to answer questions.
And go ahead and follow me at x.com/MATI all in. I'm like 50 followers away from 30K.
Very nice.
Been sitting right there at 29.9K for like way too long. So go ahead and follow us all on Twitter. And then we're going to do a giveaway right now. So go ahead and type PLS into the chat if you want to be entered to win 3,000 Pateus tokens, rumored at a value of about $160. Although I haven't checked the price today, and if PulseChain's up, then I would expect Pateus to be up as well. So we are going to be drawing a winner here very soon. Your odds are very good if you type PLS into the chat at this exact moment. And I'm not sure if our next speaker after the next speaker is going to be joining, so we're okay on time too if anybody's sweating about that. Getting up to enough people to draw from here. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Let's go.
Everybody giving away right here. Only place to get it tonight, I think.
All right. Not sure if I can pronounce that, but KAVMIRKAKA, you are the winner. You must DM me right now on x.com/MATI all in. And I guess I'll type that into the chat here. And I will send you your prize, or someone will.
There you go. Big
Awesome.
Congratulations.
Yeah. Cool. So up next, we have Jay Gold presenting for PlusX.app on something legal related. Are you guys going to stick around or hop off?
Gonna hop off, and I will catch you later tonight.
All right.
Say hi to Jay Gold. I like him. He's a good dude.
Will do. Thanks, guys. We'll catch you next time. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Maddie.
Yep. Welcome, Jay Gold.
Maddie, how are you? Is Dave around? Dave is going to be presenting.
I am.
There we go.
But Maddie
Welcome.
introduced you as the guy presenting, but that's okay.
Oh, Dave.
and Herb's made sure to say, hey, tell Jay I said hello. He's a good guy.
And Maddie, we got a
Respect.
PowerPoint presentation.
All right. Well, let's get you guys loaded here for 10 minutes, and I'll let you take it away. Thanks.
Beautiful.
And as always, Maddie, thank you for the amazing work you do. We appreciate you. Go for it, Dave.
Are we live? Here we go. All right. Hey, I want to say hello to everybody. My name is Dave. I'm one of the co-founders of the PlusX ecosystem. And today, I want to make sure everything is going live here. Hold on. Sorry. I'm checking. Oh, yeah, we're good. I'm checking. Sorry, guys. So, yeah. All right. So, hey, we're building the tools of the parallel economy on PulseChain. And we're working every day to make PulseChain the destination for the wealth of the world. Today, I want to share with you the answer to this very important question. What is PulseChain? Now, some might answer by saying it's a crypto token. It's a blockchain. It's a fork of Ethereum. My personal favorite is it's the Freedom Chain. And some might say it's Richard Hart's chain. It's an EVM. And those are the good ones. You know, we've all heard some people give some bad answers as well. Well, I'm here to offer a legal definition of PulseChain that you may not have heard before. Our team has met with legal counsel. We read through the amicus brief that Richard's legal team presented in court, in addition to the judge's ruling. Counsel has concluded that PulseChain offers the first digital rail that operates as a private membership association, a PMA. Now, here's the definition. PulseChain provides a digital rail with private membership access. Members use keys to interact with code-defined tools. Operators avoid custody and trading discretion. Now, this is member-only software access, not a public offer or investment advice. I want to point your attention to two screens. You know, here's the first one. It's Richard's case against the SEC. You can see the judge ruled in favor of Richard and dismissed the case for, as Herbs and them pointed out in the last session, lack of personal jurisdiction. And highlighted on this second screenshot is the amicus brief, where it clearly states PulseChain is a nonprofit association organized by and for the members of the PulseChain community. So a U.S. court dismissed on jurisdictional grounds. An amicus brief described the community as an association. Now, we do not claim a court labeled PulseChain a PMA or granted immunity. Our focus is member-gated, non-custodial software. So let's make it a little simpler. What is a PMA, and why does it matter that PulseChain is structured as a PMA? Before getting into the weeds of this legal argument presented to the courts by Richard's team, I want to share a story our CEO, Artem, likes to share about PMAs. Okay, during COVID, the country was ordered to shut down. But driving by the local golf country club, he noticed the course was open. So Artem went in, Asked them why they were able to open while the local authorities had shut down the public courses. The short answer, the club was a private membership association, and as such is beyond the jurisdiction of public mandates. Now, this sent Artem down the rabbit hole of a PMA and the protections they provide. So just as your rights are protected within your house, you can run around naked if you want. Wouldn't advise it, but go ahead. But you do not do this in public. PMAs are private. There are hundreds of years of legal opinions and rulings supporting the rights of private associations. Membership equals access rights, not custodial title. Internal rules govern member-to-member interactions. Neutral, generally applicable laws still apply to actions and to people exercising custody or discretion. So here's another example for you. The local private wine club might operate as a PMA. It has a building, full wine cellars, all shared by its members. Now, you access the benefits of wine tasting, but you are not the custodian, and there's no legally titled inventory. It is not your wine in legal terms. Should you or any member of the association file for divorce, the association's building and wine are safe. The legal problems that may exist outside do not reach into PMA. Another example, private surf club is structured as a private membership association. When COVID hit, we saw local authorities making arrests of individuals using public beaches to access the waves. But the private membership association that owned private beaches remained open to the members. The land owned by the private surf club did not fall in the jurisdiction of the local authorities. Now, as you can see from these examples, PMAs are connected to the ideas of freedom. And being a member of PulseChain, you have access to the assets similar to having access to wine or the beach, but not ownership. That legal separation protects the whole system. You do not own in the public legal sense. You're a participant in a private rules-based infrastructure holding access to internal mutual exchange ledger where value exists inside a voluntary private system. And here's the key, not in commerce. You hold keys which give you access to the crypto. There's no title to assign, no entity to sue. Your wallet equals your membership credential, not legal title. Now, we've heard Richard discuss how words matter. That's why we're here today. Yield, staking, inflation rewards, all have legal ramifications when used to describe an action taken by a smart contract. All members of PulseChain are here for the same reason, guys. We have a commitment to freedom. By sacrificing, we gain membership in this private association. The implications of PulseChain being a PMA are many, and we are eager to engage in those discussions. Being a private domain is not about secrecy or avoidance. It is about jurisdictional separation. Private governance reduces exposure by design. It does not grant blanket immunity. So where else are these structures used? Aristocratic families use trusts. We've all heard of family trusts. They're the tools of the rich. Even the middle class has embraced the protection trusts give their families and their assets. Now, you think we would all know the names of the Rothschilds, the Vanderbilts, and the other uber wealthy families if they did not use tools that help protect their wealth? They understand the need to remove their names from their assets. The wealthy have become masters of removing risk. Now, studies show that when generational wealth is created, the second generation is likely to lose it due to litigation, death, divorce, taxes, betrayal. But those that survive the pitfalls and grow their wealth understand the need to move to a private domain structure, out of name-bearing ownership and into non-reportable, non-taxable, non-seizable zones. Religious groups use these protections. Private clubs of all types use PMAs. These structures have existed for centuries. They use this structure to exist outside the state jurisdiction. We do not know how future legislatures will treat crypto. The current U.S. legislature seems to embrace crypto, but administrations change, as do the laws they make. Look at what centralized financial systems like banks have done. They can debank people for political reasons now. It's crazy. Blockchains like Ethereum, which live in the public domain, create legal liabilities for the holders of the assets on those public chains. And we've witnessed this. We saw what happened to Hex with the S-load change. We've seen what happened to Tornado Cash. and the OFAC compliance. And those are examples of the risks associated with public chains. Now, when the winners of crypto amass generational wealth, they will want to find a way to secure that wealth. Well, here we are with PulseChain status as a private membership association. We can provide them with the solutions they seek. By offering the wealthy the security of a PMA, along with the tools necessary to grow their wealth, PulseChain is situated to become the #1 blockchain in crypto. The PlusX team is building the financial tools required to meet those demands. The wealthy want yield, markets, investments, loans, and more. Building a fully digital parallel economy on PulseChain requires a solid foundation, and Richard has provided us with those rails. Now, Validator X, LPX, UDEX, ONX, LoanX, those are the protocols we're making, and they will provide the financial tools needed to manage that wealth on PulseChain. Now, bringing it back to where this presentation started. What is PulseChain? Guys, PulseChain is the future of blockchain technology. It is built to preserve wealth by being structured as a PMA. This legal structure, being executed fully digital, is not yet recognized by the crypto world. We have a call to action for those listening. When asked, what is PulseChain? Reply with the following, please. PulseChain is a private membership association. The members of the association believe in freedom from government overreach, political risks, and asset seizures, freedom of speech, freedom to gather. PulseChain will attract the wealthiest in crypto due to the opportunities and security it provides. Now, I want to thank you for your attention, and I hope that you come ask questions about PulseChain being a PMA. There's a lot to discuss here. And you can find our team at tg.plusx.app, and we hold the X Spaces every Wednesday at 1 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, 4 p.m. Eastern Time, and it's called the PulseChain Alpha Hour. And you can find our protocols, the ones you see on the screen here, at plusx.app. And there's a lot of implications about what's going on with, why we're a PMA. The court ruling did not approve of PulseChain. The U.S. court simply acknowledged that U.S. law had no claim over it due to its non-commercial, non-corporate, and voluntary association structure. And so, Maddie, I don't know if you're back there at the end. I want to thank you for the opportunity. I know you gave us 10 minutes. We could have spent, half an hour talking about this new narrative for PulseChain. It used to be the largest airdrop. I think we need to take advantage of what the courts gave us with this association and this private membership association and sell that narrative to Richard and the rest of the community, because that is going to be a huge onboarding, or at least for the members of this chain, it's a huge benefit. So he built a freedom chain upon which our team is building the fully digital parallel economy.
I dig it. Yeah. And the chat agrees. Yeah. Thank you guys so much for bringing this up and making this happen. You guys rock.
Yeah. We're working I don't want to say some bad words, but we're working really hard to make PulseChain the #1 blockchain in crypto.
Thank you, Maddie.
Awesome.
Appreciate you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah. My pleasure. So, yeah, thanks guys. And you guys have had 2 great talks, and we're hoping to hear from you again in future conferences.
Thank you.
Looking forward to it, my friend. We have a lot more to build. ONX, UDEX, LoanX, all those are coming.
Awesome.
Well,
sounds great. Thanks again, guys.
Thank
And
you.
up next, we have Corey Geary after this 30-second musical interlude.
Sacrificing all this bread like I'm Richard Hart. Got paid on big payday and I had a hit restart. Now I'm checking on my pulse just to check my heart. Checking my MetaMask moving. Look at the hex, here's mooning. Looking at wives they be choosing. Peter is why they be losing. Pull chains out, now get me a check. He's gas up and it got me a mess. Remember the times he died collect. Hex I me eating, I'm dying in the best. Getting this back like a year ago. Getting this PulseChain lingo. Swerving the ring like a Lambo. Getting this back like a year ago. Getting this PulseChain lingo. Swerving the ring like a Lambo.
Hey there, Corey Geary.
What is going on, brother? How we doing?
Life is good. PulseChain is pumping, and this is the last night of the conference. So really looking forward to your talk here for, I'm not sure if it would be a 10-minute talk. And
Okay.
you're an outstanding voice and leader in the PulseChain community. And so can't wait to hear what you have to say.
Absolutely. I appreciate it, Mally. Thank you as always.
I'll let you take it away.
Okay. Good evening, Pulsicans and Hexicans. I am Corey Geary, the loudest megaphone in PulseChain land. Super excited to be here with you guys tonight. Spend a few minutes, not a lot of time. 10 minutes is good, though. This beautiful PulseChain conference with all these beautiful people here. I'm super stoked to be with you guys and just kind of talk about a little about, crypto and, the similarities that I have noticed through my entrepreneurial journey. I've been an entrepreneur for about 14 years, and the similarities that it takes to succeed as an entrepreneur as it does crypto. It's almost the exact same. It's identical. And I'll kind of break some of this stuff down, and that way you understand what I'm talking about. For example, entrepreneurs, the number one reason why they fail in life is because they listen to their friends and family and their neighbors. They care too much about what other people think about them. And if they're going to fail or succeed, they care about their friends, what they think about that, which is just retarded. I remember when I got into real estate, I was a real estate investor for 10 years, and I was leaving the casino industry. That's what I worked in. I was a blackjack dealer for 13 years. And it was funny, man. Everyone thought I was absolutely nuts. They thought I was crazy. They thought I was going to go bankrupt. And I didn't. Now, I've had some bumps in the road for sure. I took some lumps on the head, lost some money a couple times. It's kind of funny, though. It's the same thing in crypto. People think we're crazy. In fact, you'll have people all over Twitter try to influence you to go in the direction that they want to go in because, well, misery loves company. That's the biggest reason. And they want you to capitulate with them, or they want you to buy this token with them. So it's funny how people in crypto will try to persuade your decisions and get you to do what they want to do, just how they do in the entrepreneur world. It's quite wild. And then people like our friends and family probably think we are crazy, right? Like my dad, for example, he thinks I'm absolutely insane doing this crypto thing out here in Puerto Rico. And, he in some aspects, he is right, because we do have to have a kind of a screw loose to do this investing thing that we do. And it's the same with entrepreneurs. All entrepreneurs that I know literally have a screw loose, and to be able to push beyond the pain that it takes, the losses that you're going to take to go on and grow as a person, because you literally have to grow as a person to be successful as an entrepreneur. It's the same in crypto, man. You have to learn from mistakes. I have made multiple mistakes in my crypto journey, have lost, significant amounts of money throughout this journey, but I've learned my lessons, right? Like, so one of the biggest things I like to do when I make any mistake in life is I like to take a step back, and I like to analyze the situation on what exactly happened, where things went wrong. Why did I fail at this, and why did I lose money, right? And I had to do that in real estate too. In fact, on my third deal, this is a true story. I'll tell you, this was what almost knocked me out of real estate. On my third deal, I lost my entire 401k money, my life savings. It was around $250,000. A contractor robbed me off of 4 properties. Of course, I wasn't doing my due diligence, the research, and following up with him. And he was using that money to basically funnel it to other properties he was doing. And I lost huge. Had I just blamed the contractor and pointed fingers and said, he robbed me, oh my God, the real estate's a scam, well, then I wouldn't be here with you guys today talking at this conference, because I wouldn't be where I'm at financially. I live in Puerto Rico now. I have a beautiful family. If I'd have just given up real estate, right? I kept pushing forward. It's the same thing with crypto. You have to take a step back, learn your lessons. You're going to get lumps on the head, and you got to figure out, what did I do wrong? How can I not make that mistake again? For example, and with the contractor stuff, I learned how to, research and do my due diligence with these guys from the Register of Contractors, the RLC. there's a place you can go and find out if these guys are legitimate or not. And so I did that, and I never got robbed from a contractor ever again. It's the same thing in crypto, man. You guys have to like be able to take a step back, learn the lessons, and then continue forward, not make those mistakes again. Another thing that I really kind of like, I embrace in crypto is what I call, or what you guys call, actually, I learned this term from you guys, touching grass, right? And what does that mean? Well, it means literally disconnecting from the space when things are getting extremely toxic, when things are, going down the toilet, so to speak, as far as the price charts. You get on Twitter and everyone is just freaking going nuts and fudding everyone's bags and talking crap. And it's just, you don't want to be around that. And so you want to remove yourself out of toxic situations. And so it's no different in crypto, right? Like when you see that going on and the price charts aren't performing, remove yourself from it. Like go and take a trip. Like I just got back from Shanghai, China. I was there for 2 months. It was absolutely gorgeous. Love Shanghai, but I kind of disconnected myself from the entirety of the crypto space. I streamed maybe once a week just to check in with everybody and to tell everybody I was doing okay. And I really got a nice reset. So by the time I came back here in Puerto Rico, I'm getting settled in now. And hey, the price charts are pumping. There's a lot of money coming over the bridge today, which is super exciting, which anybody with, in my opinion, half a brain would have saw this happening with the big marketing campaign that's going out. I didn't know exactly when this stuff was going to happen, but if you put 2 to 2 together, anybody could have figured this out. But like you do have to take a step back. You have to remove yourself out of the equation, and that's how you keep yourself from falling for the toxicity, from following from the toxic KOLs who are capitulating and they want misery loves company. That's what they want. They're miserable. They sold their bags. They want you to do the same thing. Don't fall for it. Don't fall for it. You have to remove yourself out of the situation. You got to look at things from a broader lens. It's not easy to do, and especially trying to remove your emotions out of the equation. It is very difficult to do, but you need to be able to learn how to, remove yourself and look at it from an unbiased opinion. And then why were you in this ecosystem in the first place? Why were you so set on investing in these assets? And reanalyze those things and see if your resolve is still there. Another thing I want to talk about, as we're kind of going through this bull run, I got a couple minutes left here. Make sure you're making a plan. Make sure that you're not only taking in the wealth creation side of things, which is cryptocurrency. I think cryptocurrency is a great wealth creation tool. There's nothing quite like crypto. It's the highest appreciating asset class known to mankind. And I think Pulse and Hex and these assets will follow suit, but also the wealth preservation. Make sure that you're setting, some money aside when you're taking profits. You're setting your family up. I'm huge about legacy wealth. I feel like I'm the one in my family chosen by God to break the chains and curse of mediocrity for my family tree, to break the curse of 9-to-5s, to break the 401k scams. That's what I'm put here on earth for, is to go and be that risk taker, to be the one in my family. And I feel like all you guys are also the one. So make sure you're following through with that. A great way to do it is, we have what's called the DeFi Wealth Trust. If you guys are interested in that, you can go to DeFiWealthTrust.com. It's just a trust where you can harbor your assets when you sell. And you can go into real estate, you can go into stocks, and then you can go back into crypto, the next, bottom of the bear. And you don't pay any taxes. They're all deferred. They're fully deferred. So that's a great instrument. Trusts are great instruments to be able to preserve that wealth and to start making a plan. And I'm going to say again, if you guys are interested in something like that, it's www.defiwealthtrust.com. You can book a call with Chris. He's a tax advisor, financial advisor, all that stuff. I'm not. I'm just a guy on the internet who comes in and speculates on his own money, speculates on his own mindset, his own physical well-being, and I share it with my audience is all I do. But you want to make sure you're putting a plan in place, because you're going to be thinking differently when a 10x happens, when a 20x happens, when 100x happens. I don't know how high these assets can go. I have no clue, but I do believe they will go higher than we could ever possibly imagine, because crypto can go lower than you possibly ever can imagine. We just experienced that, right? They also can go higher than we possibly could ever imagine. We want to make sure we have a plan in place when that happens. You know, are you going to go and buy some real estate? Are you going to invest in some alternative investment type asset classes? I come from real estate, so I'll be going back into like a lot of apartment syndications, and I'll be using this trust as a tool to make sure I'm not getting rinsed by 3-letter agencies, because man, they didn't invest with you. They didn't take the risk with you. No, screw them. They don't get to partake in my winnings, in my, profits, because they didn't have to sit there through all the FUD. And when the SEC hit the ecosystem, and now we get a nice, congratulations relief bounce, and we make it 20, 50, 100x. And they ain't getting a piece of that, guys. I'll tell you that right now. There is no way in hell they're getting that. And that's one reason why I moved to Puerto Rico at first. But now we're leaving Puerto Rico here at the end of the year, and I'll be harboring all my assets and everything through that trust. So go look it up. You can do your own due diligence, research it. If you don't like that one, that's fine. You can go. There's a bunch of them out there that'll be great for, when you're taking profits. Another thing a trust does for you is, for example, if you ever get sued, God forbid, if you're in an accident and someone would have come after you, they can't tap into the trust. They can come and take what you have, what you own, but if the trust owns the assets, they can't get in there and penetrate that trust. So stuff like that. You can, like I said, have a conversation with Chris, DeFiWealthTrust.com, and that's a great, tool for that wealth preservation side. And it's extremely important that we be thinking about these things now. I mean, I have a 3-year-old. Actually, she just turned 4. I called her 3. She just turned 4 2 days ago. I have a 4-year-old, right? And I want to make sure that she has the bumper rails. Like if we're in a bowling alley, you can put up the bumper rails, right? Like, she has the bumper rails in life. I don't want her to like have everything handed to her, but she's going to be good, and she's not going to have to worry about, like I said, 401k scams that just deflate against the dollar because everything's inflated and stolen from us, right? That's the government's way of stealing money from us, is through inflation. And we have to be able to fight that. Cryptocurrency is a great tool on the front end for the wealth creation side, but we need a wealth preservation plan too, to lock in that legacy wealth and be the ones in our family to change the trajectory of our family tree and make sure that, that we have the wealth locked in and that we're not losing it against the inflation. So, or 3-letter agencies who like to tax 30%, 40% of our money, which is ridiculous because they did not earn that money, in my opinion. So it's kind of my quick rant on that. Just wanted to have you guys' wheels turning, start thinking about what you're going to be doing. Real estate's a great asset class. We love it. We still own some. We're going to be investing in that when we're coming out of crypto, and then we're going to come back in crypto the next cycle around. We're going to do this again, but we're going to marry these two asset classes together and play back and forth in between them, using the DeFi Wealth Trust as the main medium of exchange between the two asset classes and not pay any taxes the whole entire time. So that's kind of the key, what we're doing now. This works. The DeFi Wealth Trust only works in the US. For you guys out in Europe and Australia, well, I'm having Chris research and try to figure out what tools and options you guys have. I'll be more than happy to share that with you if you guys subscribe to my show over at the DeFi Crypto Alliance with Corey Geary. I'm always talking about this stuff. I'm always talking about, wealth creation, wealth preservation, the mindset it takes to not only be successful in life as an entrepreneur, but as a crypto investor. And one of the biggest things too, guys, I'll probably leave it off this. I'm sure he's going to come and grab me off the screen in a minute, but make sure you know your why. And what I mean by that, not just okay, my kids are my why, or my mom and my dad's my why. That's why I want to be successful. No, you need to really think about what is your why, and why do you want this wealth? What are you trying to be successful for? For me, my why is because I know I deserve the abundance. I deserve all the great things that life has to offer me, all the love, all the money, everything that's good. I deserve it as basically a child of God, right? I'm a religious person. Sorry if that offends you. You can also put the universe in place if you want to call it the universe. But for me, I know I deserve the abundance and the wealth that is coming my way. And we all have that waiting for us if we're just willing to work for it and have the patience and have the mental fortitude, which is, very difficult in crypto. So, but yeah, that's the gist of what I wanted to kind of cover today, Maddie. I appreciate it. I think I fit it all in the 10 minutes too. It was good.
Yeah, you sure did. And yeah, your message is a great one. Where can people follow you so that they can keep up with your YouTube journey?
Corey Geary over on YouTube. The show is called the DeFi Crypto Alliance Show. And then Twitter, it's just Corey_Geary is all it is. You can find me there. So.
Awesome. Yeah. Well, that sounds great. We have a elite number of people watching right now, which according to StreamYard is 1,337. Awesome. And yeah, so super pleased that you could join the conference. And we'll have our next speaker up here, Das Bomb, after this 30-second musical interlude. Thanks again, Corey.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Tell all your true friends, sacrifice some coins to this new sense. Stake it till you make it 55.55, but don't cry, dry your eyes when your old coins die. PulseChain will be insane and the gains will reign truly. Snack on blockchains like my name is Scooby. ETH got a strap down with gas now, but Rick's about to burn the fees up just like a joint getting passed around. My whole Hex fam be all bros with Lambos. Worst nightmare to this crypto like Rambo. It's going up like a ship to the stars. It's always giving the creator, he must have a rich heart. PulseChain gang got me all covered in bling. They're covered in rings. Ricky keeps doing his thing.
Hey there.
Oh, and just like that, we're live, huh?
Yeah, welcome.
Hello.
I'm super stoked because I imagine that you're going to be doing a security talk, which is something that's much needed. Yes. And I'll let you take it away here for 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Awesome.
That's that. Ooh, we got full screen. Let's go. Let me just orient myself with my screens real quick. But okay. So, hello, I'm BBK Das Bomb, and I'm one of the admins in all the Richard Hart chats. Been here since forever. And I'm gonna share a crypto scam awareness presentation with you today. So let's start with the psychology of a scam. Scammers always play with your emotions. They will try anything to get you into an emotional state of like fear, greed, and they will use urgency and scarcity to get to you. Basically, this is time pressure or limited availability. So it can be something like quick, you have to verify, you have to do this update now, or you lose all your crypto and everything will be gone. And limited availability can be something like this NFT token is only 5 are left, and this token there is 200, and then no ever more will be created or something like that. They just try to get to you with this. They use trust and rapport to get to you and lure you into a false sense of security or legitimacy. They appeal to authority. They, in both cases, for the security and the authority, they sometimes even help you in advance with real information. And they show you that, oh yeah, I can actually resolve your issue. I am unstucking your transaction. I solved your bridge problem or whatever. But in the end, they will get you with a fake phishing scam link, or they drain your wallet in the end, and then everything is lost. They will sweet talk you. Sometimes they will use insults to get to you, anything to get to your crypto. Basically, they exploit your lack of knowledge and your own self-security. They use lies and deception. That's the most basic form. You get like false information, and they also use impersonation. So they can be trying to be your loved ones, your mom, your dad, a fake admin, somebody you know for the community, somebody who's like, they could impersonate Matty Allen, can be something like Trump or Elon Musk or whatever. And what are now the common scams that we usually see? They are AI-generated deepfakes. They are the send one, get 2 ETH back live streams, free claim airdrop giveaway token. They're usually like wallet drainers, and the approval scams. They basically, the moment you approve or the moment you enter your seed words, everything is just swooped away. We got the WhatsApp, hey mom, please help me. I lost my phone. Help, help. And then all your wallet is, all your information is stolen, and your crypto is stolen, and your bank information is stolen. We got the basic phishing browser extension, useful app scams, and they can be really useful. It's like screenshot apps, some fitness app, maybe something to help you with your taxes, whatever it is. It helps you in the moment, but then later it drains your wallet from your mobile phone. So careful with that. We got the fake community admin accounts, Telegram, Twitter, Instagram, all the impersonators and so on. There are the fake links to phishing websites. These are super common, and they also send them out wherever they can. Then there are the scam emails, mostly for wallets and exchange updates. They are pretty common. I just got 2 today. I'm going to show them in the example. The Google sponsored ads and the tech support scams that we have mostly in Telegram. Just fake admins helping and then stealing all the crypto, linking you to the fake scam phishing websites. So let's have a few examples. Here we got a Ledger email scam. They are, again, using your fear, your urgency. Do it until August 16th. And then we got the failure if you don't do it, and so on, blah, blah, blah. Basically, it's a sent via SurveyMonkey. It's fake. It's ledger-userid.com. It's not the @ledger.com real website. And this verify now button, it's an HTML code. It's just a button, but underneath is actually this fake link that's not linking you to the ledger.com. It's actually linking you to the SurveyMonkey, and then there is further scams there. This one is already deactivated because it was reported often enough. Then this is a similar scam with an email, but this one is a PDF attachment. It also has this HTML code. You got the Ledger Live, and then if you inspect the link, you find out that it's actually directing to some super scammy website, SendGridNet, whatever it is. Basically, they steal your crypto, so be careful with those. This is the fake admin scam. Username on the left is the real one. And then this one has it in the bio. It is spelled correctly and it looks legit, but it's just in the wrong place. And I'm so sad that Telegram doesn't fix this and people can do this in the bio. But hey, it's what it is. It would be nice if it was just displaying username here. That would save so many people. But you have to be careful. This one is of me, BPK Das Baum. And then this is the fake one. It's misspelled. It is in the username though, so BPDK as Baum. So you have to be careful with that one. If you don't read it properly and you think, hey, that's Das Baum messaging me, what the hell? And you lose all your money. Then these are 2 more examples. If you want to pause, check out what you're going to find. Which one is the real one? Ta-da, actually, they're both fake. See, both don't have the username, and this one is actually even misspelled. So they're both fake. This is what you actually would see if you have the real contact. So you have Das Baum, the real name, then you have the correct bio, you have the username in there, and you also have 15 groups in common with me. That's like an indicator of, hey, he's actually in the chats and he's the real user. But you should still verify from multiple sources that that's actually me. Yeah, basically, don't talk in private. Scammers often pretend to be PulseChain admins. They may look like us, but they are not us at all, and they're trying to scam you. This is the example for the fake Twitter profile. In this case, it's Gary Woods funding Jim, and he is misspelled. He has an additional sign at the end, and he's also not followed by anyone you're following. So this is just a slight indicator, just trying to get connections, information, seed words, and so on. Be careful with DMs. This is the WhatsApp child scam. It's like, hi, mom, it's me. I got a new number. You can delete the old one. And then mom is accepting that. And then and the backend, just like 2-3 minutes later, it's like, well, because yada, yada, very annoying. Could you possibly pay for me? I'll return it as soon as possible. And they just link you to phishing sites. They try to get your bank information. They try to get your seed words out of you and so on. Actually, my mom just got one of those just recently. It's like, and she, it's nice that she asked me if it was really me, but yeah, you can easily get duped by this. Then we got the fake mobile apps. This one is was live on the iStore, on the Apple iStore, whatever, mobile phone app. And the moment you put into your seed words, it was immediately draining everything. People lost hundreds of thousands of dollars. So sad to see. But Android is no better. Android also has those fake apps. This one is actually a daily fitness app, and it helps you. There is useful information in it. But then on the back end, the moment you install it, it also downloads an additional package to your phone. And this package makes it so that it can access your Facebook. It's installing malware. It's downloading all your information, and it's stealing all the wallet information. So if you have a crypto wallet on your phone, it's just draining everything immediately. And you lose all your money. This is one of the big reasons why you shouldn't do crypto on your phone. It's just too dangerous. It's too many attack vectors on the phone. This is the claim and approval scam. Basically, it's once you connect, it's trying to get you to sign something, and the signature is getting a permission for all of your NFTs. It's using the set approval for all. And the moment you click sign, just one click, all your NFTs are gone. This is why you should always separate all your funds. So you have your main wallet, your trading wallet, your NFT wallet, your test wallet, and so on. And on this weird claim and websites, you should never go to them because, like Richard Hart says, you're just picking up pennies in front of a freight train. It's usually not worth it, and most of them are just scams. You lose all your money. Next one, the poison address scam. This one is a bit tricky. Depends on where you look and what you do, but basically the scammers are sending you $0 amounts on USD coin or Tether coin. And then the moment that you try to send a repeated transaction, maybe you do like a transaction every week or so. And if you do copy paste that address from something like Etherscan or from your previous transactions, they try to make it look like it's the real address, and you might copy paste the fake phishing address by mistake. And as you see, the real address is 0x63, and then the fake phishing also starts with 0x63. And yeah, once you send your money, there are no reversals on the blockchain. Once it's gone, it's gone. Now we have the sponsored ads. This one is very, very difficult to see because in the moment you're just Googling for a website. In this case, it's Pulse Ramp, but the sponsored ad is redirecting you to a fake phishing and a fake bridge. And look, it's even ranked above because it's a paid product. So Google ranks it above the real website, the real bridge website. And you can just get redirected to the slaughter. So sponsored ad, wrong spelling, Pulse Ramp instead of Pulse Ramp. You have to be very careful. Never Google any websites. Always type it yourself or copy paste it from your own notebook. Verify from multiple sources that you have the correct website. Then this one is similar, gohex-com.com. And the real website is obviously go.hex.com. They're just trying all different kinds of spellings. This is another example, yourbankwebsite.ca, but the other one is actually a completely different URL, and the domain servers will resolve this to a different website because this O is actually not the same O. They use different languages, different alphabets to get this scam going. Here's another example that's a little bit easier to spot, but in the moment, if you don't have both examples, you might even not see it. Pause here if you want to figure out which one it is, but basically it's the A. One is the Latin A and the other one is the Cyrillic A, or a different alphabet. So this is how they get you. And this one is the fake live streams. This one is actually live right now. I've copied it from today. And they redirect you to a scam website. I'm going to have a look at this as well. And check this out. The YouTube channel, Old School Hishma, that is actually a real YouTube channel. It's live. It's working. It's a real user that created it. Funnily enough, it's a phishing channel. And the scammers are just phishing you there. They're trying to get your crypto.
Thank you so much for covering all these super important topics. And I want to direct people to wherever they can find more of your content so that they can continue learning how to protect their life savings in crypto.
Sure, just check me out. I'm BBK Baum everywhere and Baum Crypto. And I'm missing like one slide. Thanks for watching. Share this with your loved ones. Check out my YouTube. I'm BBK Baum everywhere, Baum Crypto. Find me. Have a
awesome.
Look.
Well,
learn all the beautiful security information.
This has been one of the most important talks of the conference. So thanks again for joining, and looking forward to having you on future programs.
Bye. Thanks.
Awesome. Thanks.
Let's talk about the highest appreciating asset class today. It's crypto, not stocks and bonds. Boy, this ain't for play. My word plays to educate the children around my way, so they can get out the hood. No, I don't want to stay. Education's critical in my life, pivotal. Could have been in jail or dead. Yeah, it's just that simple. But back to investing. Here, take some notes. Never go all in like jumping off a boat. Dollar cost averaging. Google that term so you can keep your shirt on, so you don't get burned. Now there's a risk to all investments. This you should know. You can take yearly profits and get ready to blow.
Hey there, KG.
Hello. Hey there, Matty. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. Thanks for having me on today.
My pleasure. You're the founder of one of the most important tools that we have on PulseChain, internetmoney.io, and you're an excellent leader in this space. And so I'm super honored to have you on the conference, and we're going to have you take it away here for the next 10 minutes.
I truly appreciate you saying that. That means a lot to me. Thank you, Matty.
My pleasure.
All right. And I do have my screen shared over here. If we could pull that up, that would be, oh, there it is. All right. Hello, everybody. Thank you for the introduction from Matty. I am the founder of Internet Money Crypto Wallet. We are a wallet that is native to and optimized for PulseChain, but we support all EVM chains, and we're available on Android, iOS, and Chrome. You can download us right now today. We are open source. All of our contracts are verified on chain, open source, immutable. We collect no data. No user data is collected when using Internet Money. We don't know anything about any of our users, which means in turn, we can always stay compliant and give whoever's trying to peer into your data a big bag of nothing, because that's all they deserve when they're trying to be data stealing scumbags. So we are private for our users, and we are open source in terms of our code and our contracts. So you can always verify anything that we tell you. And while you can trust us, and I hope you do, you don't have to trust us, because that is the crypto way. what I wanted to do today was talk about some awesome features that we have within Internet Money. I'm not going to be able to get to all the features today, but the features that I wanted to focus on today are features that are centered around onboarding and navigating PulseChain. We're about to go through a big marketing endeavor as a community. And one of the big conversations that we're always having within our community is how to onboard, how to make PulseChain easy. And Internet Money is by far the easiest way to make PulseChain easy. So I want to talk about those features that center around that. Now, the first thing that anybody will notice when downloading Internet Money is that PulseChain is preloaded and natively connected. That's it. Outside of there being money in this account, I just put a little bit there for a test purpose. A user will see this as soon as they load up their Internet Money wallet. When they click into their networks, you can see there's over 40 chains preloaded in here, and you can add custom networks, but they're natively connected to PulseChain. So if you ever see us out there talking to other ecosystems, which we do all the time, we're always bringing people back home to PulseChain. The next feature is we do have a fiat on-ramp in Internet Money, and people can on-ramp directly into PLS. You can, with Apple Pay, Google Pay, your debit or credit card, you can on-ramp directly into PLS and actually over 20 other blockchains as well. Now, given the nature of these fiat on-ramps, some jurisdictions will either work for different limits. They may or may not work with certain payment methods. So if you're not seeing a particular asset popping up for you to buy, then you can try, all right, planting seeds of potential solutions for you using a VPN. I personally recommend Proton VPN, made by the same company that created Proton Mail, and they seem to care about the same things that we as the PulseChain community care about. So give that a try. But you can use US dollars and actually over 80 other currencies. The only reason you see USD here on my screen is because I am in the States, so at this moment in time. But if you were in a different place, you would see different currencies populate. One thing that we actually launched recently as well is you can view your entire portfolio in over 80 different currencies. So if you're in different countries, you don't have to look at United States dirty fiat. Now, the next thing I want to show you is our change feature. This enables people to cross-chain swap between 27 different chains at the time of making this video. That means that in and out of PulseChain, you're connected to 26 other blockchains. Now, you can cross-chain swap in between those chains as well. Like, it doesn't have to just be PulseChain. But if you're out there onboarding somebody who's already into crypto, Ethereum, Base, Polygon, Binance Smart Chain, I mean, you name it, all of these, how many people do you know using IoTex? Well, if you know that one guy, he can swap it directly into Pulse. So you can use this tool to get the already into crypto people. And you can use the buy tool to get the already into, or to get the not already into crypto people into crypto. The next one that I would like to show you is our swap feature. What's really cool about our swap feature, it actually makes us, you could argue, the best place to swap on PulseChain because it gives you access to more liquidity than any other source on PulseChain. Let me show you what I mean. In this example, I'm going to swap to our token time. Just do $1 for example purposes. And we also work with tax or reflection tokens. So if you're swapping tax tokens, just make sure you input the correct slippage here to accommodate for those taxes. Let's check it out. You can see these are all the sources we're currently searching right now on PulseChain. There's 15 different sources that are being searched with every single swap. So you know that at any moment you're taking a market snapshot. So for this particular swap right now, you saw that I was swapping $1. Fux is actually the best place to swap for this particular swap. And you can see that I would actually get $1.09. So I just got 9% positive slippage. And that would also be with the fee that would have been paid if I executed this swap. Now, people like to say, hey, wallet fees, bad, bad, bad. But here, you would have got 9 cents more and you already paid the fee. And then you can also compare everywhere else that you could have swapped this particular pair. Now, one other special thing that we do that no other wallet in crypto does is 100% of the fee that's being charged is being distributed back to the holders of the community. So if you're holding time, you're actually earning a portion of these fees that are generated. 100% of the fees go to the time community. So we've looked at fiat on-ramping, cross-chain swapping, and on-chain DEX aggregation that searches more liquidity than anywhere else and supports tax tokens. Those are awesome DeFi tools. Now, for my NFT community, on PulseChain specifically, we have a feature where we automatically detect and import all of your NFTs. And this feature is actually coming soon for tokens as well. NFTs was the first stop. We're going to implement this feature as well for tokens. So if I was holding NFTs in this wallet, you would just see them automatically populating. We do support NFTs on all EVM chains, but automatic importing only for PulseChain at this time. We also have where you can go and click add token, and we have over 300 PulseChain assets preloaded right here. No contract addresses needed. We're expanding this list all the time. Wrap Pulse, Hex, PulseX, Inc. Any token or most tokens, we're constantly expanding. We have price tracking for all PulseChain assets. Every single asset on PulseChain, as long as it's on a DEX, has a price in the Internet Money wallet. And that's true for 40 other EVM chains as well. And if you have a logo on DEX Screener, you have a logo in the Internet Money wallet. One final cool feature about swapping is that every swap within Internet Money buys and burns Hex, PulseX, Inc., and several other tokens as well, but primarily PulseX, Hex, and Inc. I don't have time to dive into that, but it's not an additional fee, and I'd be happy to dive into that some other time. In my last couple minutes here, I want to talk about, we just launched an update by community demand and request to have biometrics login on Android and iOS, which is fingerprint and Face ID. And now that's not data that we collect. That's between you and your operating system if you choose to use that feature. Our community has absolutely been demanding that feature, and we listen to our community. We are by our community, for our community. And so we prioritize and move things up the list as people ask for them. So if there's something that you're not seeing in the wallet that you'd like to see, please let us know, because that's how we know what's important to our users. And finally, what's coming next, what we're working on at this moment in time, is we're taking the step to expand beyond EVM chains. And in our next big update, we are going to have Bitcoin support within Internet Money. That's been another hugely requested feature. We get asked every single day, multiple times a day, when Bitcoin, when Bitcoin. And I can finally say it is on the way. It's coming very soon. And that'll take us out of EVM and supporting all EVM chains, which is great because everything that I just said about cross-chain swapping, people will be able to swap their Bitcoin directly for PulseChain. Now, in my final minute, what I'd like to say is that you can look at Internet Money as your best tool to onboard into and navigate PulseChain and crypto and beyond. So while we're out there as a team interacting, networking, engaging, building in other communities, we're always bringing people back home to PulseChain. We cannot talk about Internet Money without people being introduced to PulseChain because it's native to it. Every single person that downloads Internet Money is introduced to PulseChain. So even if you're out there and someone's like, I don't know about PulseChain, they're on Ethereum, they're on Base, whatever, You just have them download Internet Money and you just onboarded them into PulseChain. They physically have to click the Pulse logo, read PulseChain, and click off of it to switch to their network. So while you're out there onboarding, remember, Internet Money is the best way to do that.
I dig it. Well, thank you for building such an amazing tool. And thank you again for speaking on the 4th annual PulseChain conference this year.
Thank you for having me, Maddie. Thank you for all your hard work. Keep it up.
My pleasure. And up next, we have Access Live after this 44-second interlude.
We're the Hexicans coming for your neck again. This cryptocurrency space ain't ready for us yet again. We're the Hexicans. Yeah, I'm a Hexican. Now, we're the Hexicans coming for your neck again. This cryptocurrency space ain't ready for us yet again. We're the Hexicans. Yeah, I'm a Hexican. So I'm like, bet, how can I invest? He said if you got MetaMask, brother, you set. Now don't forget to write your seed words down. Not your keys, not your crypto, bet. So I step. Richard is a vet. Retired at 23, traveling in jets. He writes self-help books, especially his new book.
Hey there, Access Live.
What's going on, Maddie? All in?
Good to see you again.
Thank
And we've got your wisdom on tap here for the next 17 minutes at least. So looking forward to your talk here.
All righty. Let's look at some charts. Yeah, I'm going to have you pull those up there. So, hey, guys, thanks for having me back for day 3. I figured we'd do a little chart session, see where the markets are sitting, and I'll keep my eye on the chat to the best of my ability so we can look at the stuff we want to look at together. But I thought maybe we'd start with some Ethereum price action. So this is the Ethereum chart. Oh, and I recognize that not everyone knows how to read charts, but I think everyone can see patterns. So that's kind of like the idea here, is to keep it pretty simple, and maybe you guys can follow along. So if you go back to, like, if you want to break down the Ethereum chart, like zoom out and break it down and to look at the whole history of Ethereum, this is what you get. This is going back to like 2015. But to bring it to like what's relevant today, there's basically 3 areas on this chart that kind of emulate the same kind of price action of what we've seen recently. And simply put, it's like this descending, broadening wedge with a flat top. It happened like in the past 3 cycles. I mean, you could find different ways of drawing patterns, but generally speaking, you get the same thing that's happened every time before a major move has happened in price. So like back in like the first real cycle for Ethereum, it built out one of these structures you can see here in yellow, and then it exploded out. And then in this past cycle, same thing again. We had Ethereum build out a broadening wedge pattern in the middle of the bear market, and when it broke out, it back tested that breakout level for some extended period of time. It's looking like about it says 100 days ish, 112 days. So based on what I'm seeing right now, Ethereum is testing the all-time high. We could be up here playing around up here for some period of time, maybe 112 days roughly, maybe a little longer, maybe a little shorter, depending on the demand. I think the difference being right now that the Ethereum treasury narrative is strong and going in full force, and there's a lot of accumulation occurring. Like if you go check out that ETH Strategic Reserve website that was made, you can see that these big corporations are just piling in to Ethereum and absorbing a bunch of the supply, which is what really created this markup period. So this is like just, you know, when we measure Ethereum versus the dollar, this is telling us kind of the general direction, which is that we're about to do the markup phase of the cycle. It's undisputed at this point. This is what's occurring. And to validate that argument, you can go look at my favorite chart right now, which is actually the ETH BTC ratio on a monthly, so that you kind of, when you look at something on a long time frame like this, where you're measuring monthly bars, you're really getting a grand picture of what's happening. Whereas like if you're looking at like daily charts or even weeklies in some cases, there can be some it can be kind of choppy and stuff, and so it's harder to get the big picture. So when you pull up things like these indicators that I'm pulling up now on a monthly chart, you can get a really, really clear picture of what's happening. So like you can see this chart up top, and then you got these 3 panels below. the one I want you to focus on is this one. So in the entire history of the monthly Ethereum chart, this MACD cross has only happened one other time ever. And that was right here in 2020 around DeFi summer. So we're basically set up to do some kind of DeFi summer style run based on what the MACD is showing us on the monthly. Now this will confirm at the end of the month, and we're going to see billions and billions of dollars flooding into ETH. I think the ETF inflows have been outpacing Bitcoin inflows for some time now. But this is important because it's measuring the relative strength of Ethereum versus Bitcoin. So that's even more a testament to that. It's Ethereum's time to run. And this is going to be super beneficial for PulseChain because PulseChain has lots of Ethereum whales and it's backed by Ethereum, and it's literally a clone of Ethereum. So it gets, if Ethereum does well, we do well. For a long time, like just in the price action alone, for a long time, like the Ethereum price just bled to Bitcoin from the highs of December of 21 to the bottom, and was 1,200 days. And so we just broke that area, and it was happening right at the same area that the price of this ratio bottomed back in 2019, actually. Which if we go back to our dollar chart, that 2019 price action you're seeing here circled in yellow, that's the same as saying this breakout price action right here. I'm sorry, right in here, end of 2019. So right here where this thing started to bottom, going into the black swan COVID dip. That's the same time period. So that ETH BTC ratio and the ETH USD price basically bottomed around the same area, and you're getting that again here, where we had this crazy like manipulation low and then a huge reversal. And so it's the same setup, same patterns. It's the most sure thing I think going on in crypto right now is ETH. And there's one other chart I wanted to show you in terms of ETH before we go on to PulseChain. I know I don't want to run too long into ETH, but this is like the bread and butter of what's going to make us successful, right? We're Ethereum, that's what we are. So it's when you measure ETH in gold. So like if you take the Ethereum chart and you measured it in gold ounces, it's been playing around the same exact way as it did in the past cycle. So just simply put, in the last cycle, there was an initial bottom that's noted by the blue check mark, and then there was a run up, and then there was a rejection point, which I got the red thumb, and then there was a secondary bottom where the price action wicks the same level as the previous bottom here, but it closes above, creating a higher low. So you had this wick low and then a higher low with a piercing of that bottom level. That's the green check mark. So in this most recent price action, we had the same setup. We had the first bottom, we had a run up into a rejection point, and that was the red thumb, and then a retest of that and a spike down on a wick low. It's the same exact thing all over again. So again, this is measuring Ethereum in gold ounces. And so where we are now is testing a breakout level, this diagonal resistance. And if it breaks and holds above that for, I would say, a month or two, I see no reason why Ethereum can't do multiples over what gold ounces. So I mean, we're looking at like a 2x to the highs. I think a gold ounce right now is like $3,300. So at 2.66 gold ounces, you're well low. You're in the $7,000 to $8,000 price range. And this is happening in a time when gold is actually still, well, it's consolidating now, but it's appreciating. It's been appreciating for years. So it's fun watching these ratios and being in on that and kind of seeing how all these markets are, how money is flowing in between all these markets. And I think it's Ethereum's time, guys. So that's the basis here. So then, we got to look at Corey Geary's secret chart. It's the PulseChain versus Ethereum price. It's been interesting. It's been very interesting. So basically, since PulseChain launched, it's lost value to Ethereum, and it's tried to bottom on multiple different occasions. And I think there's just like I would say to keep this chart in the back of your mind, because if it's going down, it doesn't necessarily mean that Pulse is losing value in dollar terms. It just means it's not outpacing Ethereum for a time. Eventually, this is going to have its time. And the reason why I say that at some point, Pulse is going to move in a big way versus Ethereum, let's say. And so what that might look like is, and I'm just going to draw a rough draw. Let's just say like it breaks out and it retests and then it makes another leg up. And then we start to actually go parabolic versus ETH. This is what happened to Hex in the last cycle, is where it was downtrending for some period of time. In this case, it's been, I mean, for all intents and purposes, it's been downtrending for 800 days plus. So not as long as Hex was, but eventually it's going to lead to where huge overperformance versus ETH, just because of the liquidity dynamics, and just something small like $4 million coming in and buying up these assets is moving prices 10-20% in a single day. So it's going to be fun to watch this all compound in the face of, you know, the marketing initiative and some of the other things that are going on in the background as well. This is what happened to Hex last cycle. It made a first big run up, and then it was basically downtrending for 357 days, minus this big payday spike here in the middle. So without this unique moment in time, I mean, you could virtually say that Hex lost value to ETH for over a year, basically, from that high. But what happened after that, when it finally gained its footing and broke out in a big way, was massive upside. And I mean, you're talking about like 38x versus Ethereum from that low. It's saying 30 here. I think from this wick low, it was like 38. So I mean, just to say that if ETH, so let's say let's say like Pulse can do anything near this. This is saying 35x, right, against ETH. But ETH, let's say ETH does a 4x, so it goes 369. Let's say it goes to 12 grand. That's 12 grand times 35. Or I'm sorry, that's if we do a 35x, it's 35x and then a 4x on top of that. So you're talking hundreds of x returns on Pulse dollar in the face of a move like this. And I know it can get kind of hard to keep it all in frame, because you're talking about the $2 prices. You're talking about the dollar price of ETH moving around, and then the dollar price of Pulse moving around in the face of that and overperforming Ethereum. So it can get kind of confusing in that way, but that's what makes this hyper leverage on whatever Ethereum's doing, and that's what makes this trade exciting going into the next, like, I don't know, few months into the next year. So here's Pulse today, and it's at a major level. So I've been tracking this with my boardroom members for all year, basically, and getting rejected at that interpole resistance here. This is the blue line. Was tough. And when we were coming into here, you know, I had to tell my members, like, I'm measuring downside targets. I said this thing could drop 50% from this level here, and I think it had ended up going minus 63% to the bottom here. And that was very painful time for a lot of our space. But things have been looking up since then. And you know, just in terms of on-chain stuff, I mean, there was a few guys that stepped in down here that had traded well in these periods here, that came in here and defended the price and are still upholding that price to this moment. I'm talking about non-Richard Hart walls. So you know who you are out there that stepped in and built this weekly support down here, and which gave us this shot to take out this 3-day resistance level at 4 zeros and a 3-2. And we took that level out, and we went up here and we tested the parabolic decline, which I've coined the parabola, because it's a parabolic move to the downside. So you had like this consecutive testing of this level over and over 5 different times, and rejections off every time. But until recently, we finally made a higher low, broke that 3-day resistance again, and clipped through that parabolic decline level for good now, I think. And now it's been I've been pretty optimistic. If you break it down and look down at like the 15-minute chart, what's been going on lately, there's obviously some sort of market maker move going on, where there's automated buying going on at these levels inside of this range. I don't want to go too deep into the weeds on that, but it looks like the bulls want to reclaim and support the price above the interpole resistance level. So everything's looking good in PulseChain land. We got over the worst hump, which was this parabola, and now we just need to clear the interpole resistance, and then it's pretty much just a straight shot to sack rate under the right conditions. So I'm excited for you guys. Like, I think that for the most part, any kind of trading up in this zone here is super good. Like, we got the technical higher low, double bottom. Things are looking sweet that way. Unless like some unexpected FUD event rolls in, some black swan, or Ethereum, it's the end of the cycle, which, by the way, it's not the end of the cycle, guys. Just relax. You know, was to go down, like we might be in trouble, but I think things are looking pretty sweet. Beyond that, let's just take a look at the other Richard tickers. So this is PulseX measured in dollars, and I like it. I like the price chart. It's at a major level here on the diagonals. It's just a giant pennant on a log chart. It's not as clean on the linear chart, but on log, It's super clean. PulseX breaks this level, it's going to be pretty sweet. It's already testing this so many times because the buy and burn is working in its favor to outpace its growth in pulse terms. And beyond that, I just wanted to show this comparison too of like what happened with XRP in its previous cycle. So XRP for 2,000 days was trapped in one of these pennants, and it wasn't until like their SEC case was resolved. Somewhere in here was step one, and then here was like the second step of them getting past major hurdles legally. It wasn't long after that there was a huge breakout on XRP. And since then, XRP's even went higher. So my point is that we're here again testing this breakout level. And so, you know, we could be not very far off of seeing PulseX, it kind of insinuating what kind of a move is coming for PulseChain and PulseX and Hex and all the rest. Which brings me to the next coin, which is Hex, which I think looks the best out of all the Richard tickers currently. Lots of volume coming in, lots of price support. And it was really apparent when we had the third biggest sacrificer come in and clip out of his entire PulseChain, PulseX, and Hex positions in this period here that the Hexicans were here to back up the truck and support price and create a higher low structure for the third time. So there was a bottom, a higher low, and a third higher low, which really set in the tone that Hex is about to go up in a big way. And this is also really much easier now because the inflation has been reduced so much by the OA staking. So if you're new, I know I'm throwing a lot of concepts at you, but go back and rewatch again or come check me out on accesslive.com, and I'm happy to like help you understand how we can see these things coming ahead of time. We didn't quite, so on this projection here, I had drawn this yellow line. We were up here when I drew it. I said, well, we need to come back and test 1 cent one more time. We got the wick here, and we didn't quite get another wick there. So that's kind of showing even more bid is coming in and more support is coming into the Hex price. And that happened today with this big stack of money that got bridged into the chain. It looked like Hex was one of the things that was getting bought up. But yeah, that next level to watch for is about 2.8 cents ish. That's a weekly resistance. If we can get above that and start creating price structure up above the, let's say 2.8 cents, I'd be confident that the bull market is actually setting in for real. And then it's not that far of a shot to 10 cents on a log chart. So we'll see how it happens. I believe that in this next phase, we're going to create a new range between 2.5 to 10 cents. And I'm excited for that and for everyone involved. And it's been a long time coming, but Hex is structurally intact and doing really well. And if you look at it on the MACD, it was all in the technicals. Like there was this obvious, similar to Ethereum, giving us, you know, once every 4 years type of movements. This is a weekly chart, so it's not quite as long amount of time, but you have this MACD bull cross that occurred that led into a 7x move for Hex last year in 2024. Here we got it again. So you could see this kind of brewing in advance back in like June and July or early July. You could see this all happening ahead of schedule, and you could have positioned yourself just simply by looking at like a MACD on like a weekly time frame for this asset. So because they're DeFi coins and they trade more pure and there's not as much paper money and leverage in them, the technical indicators work very, very well on like a 3-day or a weekly or even better, like a monthly time frame if it's got enough price data. So I would encourage you all to kind of watch those charts, not all the time, maybe like check them once or twice a week and try to capture these signals early and try to act on them as they come.
I dig it.
Yeah, man. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for always supporting the conference and for even helping me out prepare for my Brock Pierce interview the other day. You rock.
You too, man. And it was an awesome interview. Congrats again on that. It was fun watch.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. You guys.
Yep. So everybody follow Access Live on Twitter and YouTube and wherever he may be. And I'm going to play this banger song again for 45 seconds as we bring up our next two guests, Hexus Danny Dillon and Buck Fiat.
Let's talk about the highest appreciating asset class today. It's crypto, not stocks and bonds. Boy, this ain't for play. My word plays to educate the children around my way so they can get out the hood. No, I don't want to stay. Education's critical in my life, pivotal. Could have been in jail or dead. Yeah, it's just that simple. Here, take some notes. Never go all in like jumping off a boat. Dollar cost averaging. Google that term. So you can keep your shirt on. So you don't get burned. Now there's a risk to all investments. This you should know. You can take yearly profits and get ready to blow.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's going on, Maddie?
Hi, Maddie.
Well, I really appreciate you guys. And there's been at least one time in the past month when you guys did a Twitter space that was not recorded, and I missed it, and I felt the FUD and the FOMO hit me. So I'm really excited to hear your guys' takes on the market and on PulseChain here for the next 30 minutes.
Fantastic. And hey, congrats on the nuptials, Maddie. That's awesome.
Thank you so much.
Super happy for you. Have a bunch of kids. It's really the best thing in life.
Will do.
And yeah, that's just great news. I'm always really happy to see that when that happens to people.
Appreciate it. I'll let you guys take it away.
Great. Thanks, Maddie. Hello, Dylan.
What's up, Buck?
Yeah, not too much. So I guess we got 30 minutes to kind of run through our investment thesis currently.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Well, where do you want to start, Dylan? We can do this however you want.
Let's talk about the overall macro markets. How about that?
Top down?
No.
Yes.
Well, yeah, sure. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what that means. Top down. Yeah. So we'll do top down macro, and then we'll go bottom up. So just quickly top down. I think bond markets are actually kind of expensive at the moment. So, meaning that I think rate cuts are already fully priced. I don't see a lot of upside there necessarily, but I do think we're in kind of a pretty good space still. Nothing's really worrying me too much. I think inflation is contained for the most part. I know we had the kind of bad PPI numbers the other day, but that's okay. You'll get some of that. And I think the Fed has plenty of room to go ahead and do the cuts, but as I said, the market's already pricing that in. We're looking at a 12-month period where I think you're going to see Trump basically lobby very hard to the Fed to get them to ease. He wants to win the next midterm, otherwise his presidency is functionally over. So he needs to basically run the market as hot as possible, fiscally speaking. So he got the big, beautiful bill through. I imagine we're going to see market structure stuff as well come through. All of this is, reasonably bullish for crypto. It's a pretty good setup still. So I feel pretty okay about all that. The caveat there is that I do think there's a risk that Trump's going to lose midterms, and I think crypto could take that in a very bad way if that starts to happen. So, I've got kind of a macro window that gets us out into kind of, end of Q1 next year, where I don't think crypto is going to be too worried about midterms yet. But I think if you're looking at about 12 months from now, I think we're going to be very worried about that. That's kind of one little bit of egg timer that, I'm kind of setting for myself is, maybe I don't want to be super risk on crypto. I think longer term, things are pretty good. We're not going to enact, austerity via, Elon Musk's Doge program. The government's still going to spend, and that's clearly happening. Wall Street TradFi, they see an opportunity to make money here. So that's great. It's normalizing crypto in a big way. So the odds of us getting some sort of Liz Warren molded or Sherrod Brown molded anti-crypto warrior coming in, in the White House in the future are pretty low for now, I'd say. So I'm not super worried about that, but
I think crypto's got a pretty bright future long term. Then coming down a little bit more specifically to heading towards PulseChain. I think the community massively underestimates the importance of ETH price. And I know some of you in the comments will probably be saying, fuck ETH, we don't need ETH. But we can agree to disagree on that point. As a fork of Ethereum, I think we are pretty strong beta to Ethereum. I was listening to the Bankless podcast yesterday, and one of the guys asked the other guy, "What's good beta to Ethereum? Like, what's a higher volatility, Ethereum play?" And he started kind of guessing at a bunch of things like Aave, et cetera. But it's like the most obvious one is PulseChain, buddy. So yeah, that it's we're literally a pure fork of Ethereum. And if you can disagree with me, but you may notice that Richard Hart seems to talk a lot about Ethereum, how to make it better, what can happen with it, why it's a superior blockchain. You don't see him talking a lot about Solana or Sui or anything. When he does talk about Bitcoin, it's usually not particularly nice. I think he even says something like, "I really love Ethereum. Like, you should give all the Ethereum to me." So Richard seems to care about Ethereum price a lot. So take what you will from that. If you disagree with me, maybe you can wonder why the boss seems to continue to talk about that a lot. So where does that leave us? Ethereum is in a very good trend at the moment. It bounced off of a very long-term low against Bitcoin, and is heading back to where I think it should be, given the movements of Bitcoin and the rest of cryptocurrency. Obviously, it kind of fell victim to a kind of organized FUD scheme when Solana was pumping earlier this year, and they got all the culls to basically shout from the rooftop that Ethereum's dead and Solana's taking over. But that failed to actually happen. And now Wall Street is coming in, and they can't build if they want to do smart contracts, they can't do it on Bitcoin. So the next best thing is Ethereum. So you're seeing a lot of interest crop up, and in the form of these two, I guess they call them DTAs or DATs. Sorry. So you got Lubin's SBET, and you've got Tom Lee's Bitmine. I think the
treasury companies. Yeah.
I think these things are really super price positive. They're giving people a lot of confidence. They've been buying as much as possible. They've got grandiose plans to buy 5 or 10% of Ethereum over time, which means they need to keep going for the foreseeable future if they can. So this is really given Ethereum a real shot in the arm. And
by the way, the Bitcoin treasury companies, they've almost accumulated 5% of the Bitcoin supply. I think they're at 4.75% of the Bitcoin supply. So
Yeah, well, they're different in how they're doing it. So it's an open question. It's one I've been discussing a lot with my partners. Is how are they doing it, and how long can they do it? Michael Saylor's done this through debt. These guys have been doing it through equity. So it's not clear to me if they've got necessarily the same depth that Saylor was able to get to continue to raise. I'm unsure, but I do believe that they're in an arms race against each other to basically be the biggest between the two of them, because you don't want to be second fiddle.
Who knows the fucking second place guy? Like, come on.
No one likes that, right? So Ares was pointing out to me that SBET's already trading at a discount. So Tom Lee appears to be winning that battle. Tom Lee's got some big backers in the TradFi world. He's got Peter Thiel. He's got Bill Miller. He's got Stan Druckenmiller. He's got Kathy Wood. Those people have some money. They've got lots of connections. So I think that's super interesting. But why do you guys care about Ethereum? Well, because I think that basically we won't really see a proper bull market in PulseChain until Ethereum really properly breaks out, above its prior all-time highs, which is around, I think, 4,900. So we're basically right now just recovering to where we should be in Ethereum versus Bitcoin. Obviously, Bitcoin is what, 118K or so today, up from, prior market all-time highs around 60 something. Ethereum's still below last bull market all-time high. And it's really only just reaching that there. So you would think that Ethereum should run to, I would say, somewhere between 6 to 8K just to catch up. It might not get that high, but I'm just saying from a rough back of the envelope estimate. I don't do TA magic like Axis does, but just to kind of get to a position where Ethereum is more or less relatively valued comparably to Bitcoin as it's been long term. It should really be trading kind of much higher than it is today. So what does that mean? So I think if SBET and Bitmine are able to continue buying, that's going to give people the confidence. There's a strong momentum trade here, even though they're testing it the past couple days, and there's always going to be people selling along the way as it goes higher. That's normal. But I imagine Ethereum is going to be much higher in the next kind of 3 months than it is today, and I think that's very positive news for PulseChain and other EVMs. It's very positive news for whoever owns the SAC funds. It's very positive news for the PulseChain community, in as far as many of us have large Ethereum positions. Right, and we're going to be looking to rotate into alts, just as the rest of the market will look to rotate into alts as Ethereum gets smashes through 5K. There's gonna be at some point a rotation into alts, because that's what usually ends up happening when Ethereum really does exceptionally well. People start to look for higher beta plays in the alt space. We're one of those. So I think this is a pretty solid setup for PulseChain. Now getting more bottom up. I've been sort of saying, I think Richard is waiting for Ethereum to do well. It's very hard to go out there and persuade anybody about anything when the market is down. I've been an investment professional for 20 years, and I can tell you that only the most astute people want to talk to you when your numbers are terrible, right? And everybody wants to fucking have a beer with you and brag when things are good, right? It's very hard to promote anything when numbers are terrible. So right now we've had basically terrible numbers since the inception of PulseChain, and Ethereum has been pretty terrible since December, right? So on a relative value versus everything else. So you're looking at almost an impossible situation to market, right? Additionally, we obviously have the SEC thing, which is now out of the way. We still have the Finland tax thing. But I think you're seeing more and more openness from Richard, more and more activity from Richard. Talks about promotion, and I'm predicting that you're going to see a lot more activity from him, provided that this trend in Ethereum going up continues.
Well, don't you know, Buck, that he's shipping a container as we speak to America to be delivering mass mailers that are electronic.
That's a good example of what I mean. I don't know what that does. I'll let the experts think about that. But it's indicative of somebody who thinks that their moment to really push things is coming.
Yeah.
And I think that's about right. I don't really see any reason why the broader market cycle needs to end, anytime soon necessarily. But I think if you try to empathize with RH and you put yourself in his shoes, you're looking at this and going, we're obviously kind of at some point entering late cycle. Bitcoin smashed through all-time highs and pretty much doubled it, right? And now it's sort of at this point where it's kind of still grinding upwards, but not really in a way that's that impressive, right? Now you have Ethereum coming, and the next step will be alts. It's just sort of the same sequence that we've seen the last few cycles. So I imagine that if you're going to come make a big splash, and you want to come out to a little bit of fanfare, being able to brag about some stuff, this is the kind of setup that we see. So long story short, I think on the proviso that Ethereum continues to get pushed up by Tom Lee and these other guys, we're going to head into an alt season. You're going to see pretty big price appreciation in alts, including PulseChain and other RH tokens. And I think you're going to see Richard Hart a lot more accessible, a lot more out in front, would be my guess, because you don't really want to have to wait another 4 years, right, to kind of market again. We might have 12 months here. I think that's being generous, right?
Pretty generous.
But I think we definitely have 6 months, right, to really push PulseChain's agenda and its growth. So I do think we're going to see a lot more activity from Richard. We're really just waiting for that. So I don't know how we're doing for time, Dylan, but that I think that's pretty much my view on how things are at the moment. Anything I'm missing?
Well, I mean, current news today was the bridge was pretty active. I don't know if you saw, I tagged you, but I think
I did see that.
$5 million came up with bridge today.
Yeah, I don't look. That's not that much money, but
no, but with the liquidity the way it is now, it's very meaningful.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
It's meaningful, yeah, and it could be a lot more meaningful in the future. And I think if people see that and they start to believe, much as you're seeing with these treasury companies, you can think of those flows as basically something very similar. They will give the community confidence because they will know there's probably more coming behind it, right? And that in itself can be this sort of amplifying thing where guys like me and others are going to say, well, if I have confidence that Richard's going to come back in and be the man again, I want to put some money to work in PulseChain before that happens, right? Or even when that happens, right? I think the biggest problem we have is that people haven't been sure that PulseChain is a going concern, right? They don't really know where we stand, right? And so just sort of alleviating that concern and letting people know that there's a whole bunch of us on the sidelines and a whole bunch of us that have made a lot of money this cycle already, right? If we're invested in Bitcoin or Solana or even Ethereum, right? We're going to be looking for places to that haven't run yet, right? And I think it's fair to say PulseChain hasn't really run yet.
No.
Well, we've come off the bottom a bit here. We haven't had our moment in the sun, right? We're not on any big exchanges. There's plenty of room for PulseChain to go up, right? I don't know how much more XRP can go up. Like the move up in XRP is already pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Right. Might be kind of hard.
But didn't you know XRP is going to like $100, Buck? Like,
yeah, I mean,
that's all the Tom, Dick, and Harry's that like, oh man, you should try crypto, bro. I got XRP, man. It's going to $1,000. It's like,
yeah,
Okay.
I mean, look, XRP's done great so far. You know, like it's
Sure.
it's above its 2017 absurd high. You know,
Sure.
like
But can it do a 10x again?
I never thought it would get there. Honestly, I never
Really?
thought it would get there. No, I never thought XRP
Yeah,
would
me
ever
neither,
recover.
to be honest.
Yeah, and it did. You know, their founders did a great job of lobbying Mar-a-Lago and
playing the game.
They played the game really well.
Yeah.
You know, but you know that's pretty much pretty much all she wrote for those guys. I mean, they're already kind of priced for perfection, right?
Yeah.
You know,
True.
they could still go up. They could still go up, but like it's not. You know, they're not going to rip your eyeballs off. And you know, I don't think that's going to happen with Solana or Ethereum either, right? They can go up a bit, quite a bit, right? You know, numbers that would be attractive to people investing in bonds or like lower risk things.
Sure.
Like the S&P 500, but they're not super attractive to crypto degens. So I think we have maybe one of the best overlooked degen plays, and it's only a matter of time before people discover that. And yeah, really the only thing that we don't have control of here is ETH price. That's it. Like we need a proper breakout in Ethereum above all prior all-time high. So that's what I'm looking out for, guys. We can maybe do it without it, but it just won't be as spectacular. But I think price appreciation in PulseChain 10x, 20x, it's possible, right? Like that's pretty good. I know some of you want more than that because maybe you're pretty broke and you're hoping to get a lottery ticket. But for grown-ups, a 10 or a 20x is great. That's
a winner in my book.
That's exciting to me. Super exciting. And I think there's a proper investable thesis here. And caveat there, things can go up more than that, a lot more than that. But they're probably not sustainable.
Did you imagine Hex ever going to 50 cents or 55 cents?
Yeah, but it wasn't sustainable, right?
No.
Like it did do that, but it wasn't sustainable.
Yeah.
Right. We weren't able to sustain that, and we dropped 99% or whatever. Once the tide went out on that. But we could sustain a 10x here pretty easily. Like we're worth much less than lots of blockchains.
Yeah. I mean, you even said price for perfection. We're nowhere close to that at all.
No, we're priced for
horrible death.
we're priced for Popeyes. This is not perfection whatsoever. But yeah, what do we still have? We still have I think the best community in crypto. Even our haters will say that about us. We still run these conferences, and I'm always happy to participate in them. Thank you to Maddie for always running these things. We're all still here. We're all still interested, and I think watch the next 6 months. I think we'll probably have another conference in February. I think we'll be talking about some hilarious war stories about holy shit, look what happened. Right. Hopefully the bull market hasn't ended by then, but and we're still happy. But I think at the very least, I'm pretty certain that I won't be here in 6 months telling you guys, well, nothing happened, and we've just been waiting, right? Which is kind of what has been happening for the last 2 years. 2 years, really. I'm pretty confident that something interesting is coming here. And I think the market's already sensing it. You can see Hex is well off its lows. It's pretty much 2x, right?
It's more than that. It's 3x off the lows.
Is it that much? Wow.
Yeah, it was at a fourth of a penny. Now it's at 1.2 cents. So 3x off the lows.
Cool. All right. How much
And
more time do we have, Dylan?
I don't know.
Is that it?
I think we got like 4 minutes left. But let's
Sweet.
go over the fat signals. What fat signal are you looking for? And for those who don't know what a fat signal is, what is a fat signal?
Yeah, so kind of like in Batman, they had the bat signal where Commissioner Gordon would put the spotlight up in the sky and say, Batman, come and save us. I'm saying look for the fat signal. Fat signal is basically anything that's going to basically show us that Richard is there and working in the background, and that he's going to come and basically rescue Gotham. I think upticks in his activity, like direct calls to action to the community to do certain things, for marketing, and then this goes all the way up to CEX listings, YouTube appearances, things like that. I think all of that is potentially coming. And I think really the only thing that we need to have happen is we need that ETH bull market, because no one wants to come out and get yelled at and made fun of by the YouTubers about, PulseChain's been really disappointing, right? You just know someone with a big ego is not going to show up to that, right? But they will show up when things start to go good, when they can show up and people can say, well, recently PulseChain's been doing really well, right? And I think that's if you're going to pick your time, and I'm sure Richard already thinks about it this way, but if he doesn't, Richard, your time is coming here, buddy. ETH above 5K, it's time to come out and of your shell and do your thing, man. And I really hope you do. Let's look at the comments here. Now's your chance to insult us before we're kicked off stage.
I was asking why I'm not wearing more Gucci earlier.
These people have actually been very nice. Normally there's always one guy insulting me.
Oh, they probably ban all those guys, come on.
All right. I can't see Buck, nor will you. That's a good comment. The Raging Bulls are coming. Okay, sounds good to me. Not going anywhere. We'll never leave this ecosystem. Pookie, I do. There you go. I mean, we have, think about crypto as a religion in a way, right? It's about evangelizing and bringing more people in, but also, how sticky is this thing? I don't really care about the XLM community that much, even though I've been in XLM since the beginning, right? I don't know anything about that community, right?
No, you got 5,555 reasons to stick around. Okay.
Damn. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
So yeah, this community, for whatever reason, resonates with a lot of people who don't seem to have anything else to do, right? They're still here, right? So I think that's a very powerful thing. What else do we have in the comments? Oh, Maddie's back.
Somebody asked when I'm going to settle down. Guys, I'm in a very loving relationship right now. I'm very settled down. Come on.
Hey, Maddie.
Hey, well, we really appreciate you guys. You always have awesome macro insights and speak the truth. So really appreciate it. And Fiat sponsored the Hex conference back in January, and that's still greatly appreciated. Coming up here, January 6th through 9th will be the 6th annual hexconference.com. And so that'll be the next one to look out for.
Wow.
As we wrap up your guys' segment, is there anything that you guys see that the community is doing that you think could be done more in order to bring in whales?
I think get on some CXs, guys. That'd be useful.
I personally just started reaching out to old guys that used to be in the community that left, that are well off. So I just started reaching out to guys like that, being like, hey, especially after today,
right?
There's a reason to come back. You know what I mean? So
yeah.
I started doing that. But if they come back, if they don't, whatever, it's fine.
Yeah, I think tell your friends about the potential opportunity here. If they're in Ethereum and they're on this trade, they should understand it. Yeah. Anybody who's on the ETH trade needs to understand that there's going to be an alt trade and an alt season trade that follows it. So this is a quote unquote hidden gem. And shout out to this is the worst comment anybody's ever given me. Shout out to this guy, Free Roam. Buck is just your friend saw me light. That hurt.
Okay, buddy.
I've never been accused of that before. But that one stings, man. Thank you.
Well, we saw it at the end of the Hex conference a little bit over a year ago. We saw the biggest green candle in PulseChain history. Probably because it coincided with Richard Hart showing his cards when it comes to his SEC lawyers. But that $5 million moving over the bridge today from what is
we don't know where
private
from,
source, some private source that can't be seen on the blockchain. That that really got me thinking, because what it took basically it went in between January 9th of 2024 till the top of Bitcoin there last year when PulseChain did its big run. And so, yeah, I'm like optimistic that we're going to see something here eventually. So thanks again to you two. I always love to hear your commentary. And so keep up the Twitter spaces, and really, really appreciate you guys always coming on the conference.
Yeah, thanks, Matty. We'll be back for the Hex conference for sure. See you.
Awesome. Sounds great. Next up, we have Jexa after this musical interlude. Thanks.
Insane staking on ETH and Post. We on 2 chains. Other coins didn't fit. What was I supposed to do? Not stake and stay broke with you? Shit. Bought Hex for 4 years. Trying to DCA. Got PulseChain, PulseX. Trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see. Rich already changed the game. Which is why the hell you see me DCA in the PulseChain. Bought Hex for 4 years. Trying to DCA. Got PulseChain, PulseX. Trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see. Things will never be the same. Ever since we launched our own thing on our own chain. Bought Hex for 4 years. Trying to DCA. Got PulseChain, PulseX. Trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see. Rich already changed the game, which is why the hell you see me DCA it in the PulseChain. Bought Hex for 4 years. Trying to DCA. Got PulseChain, PulseX. Trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see. Things will never be the same. Ever since we launched our own thing on our own chain. You other Sammy Chicas need to get your crypto coffee to wake up and out of ditches, so you go from rags to riches.
Hey there, Jexa.
Hey, how are you, Matty?
Awesome. Really pleased to have you on the conference here. And what's your topic going to be about?
Yeah, so I'm going to try and break down validators in 10 minutes. So we'll see how we go with that. That's obviously a pretty big topic, but if I can give people just a little bit of insight to what some of the people behind the scenes do for PulseChain and how they may be able to get involved, that would be 10 minutes well spent, I think.
Yeah, that's amazing. Well, we're only running 4 minutes behind schedule, so let's give you your full 10 minutes here to do a presentation. Thank you.
Sounds good. Thanks, mate. Cool. You got the shared screen up. Awesome. Okay, guys. So validating in 10 minutes on PulseChain. Let's see how we go with this. Okay, so what is a validator? So you probably interact with the PulseChain nodes more than what you would sort of get a feel for validators. So when you use something like Internet Money Wallet and you go and configure an RPC setting or Rabby or whatever you're using, that's probably how you sort of know when you're interacting with a node, is when you send a transaction, you're sending it off to this RPC address and something's happening in the background. So PulseChain validators are running those same nodes, but we also run an additional client called a validator client. So on PulseChain at the moment, there is about 52,000 validators that are running and securing the network. There's a whole group of people behind the scenes that are doing all this work, and that's what actually keeps the chain running. Okay, let's just sort of jump through a bit quicker than what I wanted it to. Let's go back there. Okay, so staking on PulseChain, let's have a look how that works for someone running a validator. If you want to secure the network, you need to stump up 32 million pulse. So that is the proof of stake concept that we use on PulseChain, inherited from Ethereum. But you also need to know how to run those 3 clients that I spoke about, the validator software. So you've got to have a bit of expertise in how to do that. You also need to know how to run or manage the hardware side of things there. So there's a little bit of technical knowledge that's involved. And you've obviously got to keep an eye on the health of those nodes to make sure that the chain runs smoothly. So there's a few components you need to be or bring to be a validator. But in return for that, you get rewards that are produced by the actual chain. We'll talk about that now. So let's have a look at the 2 main types of rewards we get from being a validator. So the first one is literally what we call rewards. And these are very consistent, quite predictable. The yield, which is circa 9%, is based on how many total validators there are in the network. So the more validators, obviously the lower the yield. So Ethereum, same sort of system, gets about 2 to 3% yield. On Pulse, we're getting around 9% on the reward side of things at the moment. And that's for doing all the what we call attestations and organizing the groups of validators to come together and coordinate the consensus of the protocol. So agree on what is the actual truth. So that's pretty regular and just ticks through. Every 5 minutes, you see the rewards ticking through. The second type of rewards are more sort of fee-based. So I mentioned if you're using internet money and you're sending a transaction, what you probably see that as is you're paying a gas fee. So you're paying a certain amount of Pulse to process a transaction on the network, and you're paying a priority fee. And if you're lucky enough to be the validator who produces the block, you get some of those fees. So that can be quite lucrative sometimes. If we've heard of validators earning their whole yield in one block production that they'd normally get in a year, just by being the lucky validator that got to produce that block that had those fees in it. So on average, if you're taking the rewards and the fees, PulseChain's probably paying out anywhere sort of between 12 to 14% currently. So as more activity picks up and the blocks get busier, more fees are produced. But it doesn't come without risk. So if you're running a validator, like I said, you need to know how to operate the software. You need to keep it healthy. If you don't keep it healthy, instead of getting the rewards, you get penalized those rewards. If you do something really silly, you can do something called slashing and actually lose some of your stake. So you've got to be quite careful when you're doing the validator side of things. Don't just come into it blindly, understand what you're getting into, but it can be quite lucrative and it's very rewarding to know that you're providing the security on the network. Let's have a look at staking options on PulseChain. So we can do what's called self-staking, and that is, like I showed you before, you're bringing your 32 million Pulse, you're bringing the technical ability to run a validator. You've got to stump up for the hardware costs or run a VPS, a virtual private server. So there's capital costs included that you need to bring as part of that as well. So the cost of your Pulse, the cost of the hardware. And if you're going to do that, I reckon you need to be running at least 20 validators to make that viable, to offset the costs of running the hardware and to actually make a good yield out of that. If you're interested in doing that, I just want to give a shout out to a few unsung heroes. So DipSlayer has got an awesome GitHub repository you can go to and basically steps you through the process of running your own validator. So if that's something you're interested in doing, that is a great place to start. And there's also a lot of people in the DevPulse Telegram group that are willing to help. It's an awesome community in there. So outside of self-staking, what can you do? So you want to be part of staking, but you're not too sure about running the validator. You can go to outsource staking. Once again, you need to bring your 32 million Pulse per validator. But rather than having the technical ability to run the node, you could potentially outsource that to someone who does have that skill. So you're still stumping up dollars for either the hardware to have them host it for you or to pay for what we call software as a service. But you're not having to do the technical work. Obviously, there's a fee required to pay someone for their technical services that they're doing. So if you're going to take that path, I think running maybe 30 validators makes that economically viable. If you're interested in that approach, then David Feeder running Validator Store is probably the place you want to go for that. If you want to, he sells the full hardware kit, so you can use that for the self-staking as well, or he offers the outsource staking. So once again, that's one option you've got. And the other one is liquid staking. Obviously, I'm pretty keen on the liquid staking stuff, being part of the Vouch protocol. And with liquid staking, you don't need to have the technical ability to run the validator, and you don't need 32 million Pulse either. You can bring as little as 10,000 Pulse, stake that, and then in the background, a bunch of validators will come in and work together to engage those staked Pulse and put them to work validating. So in this instance, you retain liquidity of your Pulse because you get given a liquid staking token. In the liquid staking, in particular with Vouch, you can join as a validator. So the skills you pick up in being a self-staker, you could actually bring to the Vouch protocol and run a validator on the network, or you can join simply as a staker. And if you're coming in as a staker, no hardware requirements. So liquid staking, so if you wanted to have a look at being part of Vouch and using the liquid staking, so if you're a Pulse holder, you can put your, what I'm calling lazy Pulse. So if you've got a bit of Pulse sitting around in your wallet that you want to do something more active with, but don't want to put it in liquidity providing because of impermanent loss or anything like that, maybe this is something you can look at. You don't need the technical skills because you are participating in the liquid staking protocol. You get the liquid staking token in your wallet, so that's good. You can still engage that in other protocols should you wish. And the average, the APR at the moment is around 15%. Like I said, varies based on how many validators are in the ecosystem and how active the chain is and how many fees are getting paid on the chain at that particular point in time. So that's as a staker. You can also join as a validator. So why would you do that? Well, you get to help secure the PulseChain network. So either as a solo staker or being part of Vouch, you're doing the same duties. You're running a validator, securing the network. You get an extra 5% bonus on the rewards because you're doing the work for the other Pulse stakers. So for that, you get a little bit of a fee. What's also important is the pooled rewards for block production. So I mentioned every now and then a lucky validator gets a big windfall, produces a block with a really large fee associated to it. If you're not the recipient of that fee, you miss out. But if you're in a pooled scenario, that is shared between all the validators that are currently running. So that's a nice little win as well. We sort of distribute those priority fees, not only to the PulseChain validators as part of Vaults, but also the stakers. So that's a really good win. And so Vouch is actually about to go through something pretty unique. We've been running as the liquid staking protocol for 12 months, but we're about to shift to phase 2, which is going to allow people to actually own a part of the protocol. So very excited about this. And what you're seeing on the screen is a bit of a sneak peek of our upcoming dashboard that will get released. And I guess where we're heading with this is, if you like to say the tokenomics of something like PTGC or Helgo or something like that, but you like the idea of something like Lido with staking, then Vouch is going to be a bit of a mashup of those two protocols. Obviously no association with any of those, but if you like the token mechanics and you like the liquid staking component, then that's essentially what Vouch is about to become.
Awesome.
In a week or two.
Yeah, this is the super powerful protocol. So yeah, thank you so much for sharing.
Thanks, Matty. Once again, thanks for organizing all the conference as well, mate. You do an awesome job.
My pleasure. And where can people go to find out more about this protocol or about your education?
Yep. So vouch.run is the landing page for everything Vouch. There's a QR code on the screen there that you can scan if you want to have a bit of a longer form interview and find out what it's about. Yeah, I'm always around in terms of helping people with security and things like that in a lot of the Telegram groups. So yeah, you'll see me from time to time everywhere.
Awesome. Well, appreciate having you on again. And up next, we have a 10-minute talk from Mike Wills Jr. and Yanko after this 1-minute interlude. Thanks.
PulseChain. PulseChain, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see things will never be the same ever since we launched our own thing on our own chain. Bar Hex for 4 years, trying to DCA. Got PulseChain, PulseChain, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see Rich already changed the game, which is why the hell you see me DCAing in the PulseChain. Bar Hex for 4 years, trying to DCA. Got PulseChain, PulseChain, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see things will never be the same ever since we launched our own thing on our own chain. Bar Hex for 4 years, trying to DCA. Got PulseChain, PulseChain, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see Rich already changed the game, which is why the hell you see me DCAing in the PulseChain. Bar Hex for 4 years, trying to DCA. Got PulseChain, PulseChain, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see things will never be the same ever since we launched our own thing on our own chain. Bar Hex for 4 years, trying to DCA. Got PulseChain, PulseChain, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see Rich already changed the game, which is why the hell you see me DCAing in the PulseChain. Bar Hex for 4 years, trying to DCA. Got PulseChain, PulseChain, trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see things will never be the same ever since we launched our own thing on our own chain.
Welcome back, gentlemen.
How's it going, Maddie?
Great.
Hey, Matty.
Hey. You guys presented here on the first day of the conference, representing PulseLand, one of the sponsors of the conference. And I want to thank you again for sponsoring the conference. Do you guys have an update for us today in this spot that is going to last another 8 or 9 minutes?
Right. So first, I'd like to thank you for having us. We got a lot of new users playing the game throughout the weekend.
I bet, yeah.
It's even right now there's nothing else to do but explore, but we've had positive feedback. Yanko over the weekend made it his priority to lower memory on the game, and we're working, and he'll speak a little bit about that, to lower memory even more because of the community feedback. We decided that it's more important right now to be able to play the game on your phone than anything else we could be doing.
Great.
So
yeah,
we're very close to that. Yanko, would you like to talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, of course. So maybe some of you know, some don't, but web browser games, they behave a bit different compared to the regular games when you download them. So there's a limit of the memory usage in the browser. So we had to adjust that, make the game more efficient, so users will be able to play from the phone, because it's a completely different story when you play from the phone and from your computer. So we're progressing good towards that goal. For example, we actually achieved something like the game is much more efficient right now. It's like by the factor of 3. So nearly 300% more efficient, and the memory usage is reduced a lot. So we are almost there, not yet, but there's a good sign, and it shall be available pretty soon, by the way, for mobile phones, including Android and iPhones as well. So that's good. That's good.
Right. And outside of that, using the phone is just one benefit of lowering the memory. The graphics right now are really good, especially if you compare it to a lot of other browser games, but we can make it even better, almost real-like. So the lower we get it, the better. And we'll post examples later on X of what the graphics can be if we do what we're supposed to do.
Awesome. Yeah, it sounds like it's evolving rapidly. And the mobile version, does that allow people to join through their browser or at the current time, or is it a standalone app?
Nope, you join through your browser at play.pulseland.io. That's play.pulseland.io. And you could just go and explore right now. We had gift boxes throughout the island, and all 10 gift boxes have been found. Everybody will be getting $20 worth of Pulse. And tonight, if you'd like, we'd like to gift $100 worth of the PLAN token for you to give away if you'd like, Maddie. Or
Oh, that'd be great. Yeah, the audience always loves a good giveaway.
Sure they do,
right? As you may have seen, we've been giving away tokens from Pateus, and so yeah, this is totally in line. What do you guys want to be the keyword that people type into the chat? Is something simple that they can type in order to be entered into the giveaway?
Yanko, you have a word, or we could just use game. We could say game or something simple like that. Since we're talking about the token, actually, a lot of people are asking us, what is the token for? What's the use of it? And right now, we don't really have a use for the token, right? We did that strategically because we wanted to hear what the community thinks. You know, this is a community game, and we've been improving the game even from Friday based on what the community thinks. You know, originally and still, our idea for the token is to use the revenue to buy and burn the token, and we're going to continue that. But if there are other things we could use it for, we are open to it, to hearing it.
Awesome. Well, the word is game, so go ahead and type game into the chat if you want to be entered into this $100 giveaway. And we've already got lots of people entering. Perfect. Yeah, I love how you guys are creating this token as a utility. I think we said the other day, like it's the opposite of a property tax.
Right.
If people are getting paid for owning the property there, that's fun. A fun way to think about it.
Right. And we also didn't want a utility where you're getting the PLAN token, because we've seen cases where you're getting that token and what are they going to do with it? Just dump it. So we're trying to build a healthy ecosystem with a healthy token. We started off the right way, pumped our tires. Our tokens are locked up for 5 years, vested quarterly. Our first, I forgot how many tokens it is coming out in about a couple months, and watch what we do with it. That's all I have to say.
Awesome. Yeah. Doing it the right way. Love it.
And at the same time, we're going to be having those mini games, which should be ready in a couple of days. That includes maybe all of you know the Squid Games. So it's very similar. It's inspired by the Squid Games, but it's going to be called Pools Games. So usually the first one, it will be free to entry, but from then you're going to get to have a ticket. So you buy the ticket, of course, not with PLAN because we don't want to drop it on the market, but you buy it with pools, and that pools will be used to buy back and burn the PLAN token. So that's going to make it more scarce and deflationary actually at the same time. So here again, we could use the PLAN for rewards, but we don't want the token to be dropped on the market. So I think that's a good approach. Yeah.
Smart. Yeah.
For those who read our article, which is on Medium and also pinned on our X page, that's PulseLand, at PulseLand, you'll see that we mention going to other blockchains, right? So if we do that, which we have plans on doing that, PulseLand will be the capital of the world that we're building. And anything that we do over there will come back over here. So let's just, that's all I got to say about that until we actually put it out.
Yep. The whole idea is even if it's going to be a multi-chain, the whole revenue and the capital shall be moved back to the PulseChain, because just like Mike said, PulseLand is the capital. All right.
And it'll be clear in the game that that's the case.
Yep.
Very good.
And also, we're going to be having the lottery coming out in the next few days, which again, you'll be able to participate with Pulse tokens, and randomly generated number is going to pick the winner, provide the rewards, and of course, a small percentage will be used, again, you can guess for what, buying back and burning the token, the PLAN. So that's a great one. It's going to last for 7 days, each draw. But more details we're going to be releasing in the next couple of days. We have plans to have all those features, including the Squid Games, the mobile support, the lottery, in the next few days, probably by the end of next week. We don't want to give a specific date, could be earlier, but the plan is to be by the end of the next week.
And
moves.
Yeah, and if anybody has any questions, feel free to enter it in the chat. Rachel kindly told us that we could watch the comments in the chat. We're newbies to this, so we didn't even know last time that the chat was probably going crazy, and we didn't see any of it. So if you have any questions, just feel free to ask.
Absolutely. Yeah. And let's go ahead and do this giveaway now for people who have typed in the word game into the live stream chat. I'm going to share my screen here so we make it a fair giveaway. And here we go. Crypto Priest, you are the winner. So go ahead and DM me, MATI, all in on X, and I will forward your address onto these guys so that they can distribute the tokens accordingly.
Thanks for playing. And, just a quick update. Tonight, tomorrow, we're going to be doing the application for CoinMarketCap, CoinGecko. So hopefully we can get on there. We'll do our best to get on there. Obviously it takes time, but we're getting that question a lot, so we're working on it.
Very cool. Yeah. And just a programming note that Jexa did make it onto the next panel that we have up. So if he's still listening, make sure to rejoin so we can get the next panel loaded up here. Jexa, calling Jexa to the stage. Anything else that that you guys want to say before we wrap it up here?
No, I think we're good. I think I addressed the most common questions that we received since our last talk. Now, can you think of anything else? The houses. Yes, everything will be NFTs. Sorry to cut you off. Everything will be NFTs. Right now, we're working to figure out which NFT platform we're going to be using, or whether we're going to be creating our own. So that's the hang up right now. So we're talking with two of the major ones on PulseChain, and figuring out which one is the best for what we're looking for.
Yeah. So just to wrap it up, basically every asset in the game will be tokenized, meaning it's gonna be an NFT or integrated in some Web3 smart contract. So whenever you join with your wallet, everything you own in the game, it's only yours. You can sell it. So it's like in the real world, you're gonna have a home if you like. You can have skins, avatars, different assets, of course. And we're also in touch with a guy who is doing pretty cool 3D models. So the plan is to make something like once you buy a land in the future, you'll be able to drop any kind of structure you want, of course. But that's planned for the long term, of course. But the whole idea is that users build the whole world and they design it, they dictate the future, and they just vote on what's next, what game, what feature, and yeah, that's pretty much.
I dig it. Yeah, thank you guys so much. Everybody go follow PulseLand on X and visit pulseland.io, and specifically play.pulseland.io in order to check out this amazing game. And thanks again to you guys for sponsoring the conference.
Thanks again for having us. Well, I'll talk to you all soon.
Having us.
My pleasure. And now we're going to have a 1 minute musical interlude before we bring up our next panel, including Hod Pearl and Fast Abdul.
Bitches, see a brainologist and a fashion coder. Get your crypto heartbeat up before it's over. Check my post. Stop by Kaiser. Stay bull run ready. Nini's not tired. And on the corner of Westcott needs yes. Saw a picture of Rich in Georgia in a wedding dress. Yes. Hard Pearl and Class T fools. Met a pirate. Johnny's chaos broke loose. Heard a hex siren and SJ appeared. But I saw whales only, no dolphins on the pier. Cosmic Cowboy saw the street it was on. When Whitney did her magic and Toby Wan's Padawan. Wore a couple shirts while waving goodbye that said RH Max and Access was alive. Then I met Corey, a big time investor. Met another Corey, intellectual impressor. Robbie got me hyped, now we dance carefree. And Julie got her dress on with Lindsay and Marie. This compassion in crypto. Ask Black KC, Forrest, Robert, Quinn, or David Lee. Sandy Beach sounds good. A Black Mexican winning like some Mexican or DJ from Poly. Raw Hex for 4 years. Trying to DCA. Got PulseChain, PulseX. Trying to DCA. Now the world gon' see. Rich already changed the game. Which is why the hell you see me DCAing in the PulseChain. Raw Hex for 4 years. Trying to DCA.
What's up?
Hey guys, I see you brought your
Hod Pearl, you're muted.
The mute has ended.
All right.
No more mutes.
Are you? Can you? There we go. Can you replay the ukulele sound?
We'll see if I can. Ooh, it's out of tune a little bit. Yeah. Pulse chain's going up. Pulse chain's going up.
Do you remember the first Hex song that was ever created that was like a ukulele type thing?
Was it a ukulele thing? There's been a few
Yeah.
of the songs. I mean, I haven't
Yeah.
written a Hex song yet, but yeah, I know Jesse had some songs, and then hey, what's going on?
Hey, it's been quite a while there. I haven't spoken to you for a long time, Hodpro.
I know. I'm still alive. I saw
we
you
all?
last time. Good.
Well,
Good
this
job.
is going to be another amazing panel. We got 4 heavy hitters joining us, amazing community members. We've got Fast Abdul, Hodpro, Jexa, and Big Kurkowski is just fixing his audio here. So really looking forward to you guys taking it until the top of the hour and discussing anything you find relevant in Hex and PulseChain. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Matty.
Thanks, Matty.
Do it. That was a lovely song, Hodpro. Thanks for that.
Oh yeah,
We'll be
I'm
able to
sure.
top that one.
Hey, we're pumping, guys. Isn't that cool?
Yeah, we
We're,
are. The numbers are looking good today.
So
Isn't
everyone's
it
turned
like,
it on for the PulseChain conference, which is good.
Yeah.
It's up.
Yeah, last day of the conference. It's nice to see a pump. It's nice to see
MLS
that
is pumped.
$5 million that bridged
Every-
onto chain as well.
5 million? Really?
5 million.
Holy
what I
cow!
heard.
That's a lot more than I believe you. Because it was just a couple
It's-
million. Wow, it's going up, man. People are. It's like exponentially growing. People are coming in. Pretty cool.
I've heard
So-
that it's funds that have gone through like Tornado Cash and stuff. So it's like
Yeah,
hidden
that's right.
origin funds have bridged the Pulse chain. What for?
Hello.
Hey, Big K.
I made it.
Hey, BK,
Hey, how's
it's
it
been quite a
going?
while.
It's been a while. It's good to be on with you. sir.
Welcome to the jungle.
I'm ready for all the fun and
Ready
games.
to rock.
Yeah.
I'm good.
Oh, you brought a
So-
uke with you. That's awesome. I
Hell
love it.
yeah, I did. I got
Oh,
a bass
yeah.
uke in the corner, and I'm just going. I'm learning the chords. Figured Pulse Chain Conference is a nice place to practice my chords, because whatever, you know what I mean. Those are pumping up over 70% this month on PLS alone.
Yeah,
So,
we've been
pretty
moving. It feels
sweet.
awesome. So
Pulse
what's been
X
up,
is
guys? What are we talking about here tonight?
Well, I'll give us, I guess, a bit of a starter. So I seen a comment on Twitter the other day that said all the OGs have disappeared. No one's around, and I think everyone goes a little bit quiet in the bear market. We've all been a little bit beaten and bruised over the past couple of years, but I think everyone is still kicking around in the background. And speaking for me personally, rather than be out in front of cameras, I've been doing a lot more building, and I know other people on this panel have as well. So there's still a lot of value getting added by people, but they're probably less in front of the camera. So yeah, that's if people are wondering where people have gone, they've probably grown a little bit in their expertise and what they want to add, and we're adding value in different ways, which is not necessarily always on Twitter or in front of the screen.
This is true. Fast over there, you've been a champion all through the bear market. I've seen you all over the place, no matter what the price looks like. Whereas I agree, I like, we do the happy hour show when there's like stuff to talk about, but we talk about every couple weeks or so. Like, is there nothing to talk about? It's pretty rough. We'll give it another week or two. Same kind of thing. Hit
I
with
always
the iron
figured
spot.
it's most important to stream on the bad days. So whenever I have an opportunity and it's a bad day and everybody's sad, those are usually the days that I try to get on the screen for, because it's like, people need that. There's certainly an outreach, like advertising element to streaming, but it's mostly about maintaining community, right?
Yeah, for sure. That is something that, it depends on what you're doing. I like you could, which group of people you're talking to, and most of the stuff, if you're putting a Pulse logo or Hex logo on your stream and you're talking about Hex based, crypto Pulse stuff, then like mostly we're self-reinforcement, trying to educate people that you already know about some new topic that that's coming out or whatever. So, but you're right, a lot of self-reinforcement, which is great. I mean, like, that's super important. I mean, that's why I do like as many live public public events as we do. I feel like that stuff really insulates the community real well. So and I mean, and it goes to show we've done an amazing job, because there's just not that many there's not that many projects out there that have lasted as long as we have, and has gone through as much as you mentioned, getting beaten around as we have, and still have such a a wide variety of colorful group of folks that are willing to talk at it. There's literally back-to-back week long conferences going on here. It's impressive.
Totally.
It's impressive, to say the least. So yeah, lots more to come. I think this is like the time, right? This is like going to be, if you haven't gotten your friends and family and other people involved, this is you're running out of time.
Yeah, it's getting later in the game, so yeah, you got to make the most of that. In terms of community building, Hodpril, you're always kicking around, rallying the troops.
Kicking around, you know what? And I'm staked for a long time, mostly staked. Not selling, being responsible, taking yield when I say I will, right? So that's the magic of holding. There's a lot less movement when you're a holder, but you just hold and you don't sell much, which is why I'm a big fan of mostly Hex. So it's funny, right? Like whenever I'm on a PulseChain thing, I tend to try to spread the word of Hex, which is my favorite crypto, right? Whenever I'm on a Hex thing, I try to spread the word of PulseChain, because I want people to get into PulseChain, because ultimately it's going to make it easier for them to use Hex, because PulseChain had to be developed because of the throughput issues on the Ethereum chain and whatnot. It needs to be unlocked, but I'm still just a diehard Hex person. You know what I mean? I like the idea. I like the certificate of deposit, my Hex colored hair flower, my pendant of Hex.
I agree with you 1,000%. I'm diehard Hexican, and
but I mean the entropy kind of not to interrupt, but real quick, the entropy does kind of get more excited with more projects on the chain too, right? I mean, we're not Ethereum or PulseChain. There are separate things that are being used and created and built upon this chain. So it's cool. PulseChain is cool on its by itself, not to say it's just a superior Ethereum chain, but man, all eyes on Hex. We're here for at least a decade. So
that's right.
That is a feature, not a bug. PulseChain has all the cool stuff from Ethereum just about now, right? Like most of the biggest things on Ethereum are on PulseChain, but it's cheaper to use them. Like we have forks of Balancer. We have 4 forks of Liquidity that are all in the top.
Yeah, the Liquidity forks. That was quick too. That was developed on here. A lot of people working hard for that. Multiple.
They're actually all in the top 5 for there's about 40 Liquidity forks in the world, and PulseChain has 4 of the top 5 Liquidity forks are on PulseChain.
Is that right? That's interesting.
That's cool. Yeah.
Like for total TVL, there's only one Liquidity fork that's higher than Liquid Loans. And underneath Liquid Loans is Earn, Flex, and Ink Printer. So we're killing it on Liquidity forks.
Oh, cool. Yeah. Earn's on there too. Right on.
Yeah. I think that's in a stage where we've obviously seen a bit of downward price action. So the value across the chain looks a lot less, but that can spin on a dime. And we're seeing it today. You see a good uptrend. You get a few days or weeks like that, and the TVL in those protocols will start looking pretty impressive.
Oh yeah, a 10x in the TV, like a 10x in the price of Pulse, Ink, PulseX, any of those things will 10x the total value locked in those protocols. And people on other chains will notice, like, oh, what is this biggest Liquidity fork, or like this series of the biggest Liquidity forks, and that'll go for everything else too. Like our DEXs, the fork of Aave, Fiat. Fork of GMX, Fame. Like we have forks of all the good stuff.
Yeah, they work real well. I mean, I'm somebody who uses several of those products regularly. And I'm impressed with that. That side of things works very well. And it's neat to see as many developer teams as there is working on not just those projects but everything else that there's quite a bit of teams actively putting out good products. But even though, like I said, X is still my favorite too, but there's been a ton of opportunities. Pulse has been littered with. If you're in the trenches out there, there's lots of green candles. I mean,
we have the best memes too. Like we have creative people here. They just want to have fun because they're there for 15 years anyway. You might as well enjoy yourself and make friends.
This is true.
If you had to take a punt, how many projects do you think have been built out on PulseChain?
I mean, now like that's a tough thing because like if you're talking meme stuff, like hundreds, thousands probably now.
Don't even have to include that.
Okay, so like actual things that are trying to bring some kind of utility, whether it be NFT or otherwise, I'd probably say, I mean, like I'm relatively aware of at least 100, so more than that by maybe double, maybe like 200 plus, maybe more.
So Frank White, who's kicking around, I always refer to his little ecosystem snapshot. I think it's PLS start or PL start.
PLS start.me. Yeah.
Yep. Go check that out, guys. If you brought it up on the screen now, you can't even fit all the projects on the screen. Like there's immense amount there. It's a good place to launch off and check out what's going on in the ecosystem. But that is all value that is getting injected into this ecosystem via the community and these projects. And I always say price does not equal value. So value gets built up, particularly in bear markets. It gets built up over a period of time and you don't see it. And you just see price oscillate around value, and it's probably been sitting below value for a little while now. Same thing happens in ETH. And then as we get into the later stages of the market, we see price come up to meet value and then obviously bust through and probably overshoot value. And I don't think we've seen that happen in Ethereum or PulseChain yet.
Yet.
Yeah.
It's going to.
We're definitely feeling like we're starting to get in the middle of it. Ethereum. I mean, I'm not sure what fair market value is for that, but I assume it's a little bit higher than where we're at now.
Yeah, I would argue it's quite a bit higher. I think we're sitting at a really beautiful time where, and we've talked about this for a while, where mainstream adoption gets a little bit more close to being real, and everyone ends up with a wallet on their phone or something like that. This is the closest I've ever felt to something like that actually becoming a reality, where the tools are getting out there, and although I don't like so much the involvement of TradFi, the adoption and the awareness side of things is good. And if that's dragging people to be on chain and understand the value of holding things in your own custody, then I think that's a massive win.
I feel like that's all a lot to ask this cycle. But I do feel like we are, and this is, I agree that we're like, it feels really close to whatever that tipping point for mainstream, the regular folks, to like a lot of people to be owning and using crypto in one facet or another. I dare not use things like this time will be different, because I don't, it's not where we're going here. But it does seem like it might, there might be some, unique new twists and turns along the way. I do think that there will be a lot more people playing around with this stuff through the next bear market. Like when we do, because like right now, I don't feel like, that there's retail people are here yet. Like there's just not, in crypto in general, like the mainstream crypto, like the retail customer just has not come back in.
I remember Solana making a huge effort to get the retail people in, including brick and mortar places in some of these malls and stuff. And it was just too early.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it really was. It was a while back. But it's amazing.
Everything for marketing.
Oh, it is. Yeah. I mean, there have been almost YouTubes before YouTube made it big in the 90s. You know what I mean? It's just timing. But I want to kind of reference Richard Hart's tweet with gold versus Ethereum, where it keeps hitting that resistance, and then it just shoots out, and it's uncanny. I'm like, oh, that's awesome. I'm pretty sure I retweeted that thing out, but if not, it was kind of exciting just to see. I know it's just a chart, it's not everything, but it looked pretty cool. I love charts that look like they're about to break out. You know, Ethereum looks beautiful.
Yeah, speaking of marketing, there you go, Super Hex over there. He's been yeah, what's up, sir? You've been straight killing it on the the ticks and the talks over there, man. That's it's tough battlefield out there, and you're really crushing it. So it's good to see.
I'm glad someone's willing to take up that challenge, because yeah, that's not the place I want to be. So yeah, good on him getting out there and doing it.
Lots of people scared of TikTok. But there's a lot. But the kids. Let me tell you where the kids are. That's where they're at. That's where they're hanging. That's where the youths are at. And so, you know,
but do the kids have any money? That's what
their parents do. You just got to get them to talk to their parents. Okay. You know,
their grandparents do. Their parents ain't got no money. Grandma does.
That could be true. I think we have the massive, never before seen marketing coming. I feel like that's going to be targeting the parents and the grandparents.
Yes, I'm very excited for what's to come.
I think you've got two attacks there you can look at. You've got the grandparents, and I help a lot of people when I'm wearing my other hat. I help a lot of people who are probably a little bit older in the age demographic. They'd be grandparents, and they're not getting into crypto for themselves. They're getting into crypto because they want to leave something for their grandkids, and they don't even care about their own kids. They're thinking of the grandkids, so they want to leave something of value for the next generation. And I think they see it's really funny. There's like this vacant bit in between where you've got these grandparents that are into crypto, and they won't even talk about it with their kids because their kids think they're in some scam. But they're actually more knowledgeable than what their kids are, because the kids haven't had to. They're not at that age where they're trying to think of a legacy for their
I love rabbit hole boomers, you know,
between kids, like, you know, kids don't care until they hit a certain age, you know, and then money and all that becomes very important. But that's not. So when compounding interest is like on their side, you know, they don't give a shit.
Yep, and I think what we're seeing now is there's this whole alternative asset class which they can get access to, and we're just at the tippy edge of that now. So that's pretty exciting. But from the, I guess, what's after the millennials? What's that? That's the Gen Z guys, isn't it?
Gen Z. Yeah, the Zoomers.
Yeah. So they're at the stage where they need some sort of rocket ship that they can use to build with, because inflation's just slipped away from them. The thought of owning a house is something that's not even close to them. So they need something that's going to give them that extra oomph to actually make their mark on the world. So it just depends how you target your marketing, I think.
This is true. It's they definitely, you know, typical saving methods is not exactly going to get them the house of their dreams in this market.
Yeah. So go the TikToks.
But, you know, being an asset class like you know, crypto here, you can see some massive cool things happen for you. So,
not to be that dork, but and not that people should make a crypto by doing this unless it's a total meme, but this whole vibe coding thing. Now I know developers don't like that term and they think it's stupid, but when it comes to things like marketing and organizing what you're going to do and making charts and figuring out, you know, little games or whatnot, like if you have N8N or Kiro or like Cursor, anything using Claude, like, or Replit if you're on mobile. If you have a project, and especially if you're already kind of a developer and you know how to do it by hand, like, look into that stuff. That can cut a lot of hours. If you're doing something.
So apart from the ukulele, you are actually a coder, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, so you
deep
know what you're
down
talking
inside.
about.
Deep down inside, yeah. I've been following this new stuff. Kiro just launched. This isn't a project on PulseChain. This is just Kiro just launched their paid model. So you can make a lot of projects a lot faster, especially simple projects, than you used to be able to do. So if people have a marketing mindset with that, or they want to create something on top of what already exists, look into it. If you have a project, at least you can get a general idea of what you'd want to do, But yeah, look into the whole Replit, Cursor, Kiro, Claude, any Claude, like especially Opus if you're going to be nuts, but Claude, Sonnet 4 just came out, I think. And yeah, for any developer.
Have you heard of Goose?
Goose? No.
Go check that. I've just started going down that rabbit hole yesterday.
It's a goose hole. That's a goose hole. Sounds like.
Yeah, Goose is like an coding agent. So check that out. Apparently that's what all the dudes are using these days.
Neat. Neat. I mean, the tech that's coming out to assist you with whether it be marketing or coding or whatever, it's pretty impressive stuff. Like everybody out there that has, if you have an idea and you have some time on, like not even whatever, very minimal time, you can already start playing with some stuff, and like you should be. If you haven't jumped on and gotten some ideas out on and seeing what this stuff can do, I mean, it's pretty impressive.
Totally. I think the experienced devs are starting to use AI too as like a backup, right? Like to make simple tasks faster. So
the debug is great.
Debug stuff, recursive stuff like that, for sure, super helpful. I mean, and it's you got to check out through everything. It's like nothing's perfect, so. But man, it does the simplicity. It makes things a lot faster for sure. It's gonna be good. I mean,
I like in the audits as a concept, however, you can't have AI generated protocols with no audits. It's not good.
No, that's the thing, is you still need audits, and then well, that's going to be the interesting thing that we haven't even really seen a wave of AI meme stuff on Pulse yet. I imagine that's going to be a thing. Like there will be a narrative wave of that we'll get.
Hopefully we'll miss that little bit. That's already happened in a few other chains. And
when they get the pipeline down on how to do it.
Yeah.
There's always a narrative.
We got pump tires a little after pump five, so just kick it down a little bit. And a few more months from now, we'll have our AI narrative happen.
Yeah, and I think like at the moment, everyone chucks the AI tag on a project, and it may have nothing to do with bloody AI, but you put the name AI in your project, and everyone they'll chase it. We've seen it every cycle. Every cycle we see a narrative where they'll whack a label on it, and people will follow.
Welcome to PulseChain. They used to think I was AI too, freaking before AI was a big thing. You know what I mean? But yeah, just in general, being on top of technology, whether it's DeFi, and PulseChain's awesome for DeFi because we pretty much have our own almost closed system of DeFi, which almost doesn't make sense to people. Like, well, that means it's centralized, right? No, not really, especially since you can run your own node locally. But being on top of DeFi, being on top of crypto, financial systems, right? And then being on top of AI, I don't understand why you wouldn't. It's crazy to me that people wouldn't be interested in this stuff right now, or they're scared of it. No, AI is bad. You have the same people that are kind of scared of it as that were of Bitcoin when it first came out. Like, man, what a time to be alive. But
AI could be bad. I'm not going to
understand. The thing is, I can understand the fear for it more than I can understand just like not caring at all. Like people that don't give a shit or haven't tried any of it out. Like that to me is hard to like wrap my head around. I can understand fear, like by all means. It's just some of it's wild, as soon as I saw that Will Smith eating spaghetti video for the first time, like way back, a year ago, I was like, oh my god, this stuff's crazy.
And now Midjourney can handle that.
Yeah, now it's way better. Now that they can make it, and now I can actually fool people, but. That wasn't fooling anybody. It's still like you could just connect a few dots in your head to be like, oh boy, here we go.
But hey, you could use all that for PulseChain too. You know what I mean? Any video you need to make real quick, any UI thing, any website. Hopefully you're a hardcore real dev that knows how to read functions if you're working on anything and not just vibe coding and praying. But I mean, what a time to be alive. And PulseChain's pumping. Our conference is right when ETH is going up. This is cool, guys.
Heck yeah.
Yeah. I think that'll be the real win for AI and PulseChain. It won't be like AI themed protocols. It'll be, we have so many smart community members who can use this stuff effectively. I've already seen some awesome videos that are 100% AI generated, like AI generated characters, front ends, memes, all this stuff. I think like per capita, we're probably the sharpest chain. I would be confident in saying that.
When Watsa's first came out and there needed to be art for him, we were used like Midjourney 1 for it. And it was back when we weren't sure if we could use the art for NFTs yet, because I don't think you could. It was like a legal AI weirdness, but it was good times. Like
I'm still waiting on those monkey pictures, Alex. For Watsa, they're supposed to get monkey pictures. I'm still waiting. Just saying.
Really? Oh, I don't even know, but just I don't know. Been with PulseChain people for all these years. So many things have happened.
I've got a feeling there's something happening with the ICOSA. I don't like Alex goes very quiet for very long periods of time and then just pops up out of nowhere with a bit of a surprise. So, waiting patiently to see what.
ICOSA 2.0 would be cool. I really hope he does it.
He's in the beast lab.
I get the feeling he'll do it at the at a optimum moment in time. I feel like I get the same feeling, that you got, Sarah. That you might have something ready for us. Just wait.
What is he leaving in his web?
Yeah, that's right. He doesn't need to be in the spotlight and being on stream. He just he loves coding stuff, and hopefully he's got something special coming.
I do know for sure that he's not going to do it quicker because we asked him to. I've tried.
No, that's true.
He doesn't care. He's going to do it. He'll release it when it's done. That's it.
I'd rather things be done right than quickly. So, that's the Hod Pro way. You can wait a while. You got some patience. You hodl. You can hold your wits.
Well, and stuff like that. Everyone thinks is like so. Like everyone wants it now, but it's people are only going to remember it if it works and actually is useful. Otherwise,
they'll remember it if it doesn't.
yeah, but not necessarily remember it, And honestly, the amount, I used to remember all the different scams and shit that came up from the very early of Hexy and all. There's so many things that came out early on.
On PulseChain or before PulseChain came out?
Before Pulse, way early on. I used to know almost all of them too, and I can't remember majority.
You should make a song about them. No, I shouldn't. We should look forward to the future, not the of the past. My God.
But I'm working with 3 dev teams on 4 different projects right now. And I totally sympathize with people who are like, when, right? Like they want it now. But you can't
rush Abdul, you understand. User fast.
I do understand. But the code isn't fast, right? The code is slow. No. It's got to be ready. If it's not especially if it's a financial product, which is most of the stuff that I'm dabbling in, right? You can't rush it, right? It's not good. It's got to be audited. All the stuff has to happen.
It took
once you've been in crypto a long time too, you realize that it's gonna keep just going, So you release it at the right time, and then it'll be out, and then 2 years later, you look back and be like, oh, that was right or wrong or whatever, But it's gonna keep marching on, So everybody just chill out here, Take it easy.
Chill. Don't know about y'all. I don't know what's gonna happen next. We're gonna chill for a good decade. Let people make awesome stuff on the chain and just chill out. That's what we're gonna do.
Gaming wise, I
Love
think
it.
like we're coming up to an awesome time for new things to come out, right? Like the next 6 months for PulseChain in particular, and for DeFi in general, it's going to be freaking awesome in my opinion. I think we're going to
Yes.
fly.
Yes, I agree. I think that those retail people that we were talking about, they're going to come back. They're going to come back. They're going to hear about lots of cool stuff. They're going to hear that all the government and all the corporate overlords have filled their bags enough, and that now they'll be pumped. They'll be told that they should put their 401ks right into Bitcoin, and they should take out a second mortgage on their house, crypto, and we'll go up a lot. I hope it doesn't end badly for everybody, but I hope everybody makes super mad gains.
Careful of liquor, ladies, and leverage, everybody.
Yes,
it's coming from a lady.
Dangerous. Those are
So I
dangerous,
know.
ladies.
We'll watch those ladies. We're out for your seeds.
That is good advice.
Is there
My
anything
father
you?
once-
You go.
I was just going to say my father once told me after his third marriage that it was good financial advice to just stay married. Much less expensive, but yeah.
That's that is true. That is true, especially after 3. I'm sure that's
it would add up. Yeah.
So apart from avoiding the 3 L's, is there anything else you think we need on PulseChain for it to be a smashing success financially? Or do you think we've got all of the toolkit we need?
Now, feel free to just mute me if this is wrong, but I still would like Pulse to be listed on more centralized exchanges for people to just easily get in on. I think it's it's not a big deal in that we can't be successful without it. It would just be really cool. Kind of like the band Rush. They weren't on the radio, but boy, once they were, that's what it's like.
Yeah.
Like us, I'd like Pulse in particular to be on centralized exchanges. It'd be really cool. Coinbase would be thrilling, and we won that case and whatnot. So I just hope and wish that would be the case. It doesn't have to be.
Yeah, no, that's a fair comment. I think we've got everything we need, but it can always the paths in can always get easier.
I'd like some of
You have
the.
Liberty
If I had to
Swap,
pick
it
a
makes it
tech
easier,
thing,
but
like a tech thing that would be neat is the they have the hypothecated you can pull apart what is it called? I can't remember the name of it now on Ethereum right now, where you can pull apart the yield and the asset itself. If you have a staked Ethereum, you can then sell what the yield should be. You can split those apart. It's like gosh, what the fuck is the name of it? I can't remember.
APY.
Huh?
APY is one of the ones that does that.
Yeah, that's one of them. And there's the Pendle. I think that they have the same. They're ones that can do that too.
Pendle's the
That's
big
what
one,
it is. Yeah, and so that stuff. I mean, and again, is it massive innovation? Not really. It's new, cool financial tools that were already a thing in traditional finance. Traditional finance has a way when you buy a yield bearing instrument, you can then hypothecate it so that you could sell off the yield beforehand, for what it would be worth, and then also sell off sell them separately. It's I think that's something that is just another layer of finance that would be great for us to have on Pulse, because I see it being popularized on Ethereum, and that's somewhere that that's something. And I'm when I saw it, I was oh yeah, that is a thing in traditional finance that should be there. So that's something I would like to see somebody develop on Pulse. I think it could have some value. If you could,
we do have the actuator protocol for Hex. Kind of fills that gap in a way. It's not quite what you're saying, but it's very similar. Kind of like futures market for Hex.
Yeah, exactly. It is for Hex. Yeah, that is close. That is close. And I'd like to see it for what is it, for Vouch and for, you know, the different Validator X, all those, like if there's a way to to split the yield up like that too. I think they'll just entice more people to that know what they're doing with that stuff to come and play.
That's an awesome one. Yep. Just on that, the actuator protocol, I think that is pretty underrated, and I think it's underrated simply because where we sit in the cycle, and I think as more liquidity becomes available and TVLs grow, that protocol is going to be more interesting, and it's definitely a long-term one that I think if you learn how to use that, there's some really interesting things going on there. It takes a little bit to get your head around because I think it's got some more TradFi type concepts to it, which would probably a lot of people in crypto would need to understand a little bit more. It's more like bonds and sort of things like that. But yeah,
which they should get to understand. You got any spare time? Learn some TradFi stuff.
Yep.
Yeah. There's all that stuff's applicable, and the bigger we get is, the bigger crypto gets. It's like the more, the more we want to have all those options in crypto, and the more you get, we're a part of, this general macro cycle too. So like it all kind of is going to tie into each other. The more you know, the better.
Yep.
That's right.
Good things coming.
I just made a note to fork Pendle, so we should have that for you. It'll be easy.
Hot Pearl, if you can just vibe code that for us while we're on the stream, that'd be great.
All right. It's not a big protocol; it's just tiny. It'll be easy.
How about someone make some vibe code tokens on the Pulse chain, man? You run out of tokens.
I'm gonna set a pump tires one up right now. Now we're talking about it. Shit.
But yeah, it's just another thing too, and it's funny because of course, again, the entropy, we need projects on the Pulse chain, but you could also just wait and see Ethereum be beautiful, and then they might come to the same conclusions that Richard did with these ERC20s and go over to Pulse chain when it's astronomical fees. Like what is a hard fork of Ethereum that's affordable? Oh, there is one. It's PulseChain, and it took 2.5 years? How long did it take to do that? It took a while. It took a lot of money too, a lot of devs. I could look that up, but I remember we were waiting forever. Oh, is it ever going to come out and everything? Because it was that much work. It was that much work to clone PulseChain. And
the thing I'd like to see is to have like PulseChain assets, like Pulse in particular, but other things on many other chains. Like if you look at like other major chains, like it could be Ethereum being the obvious one. You can buy as much Ethereum as you want on the Solana chain, on the BNB chain. You can buy as much BNB as you want on Ethereum. And that goes for most of the other big chains. So you can buy Polygon on a dozen chains. You can buy AVAX or whatever. So like, I think we should be able to buy and sell Pulse on Base, and BNB. All the big chains should have Pulse, as well as other core tokens on them. So if people are building things, one thing to consider could be building a Pulse chain oriented product on not Pulse chain. That'd be cool. Like yield farming for Pulse chain on Ethereum. What do you guys think?
That's a great idea.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea because to incentivize the bringing people to because people need to offer the liquidity to make it not liquid enough to not just be shitty slippage. So you'd want to incentivize that. So some sort of product like that to get people to be interested would definitely be a good idea. I mean, people don't chase that yield, and then you get some decent value locked up.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Rather than you don't necessarily have to drag everyone across to the chain. You can go where they are to meet them as an entry point for sure. And I think we do have a little bit of that on the ETH side and maybe a bit on Base. I don't know, but I don't like to say
the easiest is on ETH for sure.
Yeah.
I feel like Liberty Swap's trying to do that now. They've got some new coins on some new platforms, but I feel like most of their stuff it's like one directional. Like they want you to come in, which is good. I'm fine with that. But yeah, I do like the idea of having having the assets all over the place. You know, you just say you could have, you know, your ETH portfolio. You can still just don't even have to be across the bridge to buy some Pulse.
Yeah, I think like if we go in, if we kick up into a next wave, ETH pumps, and we see other things start to pump, I think something like Liberty Swap is going to be really important, because people will want to be able to, especially if they're seeing massive green candles on a Pulse chain, they're going to want to be able to come across, and you need some easy way to facilitate that, because there's nothing worse than you're trying to figure out how to get into a network and it's a 3-hop process. So I think that's going to be actually more important later on in the cycle, because if people are trying to do the rotation side of things, that will become
that bridge, like the Omni bridge that was forked for PulseChain, it would just be like, I know it's more than a couple clicks, but it wouldn't be a huge deal for that to be a multi-chain bridge. And I think that's something that the dev team should look at is, why not bridge direct from several other chains, not just Ethereum? Obviously there needs to be liquidity. There's, things have to happen, but it could be cool.
I feel like I just was reading something today about Pulse getting integrated into a multi-chain bridge. Where is it? There's like a 150 chain bridge too. It's like a big one too.
That's what I like to hear.
Hyperlane. Hyperlane. Yes,
Hyperlane.
That's what we're getting integrated into Hyperlane thanks to XScout and Generous Donor. We have a new way to bring money into Pulse.
That's
that was
Lane,
the DK thing.
Lane as in LANE, LANE.
Hyperlane Nexus Bridge, which is like it's 150 different chains that is on it. So it's pretty awesome.
Oh, yeah.
Somebody donated, whoever they are, like thank you, sir, or ma'am, for donating the money to get the devs to do the work to put us on it.
Score.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. No, I mean, love to see some centralized exchanges list PulseChain, but I love to see that kind of stuff even more, because that's the world that I'm comfortable in, is doing everything on chain, and that's the world I want to live in. And I hope more people choose to live in that world rather than have to go through centralized exchanges. But yeah, that's a bit of an education process. So yeah, that excites me, that sort of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, that is the nice thing is that, I don't feel like the general crypto audience that out there really cares too much for a lot of the parts of crypto that I like. The decentralized nature of things, the censorship resistant stuff, like the things that really got me into crypto to start, why I felt like it was, important. I feel like there's actually reason to care about that stuff here in PulseChain, whereas like a lot of the other, in most other places in crypto, if I start talking about, hey, this is why crypto is actually a thing, and this is what's actually really important, and here's the actual innovations that they're going on, everything else is a story. When you start telling people that, most people are just like, yawn, snooze fest.
Whatever, edgelord, I'm just here to make
100x leverage. Go fuck yourself. And I'm just like, okay, fine, sounds good. I like that. Yeah, like I can't argue with them. It's because they're just don't. Because it's like I'm arguing right past them. They don't care about these what I think is important at all.
Cool. So, that's why Bitcoin was made in the first place. But you go on keeping on.
Exactly. You're just like, and they're like, sure, whatever you say, Grandpa. And I'm like, okay, fine, whatever. Like I get
Grandpa Warbucks as soon as it goes up 10x.
So I think that whatever that reason is, I'm really I'm glad to be in the community that we're in and have the tenets of like what our values are here are way more aligned with mine than most ever else in crypto.
That's why I'm still here. I see that the things getting built on the chain are all building towards that same collective goal. And you're right, a lot of people don't give two hoots about that sort of stuff, but I think that's a journey that everyone has to go on as well. And some people will never end up going down that journey, but I think over time, especially with some of the rules and regs we're seeing come through from our overlords these days, it'll take a little while for people to catch up. Maybe we're
it's one of those things people don't care about. They don't care about, I worked in companies that that have never been hacked before, and they don't really give a shit about cybersecurity. You know, they're like, whatever. And until they get hacked once, and then they're like, oh, we're gonna need to pay attention to this stuff. You know, so like until it actually matters, you know, they don't care. You know.
Yeah. Yep. So I think everyone in their own good time will get there, and
they'll figure it out.
Yeah.
I'm glad to know it now myself, and like anybody.
Yeah. On that note, Richard winning that case against the SEC is glorious, and if you look at the chart, that's something that it doesn't tell you, but it's like, oh man, this is that
is
won.
true.
He
That's
won.
for sure. It's like, I mean, we're seriously coiled up. You know, like there's a lot of potential buy pressure for everything. You know that we don't. That only we know about a lot of it. You know, there's not a lot. There's there's going to be lots of marketing devices going out to a lot of different places that we all know about. You know, but not the majority of crypto has no idea. You know, so
yeah.
I think when you're in the weeds, you know, if the red notice thing goes away and RH has a completely clean slate and starts streaming again, like I think that's going to be an insane multiplier.
Insane multiplier.
Do you think that actually impacts people at the moment? Like if you're outside of the ecosystem, do you even see the red notice? Like I don't go and Google Richard Hart or anything.
People would
on the daily, so I don't know.
Like most of the money's in the States, right? And from an American perspective, the SEC's a pit bull. Interpol's a poodle, right? Like it's not as big a deal.
No, it's not as big a deal, but it is the kind of thing that, like, you know, if you're a centralized exchange or you're anybody in the broader crypto space that like wants to have any reason not to play ball with us, you know, or not to be friendly, then they do. You know, they do. They like, you know, that's until that's gone, then they still will be like, well, what about this? You know, and it's fine. Yeah. When that's gone, it's gonna be a lot harder to, you know, to be like, why not? You know, why not? And then you want to just come out and be like, well, we don't like you. Fine, I can take that. You know, that's I can tolerate that. But
I think that's a really good point, and that's what we've seen with the Uniswap guys, where their excuse was SEC. So they locked it down, but to their credit, they done the right thing. And after that excuse was out of the way, they came good. So if we keep knocking down each of those excuses, it leaves them with very little reason not to start looking at more integrations and things like that. So maybe, yeah, you're right. Maybe you could be right. We need to knock down that one last excuse. Hopefully that helps.
I mean, no, there's, you know, I know these cats pretty well enough to know that they'll probably find something else. But you know, it's fine.
Yeah.
Like I said, you know, the better, the less reasons for them to complain, the better.
Bitcoin used to be so vilified, and Litecoin, way long ago, it was used for no good. It was Mt. Gox and crypto up to no good. All, you know, and it had the worst. And Coinbase, you just advertise in just seedy areas. Like now they're all legit. It used to be just whoever has Bitcoin belongs in prison because they're paying for drugs or whatever. It's something off the dark web. And it was like that for years. And now you have straight edge squares. Oh, I've got a Bitcoin portfolio and I have a thing.
Now we're all
chain link. And they don't remember that it was just for degenerates. Just straight, and
it was super fringe. And now we hope that the governments of the world will buy our bags. It's
right.
It's
crazy.
The like the whole redemption arc of crypto from like when I started now it's mind blowing. You know, I started on some Monero and just like maybe, you know, all privacy is important to like. The government's the president made a meme coin. The government might buy our bags. You know,
I'm at the point now where if you're not in trouble with the government, then your token's probably not going to go that high. Like you need a healthy. You need to go through anyway. Hi, Maddie.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Well, hey, you guys have certainly had an amazing panel, and appreciate all of you for showing up here and for showing up all the time for PulseChain and getting the word out.
Sometimes a little later than I was expected to, but still here. Thanks. Appreciate it, buddy.
Well, thanks to all of you for participating in yet another PulseChain and Hex conference. I appreciate you guys. And we've got our final panel up next after this musical interlude.
The only one that ain't prepared. Oh yes, I'ma be a millionaire. 5, 5, 5, 5, a couple trillion shares. Oh no, I ain't getting wrecked again. Richard Hart, he got us set to win. We're a family, we all the best of friends. We ain't a cult, man, just call us Hexicans. ICOs, pump and dumps, they always try to take you. Buy low, sell high, I'm tired of your fake news. You need a token, you broken, you wanna see some massive gains? Lambo, new crib, model wife, cash and chains. Look no further at your final destination. Don't be complacent every day when you paper chasing. Choose the best, leave the rest. Stop investing like you press the only crypto that you'll ever.
Hello. Good to see everybody again.
Hello.
Welcome. So we have Fast Abdul, Timothy Benjamin, Hex Monkey, Whitney Magic, and Zenith. Got a couple more joining us here shortly. Welcome.
Great to see everyone.
Having us, Maddie.
That's Abdul again.
Yep. I'm back.
Wardrobe change?
It's a quick wardrobe change.
Absolutely not. He would never do the thing. That would be totally preposterous. Should not expect it in the future, ever.
The professor version of him.
Oh, nice. Professor.
I like to Captain
It's
Fast
serious,
Abdul
guys.
Picard. That was a good one. All right, tell you what, Maddie, you titled this panel "Winning." So we did a little prep in the green room. We want to talk about some winning and where we think PulseChain is going to be doing some winning. I think we have a really good one. Miss Whitney Magic, can you start us off? Where do you think that we're winning right now? Sorry, I'm putting you on the spot here, but we got to get it going. It's live, baby.
We got to get it going. And actually, I think we have a few ladies in the chat, but I think we're really winning with all the ladies on PulseChain for sure. Not only we could see, I mean, we had Hod Pearl on the last one. We have beautiful Rachel, who's welcoming all of us in as well. But the ladies in PulseChain, that whole volume, that all of us, we just keep on flocking into the space. And I just keep seeing more ladies step onto Twitter, step out into their networks, just really all the ladies that I'm chatting with, PulseChain feels like the number one easiest thing for them, where they're like, I have my safe bags and I have these other things, but like PulseChain is the thing that lights them up, brings them into crypto, and really has them learn even more. So thanks to all the guys, but thanks for all the ladies for coming on in. And I think we're just gonna be on the right side of history.
Love it. Tell you what, let's kick it over to Mr. Monkey, see what he thinks.
All
You had
right.
a winning topic, so what you got for us?
Yeah, I was thinking about a little positivity rant of sorts, like, and it connects to onboarding as well. There positivity rant. There was a lot of discussion about how to onboard, and I'm going to throw my own 2 cents in there. Like, there's a theme of like PulseChain or any network being the rails or the highways, but what you're really after is the cars, all the cool cars and trains on there. So what I would focus on, one thing I'm going to suggest we can focus on to onboard people. Some people are blockchain nerds, so you can talk about the train tracks and the roads and how we're faster, cheaper than Ethereum and all that. But most people are going to want to know what cool stuff is on this chain. Like, why would I bother? I'm not just going to buy the L1 or the other cores, even though they're valuable. So what I would, first of all, I want to shout out the incredible amount of awesomeness on this chain already. And it's only been 2 years. Like, it blows my mind as I was making notes of just the scratching the surface. It's like multiple DEXs, PulseX, 9-inch, 9mm, FUX, etc. All those liquidity forks, which you guys covered on the last panel. If you're into yield farming, there's so many ways to do it. Not just PulseX, but 9-inch, 2 FUX, Homey farms, emit farms. I'm probably skipping some. There's just so much. And memes, boy, do we have memes. A lot of them are garbage, but I think the ratio is actually pretty solid compared to
Hex Monkey, where did the memes hurt you?
And point to the chart where the memes are.
We have pump tires. So where I'm going with this is if you're onboarding someone that's maybe on another chain or somewhat knowledgeable about these things, if they're into memes, then tell them about all the awesome memes on PulseChain, even if memes are not your thing. Like, they're not my thing. But I've been in some chain agnostic chats and communities where there's meme degenerates. So you better believe I'm rattling off all the cool memes that are on our chain. And similarly, a lot of people are into yield farming. That's like their thing. Well, we got all those protocols I just listed. Come on over. And they're all different, and they have different advantages, different flavors. If you're into NFTs, especially ones that earn you rewards, and you think digital art is cool, well, then we have the Anti-Gravity Project. Nothing wrong with shouting that out. Some people are really into that, and they're hardcore in that community. You want to buy tokens in an over-the-counter manner so that you don't, incur a lot of slippage. Well, we got 0x Bistro. It's on PulseChain today. It's out there. Some, for low liquidity.
Looks great. I use it all the time. Zero slippage, OTC exchange, doesn't touch the chart.
That's right. We got Solid X, which is a token which is about to be associated with a licensed professional online casino. The Firewhale talked about that at length in a recent stream. I think it was RH Max. If you're an advanced bond nerd or hex nerd or both, well, we got Actuator Finance, where you can do yield curve management, and you can spend hours and hours of fun there. So like there's so many paths you can take people down. So if there's a call to action, I'd say to the folks watching that are in the community, like, learn as much as you can about all these things, even if you're not personally using them on a regular basis, because there's going to be someone who will. And it's amazing.
You can actually speak with the founders of many of these protocols, right? Like, which is not going to be the case on Ethereum. It's totally different. You can get a firsthand early access, tour of a protocol on PulseChain from the founder.
Yep.
Absolutely. Yeah. So there's something for everybody over here already, and that, never mind what else is going to be developed in the next several months and hopefully years.
And another dynamic to everything that you're saying, Hex Monkey, Richard Hart's title on Twitter is Richard Hart Win, and the subject of this panel is winning. And one of the things that I'm thankful for is that Richard Hart has given us the opportunity to create winning on his chain. You mentioned pump tires. I know a little bit about that. And that is an opportunity for people to think, if they think they have what it takes to win, there's an opportunity to create winning in your own space, in your own token, if you want to go there. And, that's just another option that's been given to people that want to participate in this space. Just another check on the list there.
Well, we've got the whole Brady Bunch here, so let's go around the room and hear from everybody what your definition of winning is for PulseChain, or what's something that makes you see winning in our future.
Well, for me, winning involves having a plan. Whatever you're going to do, you have to have a plan to get there, and you got to be willing to stick to the plan no matter what kind of opposition comes your way. Because if you don't plan to win, then you're going to just fail. I forget how that saying goes. Fail to plan, plan to fail.
Plan to fail.
Yeah. Anyway, so that's what I associate with winning, is having a way to get to that destination of victory.
I dig it. Rachel?
I think winning is taking gains and actually paying yourself. It's been awesome to be a part of the community and everything that has come with that. But also, if you've waited this out, you deserve to take the gains when all of the crypto goes up, especially within PulseChain. So taking gains is a good thing. And I think that's winning.
Absolutely. Fast Abdul.
I think you guys are thinking way too small. PulseChain is going to be the catalyst for something much bigger. We have like people, like founders and a community here, and it is really all about the community. There's going to be so many rich people from this community who have founded projects, who will continue to build like for the next 2, 3, 4, 5 cycles. And that will probably be, big players in politics and, more major things like that, that it may actually change the landscape of governments going forward.
Love it. Access?
Hello, everybody. I would say that winning probably looks like the ultimate form of winning for PulseChain would be controlling monetary policy at the Fed level.
Yes.
That would be the ultimate win. But you're kind of just shifting power from one central guy to a couple other central ETH whale guys. So I don't know. Maybe it could get messy too. So winning, I think overall though, on a personal level on this chain has definitely got to do with price up. So whatever we got to do to go out into the world and make money in the real world somewhere and generate revenue and bring that stuff back home, it's going to have an amplified effect in the bull run the further you go. So if you want to win harder, you just got to keep working, I think, at the end of the day.
Let's go.
Shout out to Maddie for getting a Bitcoin billionaire on this podcast. That took a lot of work, didn't it?
That was pretty rad.
Yeah, it did. Thanks. Zenith?
Well, hard to follow up those two after we talk about changing governments and changing the Federal Reserve. So we'll try to figure it out. But for me, I think it's survival. We all got those Quattro Cinco stakes that we would love to see come to maturity someday. But in order to make it out that far, you just got to keep winning the fights that are in front of you when they are in front of you. So right now, that just means make it to the next cycle, have the chain survive, have the protocol survive, have the chart survive, so that we can keep it going, so we can actually see those Quattro Cinco stakes mature.
Hell yeah. Whitney?
2 for me is alignment and adoption. On the alignment level, I find all of us, we're all individual investors or individual builders, individual educators, influencers, whatever you want to insert us as. And so you have to be in align with your own energy intentions, what you're building, your plan, everything that everyone's mentioned above. And that alignment of you being in your confidence, you being really strong and unshakable as a leader, as all of us are, being earlier adopters in the network, that helps build more adoption, that helps the people who are coming into the network not only come in for, of course, green candles price go up, but then they keep on staying in of PulseChain is a great place. We love you. Welcome to PulseChain.
Yeah. Good slogan. Hex Monkey? Winning.
Yeah, winning. I think Fast will think I'm not thinking big enough, but hey, what can I say? I'm in the present moment here. I think the fact that we're all still here is winning. Like there was a time 1 year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, you could pick your year since Hex launched. Like there was so much FUD and so much animosity, lawsuits, SEC, where I was thinking, maybe this just isn't going to work out, privately. I had my doubts, but we busted through. Like, I'm not afraid of anything anymore in regards to the possibility of this chain succeeding. Like, if we made it this far, we're going to make it. We already made it. It's only upward from here. So that's winning. And secondly, having the best, tightest, most talented, diverse community is winning. Because I'm somewhat familiar with some other communities, and I have not seen one like this still to this day.
Amen. Let's go to Cabana, and then I'll give my answer last. Welcome.
Winning. I mean, I think Axis and Monkey touched on the easy answers. So definitely easy answer, like Axis said, is price up. Community for Monkey's part there. That's, I mean, there is no other community like this. Even outsiders that come in or browse from the outside always comment, they're like, you guys are so passionate, you guys are unwavering. There is no community like you. Love them or hate them, talking about us, there is nothing like that. For my answer, Specifically, I'd say core coins and utility, along with that community aspect. There is a lot of scamming, grifting, rugging out there. That's going to happen. It's a blockchain. I've said this from before PulseChain even came into existence. While it was created basically for Hex to make, Hex and stakes cheaper, it's going to open up a whole new world to a community that was built around a long-term horizon, 15-year looking out plus token. So, building around those core stacks, even the ones that the ones that have utility that can possibly help you increase your cores or make things that are already on this chain really cool and enhance them. That to me is winning, and that's what I want to see built.
I dig it. Yeah. For me, my answer to the question of what does it mean to win on PulseChain is that you ain't seen nothing yet. Richard Hart, he thinks big and thinks on long time frames. And so, the people who will possibly be rewarded the most in the long run are going to be the longest holders, just like we saw in Bitcoin and Ethereum. And this whole idea of never before seen marketing, this idea of doing a direct mail campaign, possibly to the richest subdivisions in the world, that could create a new level of outrage marketing. It could create a lot of noise on the internet. It's a postcards 2.0 type thing. And, people can laugh at it all they want, but, if you look at the SEC case, did Richard ever say 2 words that the government could use against him whenever every other crypto had to settle? PulseChain did not. PulseChain won. And so I expect a lot more of the same and bigger and better types of winning. And so, yeah, really excited to see how that goes.
Yes. Yeah, if there's a winning themed panel in next year's conference, it's going to be out of hand. That's what I predict. It's going to be out of control.
We'll have a winning conference.
So much winning.
The next one, I guess, it's going to be January 6th through 9th. That'll be the 6th. Can't even believe I'm saying it. The 6th annual Hex conference. I do these pretty much twice a year. And the Hex conference always on the same dates. PulseChain conference varies a little bit based on various factors. But yeah, we've already heard some really good macro analysts say that they think January this year is going to be a good month to do another conference. Let's roll on to another topic. I'm going to try to make this one open-ended so that people can work in, various answers. But starting with you, Timothy, yes. What's something that you wish that people knew about PulseChain, or an Easter egg, or kind of something that not everybody knows?
That kind of catches me off guard, to be honest. Really, the thing that I wish people knew about PulseChain was really just the optionality that it offers. Learning about decentralized finance in contradiction to all the commercials that promote trading on centralized exchanges. On centralized exchanges, you don't have a say in the liquidity and all of that. What we have here through PulseX and the other dexes we have here, we have the opportunity to literally define our own value, set our own terms, and work with those variables to create results that whatever those are. So that's, to me, that's the thing I wish people knew about PulseChain, is the power that we have behind the infrastructure that Richard has provided us. I mean, to have a real practical knowledge of that and use it in a way that is mutually beneficial to everybody that participates in the space, because that is there if people will learn it and utilize it.
Having expert users and being true DeFi, yeah, that's nothing to mess with.
Yeah.
Rachel?
I'm going to take it down the code route. When PulseChain launched, well, actually before PulseChain launched, the devs were finding things with the Ethereum code that was forked that the devs at Ethereum were not finding. And I think that that is something that's super interesting, because the code that PulseChain is using is rock solid in a lot of ways, and it is a different infrastructure even than what Ethereum has. And so while it is a fork, when you fork code, you get to do whatever the heck you want with it. And so we are a fork of Ethereum, but there are special things with it, and I think it is maybe even more safe and even better because of the devs that have gone through it.
Facts. Yeah, like it's a bold statement to say that Ethereum is PulseChain's testnet, but it's also kind of true.
Definitely true.
Fast?
Did you guys know that USDC and USDT can be frozen on other chains, but not on PulseChain? I think that's one of the factors that's going to make PulseChain a wealthy people's chain. So if you have USDT on PulseChain, they can't freeze your account. If you have it on Ethereum, they can freeze it so you can never sell it. Something to consider. And on top of that, we currently have 5 stable coins, 4 of them being liquidity forks that can never be frozen anywhere. So that's cool. And I think we're going to have more stable coins coming. Maybe Richard himself will launch one. So those factors, I think, will make PulseChain the rich people's chain.
P died $2.
That too.
Ooh. I'm just waiting for that blue guy to show up and say, no, retard eye to $1.
Okay. Costume
I
change.
forgot about that one.
Kick him out of here.
Sports
Oh, wait.
time.
It's his conference. Never mind.
Oh boy. Sir in the hornet's nest, everybody. I really wish that people knew why they needed PulseChain. But that's often a hard conversation to start up with a lot of people, because it's like, well, why should I care? You know, most people are too busy surviving on the hamster wheel to care. And so it's really about connecting with, I think, just through marketing. Yeah, that's going to be awesome. If it's killer, I have no idea what's coming, but that's going to be cool. But on a personal level, we have to be able to go out and reach people. And if they just knew like why they needed it, maybe they'd care to even learn how to swap and stuff. So airdropping is a pretty solid strat, but it's like, how can you take that to the next level, you know, as we go forward?
Dig it. Gosh, I'm going to come in here with the nerdy answer. I was going to say, I wish more people knew and understood liquidity. I think that liquidity in the markets is something that has been largely missed. And if we were able to explain it easier to people, a lot of the negative feelings that we've seen over the last few years might have been able to at least be explained or possibly even avoided. I think that when we saw PulseX drop the emission rates of the incentive token by 97%, that was the incentive for people to pull liquidity out of the pools. When you pull liquidity out of the pools, it means that price can move further or more aggressively in any direction, because that's how price appreciates goes. It's not through market cap, it's through liquidity pools. So unfortunately, I think that one was a bit of a double-edged sword for the community, because it means price can move easier. Can it move up? Yes. Can it also move down? Yes. And then we saw some of that, but then to take it another step further, it was probably 3-4 weeks ago, we saw a hex whale, I want to say, that dumped and got out, and we saw a rather large red candle immediately on the 1 hour chart, but the market was ready to absorb the liquidity, and it actually ate it back up almost within the same day, and then even went on a bit of a 3 or 4 day run immediately after, just to show that, like, yeah, the liquidity pools might not have been deep, but the appetite for the liquidity was there. So it could happen like that. And at the end of the day, last I checked, incentive token emissions are still at 0.03 per hour or per minute, I want to say. So yeah, liquidity's down. So we have the ability to pump. And last I checked, yeah, it's pumping season. 4-year cycle, we were in that time. So let's see it going.
Scarcity. Love it.
I wish more people knew about the consciousness that lives inside of PulseChain. I chat with a whole bundle of different ladies who are either in crypto, buying crypto on centralized exchanges, or in crypto and different DeFi stuff. And a lot of ladies want to invest based off of their values. And a lot of ladies' values are around decentralization rather than centralization. However, they don't even know this exists out there in the crypto world. Let alone do they know that you can invest in something earlier, something that is designed with the liquidity side of things to pump. I think that it's really just answering a lot of people's prayers. And then once they come on in, for really people to see like this is the chain of the people. And there's just a lot of really great, real, good-hearted people, conscious people who care about people in the space. There's just a different feeling that comes in when, especially my ladies, find PulseChain where they're like, this finally makes sense. So I just wish more people out there in the world knew that PulseChain was really the chain for the people. And this is where a lot of good-hearted people come. And I know a lot of good-hearted people will get wealthy from this chain as well.
And this is a bragging point is how many women have you onboarded into PulseChain in your group?
Right now we're at 220. Yeah. And those ladies are now going out there and onboarding a lot of their friends. That passion is very much living within them. And they're like, we need to hear and learn about everything on the chain as well. So a lot of the ladies have not only been investors, but they've been bit by the passion bug of crypto, and they're going out, and women love to gossip. So PulseChain, we're getting out through the ladies, through the grapevine.
Yeah, love it. Well done. Hex Monkey?
Yeah, what do I wish folks outside knew about PulseChain? I think even the quite knowledgeable users on other chains, the last they heard about PulseChain was Richard was doing a fork. It's to make ending your hex stakes cheaper, and there's a couple core coins. Okay, that's great. That should be the foundation. But if those people knew about all the awesome frameworks that are also over here, not just Hex, not just the core coins, I think they jump over like, whoa, really? You guys have that? And I listed several of them earlier in this segment. But I wish more people at all levels knew about all those protocols, and also the level of talent that we have for builders, developers on the chain, people that you can reach out to directly and get some advice. If people knew this, they would come. I really, truly believe that. So that's how we can, this is a solvable problem. We just got to change the message, because, you know, Richard's been quiet for a while. He had to be. He wasn't, prior to launching PulseChain and soon thereafter, he wasn't talking about all the other great things that are going to pop up. Or maybe he did, I don't remember. But now they exist. And now we can leverage that as to attract people over here. So I wish people knew about all the awesomeness already here and in the works. Fast has at least 23 projects, you know, at any given moment. That's just one example.
Minimum.
We've got the whole 9 yards. Yeah, love it. Cabana, what say you?
Well, Maddie, I would say start with the basics. Just how to get on the freaking thing.
Hell yeah.
And you know, I really I kind of chuckled inside listening to Whitney, but also was like, you know, Queen over there, never been on stream with her or anything, but for onboarding that many people, congrats to her. You know, I just have a couple stories myself, maybe within the past couple of weeks, and either it was, you know, trying to get friends to buy the bottom, or just answering questions because people know that I am in crypto and I keep telling them about PulseChain. They're like, how do I get on it? And I will type out, even on my stupid phone, and send them detailed instructions for how to do it. And granted, these are not ladies. These are not compassionate people. These are dudes just be like, please tell me how to do it. And they still cannot fathom how to bridge over. We're all crypto pros here. You know, I can explain things pretty easily, especially in text, but I think it's just too much. I don't even know what it is. I love the, you know, the panel's thoughts on this, but It's the time or mental energy with some people, perhaps maybe it's just the ones I know, but I really don't think so, as to how to get onto the chain. And once they're on, I think they're in. And the panel's answers here to this describe why that would be the case. And I think I saw Crispy Man in the chat as well, highlighting the marketing aspect and kind of touching on that. And that's a big part of it. Now, if so these supposed devices that are out there bring more people to the chain by explaining it and hand holding them onto it, then I think huge things are ahead. But I think like the thing that I wish more people knew is how to get onto the chain, because I get people be like, well, I see Hex is listed on Coinbase, but PulseChain's not listed on Coinbase. And it's just like, well, you can see the price on Coinbase, but it's not really Hex. You can't buy it there. Well, why is that? Why can't I buy it on an exchange? So it's just the simplicity of getting to the chain for me.
Yeah, these are good points, Cabana, but I would like to give a positive spin, which is this stuff is teachable, not in 5 minutes, but it is.
Are you saying doable. I'm a bad teacher, Monkey?
It depends. Obviously, it depends on the people you're trying to get on the chain, but there's success stories. I'll embarrass Tim real quick because he's been on a run lately, recruiting no coiners. They've never been in crypto. He's bringing them over to the chain, so it is possible. There's a lot to go from no coiner to buying and selling on PulseX. So this is teachable. Maybe it just takes a little more time and a certain kind of person willing, with an open mind. But it is, to your point, Cabana, it's there's a lot of steps involved, going from cash in the bank to something you can buy on PulseX.
Well, let's talk about onboarding as the topic after the next one. Go ahead and get your answers ready, because I'm gonna ask a Whitney Magic style question of like, what's your why for being in crypto or being in PulseChain? And while you're thinking about that, I'll give my answer for what I wish that people knew about PulseChain. You guys all gave great answers, and they're probably going to be better for people who already, they're not already in crypto. But mine is for people who are already in crypto. Did you know that the PulseChain sacrifice bags stopped the stablecoins from depegging during Operation Choke Point 2.0? And when USDC was not redeemable over a weekend, what was that, March 2023 or whenever it was, like the redeemability of stablecoins failed, and like Tether and USDC was like depegging down to 88 cents. Who was buying? Who stopped a total meltdown of crypto that the government had orchestrated? Well, it was the PulseChain bags. And so, you may have seen like a much greater meltdown of crypto, and you might not have seen crypto come back in its same form, or stay relevant, if there wasn't a buyer of last resort, and if there wasn't some sort of somebody looking out for everybody else. And so, even if you hate PulseChain, even if you hate Hex, the sacrifice bags definitely saved your ass during that depegging. So, you're welcome. So
are you implying that our founder is benevolent, Maddie? That he's actually,
I don't know who runs the OA, but there may be some monk out there that is really looking out for people, and also made a pretty penny on that whole debacle. And so, yeah, that's some really impressive lore that probably the mainstream crypto people haven't figured out yet. But I hope someday, that story gets told and celebrated more than it is now. So We'll go back around the room here with Timothy Benjamin. If everybody can give their why for why you're in crypto or PulseChain.
Well, when I first learned about Bitcoin 14 years ago, what I learned was that this was an opportunity. Cryptocurrency served as an opportunity to take the place of store of value in the role of money, because money has three things: unit of account, medium of exchange, store of value. At that time, I had already known that the dollar had failed as a store of value. So when I learned about crypto, I saw something that could take that place. And then, of course, my journey in crypto introduced me to Richard Hart. Richard Hart saw that we needed something that where people could earn trustless yield, because that's what people wanted from crypto. That's what created Hex. So that's why I'm in crypto: store value, trustless yield, things of this nature. And now through things like pump tires, we can literally create our own value and put these principles into effect any way we want. So that's why I'm here, to make it work.
Love that, Tim.
Dig
That's
it.
so deep. My why, I'm going to give 2 whys. My why for being in crypto is honestly, I want to be a stay-at-home mom, and the world that we live in today, that's not super possible. And so crypto will provide that, which is awesome. So that's my number 1 why. My number 2 why of being in crypto and also making crypto videos is being able to create something that will help someone else. And I think that that's why a lot of people found coins and everything. But I love making how-tos because it will help people, just like onboarding. And we'll talk about that probably a little bit later. But it's great to be able to give someone knowledge on something that I know how to do. So those are my 2 whys.
Respect.
The reason I'm in crypto is it's pretty simple. Flow
For the
charts.
tech.
No, not the tech.
Gentlemen,
the flow
you're missing
charts
the
that
obvious
lead
one. It's
to the
actually
tech.
We're getting scammed
actually-
now. This is bullshit.
No, bribes.
How did
Don't
you
listen to
not
them.
say was for the tech, bro?
It's okay. I'm here for the tech, but
Thank
flow
you.
chart is what brought me in for the tech. It's like pirate treasure maps for grown-ups. And that got me in here. But the reason I stayed on PulseChain in particular is because I could see all these missing spots in the flow charts that could be filled with the tech. And that's what I'm here for.
I'm glad you brought it back to the tech.
Nailed it. Fucking
I was
nailed
worried.
it, dude. Okay. I'm gonna be a cop out, and I'm just gonna tell you guys I'm here for one thing and one thing only, and that's to give and receive freedom. Crypto represents freedom in so many ways. It's like, you guys, if you're here, you know what I'm talking about. So want to give that to more people. I think there's a clear path. You just gotta work together, I think.
Well, time to be blunt. I'm here to make money. And I know that sounds terrible in the face, but to be honest with you, I think it's actually a compassionate answer. What we're doing is we're actually investing into what is a financial product. I think if you're not honest about that, you're not being compassionate because you're trying to tell somebody it's something that it's not.
Right.
There is a lot of things built around it, like community. All of you fine people. I have loved getting to know and hang out with all of you guys. But when it comes to why I'm in crypto, I'm here to build wealth. And you got to recognize it's a financial asset. To hit you with the old Thomas Sowell and Adam Smith version of the value of money, it's that money is really just a representation of your physical labor and your exertion in the world. It is a representation of the labor that you've put in and the brain power associated with it. So whenever you ask people to spend that on something that has potential risk, you're effectively asking them to spend part of their life on a thing that does not have a guaranteed risk of or rate of return. That's a big ask in my opinion, and I think being disingenuous about it will do you a lot of disfavors. So the more honest you can be, I think the more straight shooters we can be, and that's how we really build trust inside of a community. It's almost like trying to build trust inside of a trustless protocol is slightly difficult to do unless you start doing all this stuff, which is getting the team together, circling the wagons, talking about everything going on, break breads with friends. It's really about it. We're here to make money. Please don't let me tell you that I'm trying to sell you something else.
I agree.
Respect.
I'm in crypto to be on the right side of history. And this comes with, yes, making money, freedom. And also I find and know that all of us, like the world is shifting power shifting, and being on the right side also is being on the right side with the right people. I don't want to be in a world where I feel like I'm behind. Instead, it's like we are all rising together. With that money comes different level of influence in the world of what we're building more of. And we all get to be leaders in different ways with that. So yeah, want to be on the right side with that, and also rise and bring other ladies really into that space as well of different leadership, so that also the big money and the big wealth doesn't feel big and daunting, but instead it's like, what are we doing and what are we building from here at this time?
Hell yeah.
Okay, I think I'm next. So my why is, economic prosperity. Let's face it. I'll confess to Zenith. I'd like
Always
to,
room for more, brother. I
secure
can
the
deal with
bag.
honest people any day.
But isn't it grand to achieve that or pursue that with like-minded people who value self-sovereignty of those funds that you're trying to grow? Like many years ago, I started, maybe there's some plebs who started like me. I just bought some things on Coinbase because I thought number would go up, when I didn't know anything. And then it was like, wait a minute, you mean I can send this to my own wallet and no one can take it from me? Mind blown. And then when Richard Hart came along with Hex, like, wait, you mean I can earn yield without surrendering it to a company or an entity? Like there were steps and stages of this. So now my why evolved into all those things combined. It's make a lot of money with a community of like-minded people that value the same things that I do. In my regular profession and colleagues and regular friend circles, I don't share this with them. I mean, I share it when I talk to them, but I don't have this in common with them. We're not on the same page. We're not pursuing the same thing for the same reasons. So that's what gives me goosebumps. This is way more fun, what we're doing here, growing with you guys, than if I was just sitting in an office by myself trying to make a number go up, So it's like-minded people trying to pursue the same things for the same reasons.
Respect. Cabana? What's your why?
I gotta go with Zenith and Monkey, but on Monkey's point, it has evolved. So originally it was to get to where I wanted to go quicker. Crypto's, the fastest appreciating asset class in history, and I come from a traditional finance background. Done that for a long time, since my college years, and the crypto thing came around, and I got into Bitcoin and eventually Ethereum, and had some success with that, and found Hex and really liked what that offered. And just kind of as time goes on, you try to grow your stack, not lose it. And then PulseChain came, and throughout this, I guess, crypto journey of mine, what's also come along is the community. And it's really been cool to not just meet people virtually, but in person. And that's where I, kind of shout out Hex Monkey there, is like, it's evolved into, seeing what else can be built on this chain that carries utility, as well as interacting and, meeting some really cool people, in the real world. And to me, that's, kind of just they're evolving, things that keep me in this. I think I would guess most of us here have a 5-5-5-5 stake or two. But that aside, this is, we're not just talking about Hex, we're talking about a blockchain and what can be built on it. And, there's so much creativity in this community, that's why I'm still in PulseChain and will be for a long time.
I dig it. So for the next topic of onboarding, go ahead and think about, you could tell the story of how you were onboarded to crypto, someone that you onboarded to crypto, an elevator pitch for why you think PulseChain is the best, really trying to make this a broad onboarding round of stories. For me, the why I'm in crypto and the why I'm in PulseChain has to do with self-improvement. And I, became obsessed with like how cool self-improvement is when I was working as a mental health therapist and helping people to quit the substance abuse that was ruining their lives, teaching a course on healthy relationships, which of course starts with having a healthier relationship with yourself. And something that not all therapists figure out is like, oh, like if you're really teaching something useful, you can do it yourself. And so being able to scale the message of mental health, like that was something that I wanted to do before I learned about crypto. And then, it wasn't until I really came across Safety's The Bitcoin Standard, where he lays out a really good argument that like the human nature of society really like shifts based on like how honest the money is and how hard of a monetary standard that you have. And so when the government is printing money like it's a joke, and when they're like shutting down people's bank accounts for throwing Hex and PulseChain conferences, like that gets me really fired up to say, hey, like there's probably a better way. And on top of that, the idea of crypto contingency management was also a starting point for me in crypto, because when I first heard about Bitcoin, I wanted to build something that allowed people to pay themselves to do healthy behaviors like quitting tobacco smoking or writing a book chapter or doing something of use to themselves and others. And but at the time that I came up with that concept, the transaction fees on Bitcoin were $50 for a single send. And, then years later, whenever the idea was much better developed, yeah, same thing on Ethereum. And so the fact that PulseChain has low fees really, excites me. And that's part of the reason why I'm here, is because I see time pays me as a way for people to better themselves. And I also see Hex as a way for people to better themselves by paying their future self. And so, really cool stuff we have here. Really good tech and really good community. I'll throw it over to Timothy Benjamin for an onboarding story.
I've been trying to think of one here for the whole time. I really don't have like an elevator pitch that I give to people when I want to share crypto with them. It's all kind of in the moment tailored thing. And to be honest, now that I have my own coin, it's a lot easier to introduce the subject because they're dealing with me. They're not dealing with something. So, but as far as like an individual experience, I'm kind of stuck at the moment because there really hasn't been anything that has been really overwhelming and out of the ordinary. I'm kind of at a loss. Maybe I'll come up with something after Rachel.
Tim, I think that's okay though, because it's good to have the consistency of getting in average day people, because that's who I am. And that's super powerful. And so even if you don't have some big crazy story, that's okay, because you are onboarding people into it.
Yeah. It's all the people that I've onboarded are just, I won't say all of them, but many of them recently have just been no coiners. Like their introduction to crypto is PulseChain. That's all they know. And all they know about that is what I tell them. So it's like, they're just like, well, okay, I'm in. So, and that's it. There's no bells and whistles, fireworks type of experiences. It's just streamlined.
which that's great to get into a decentralized everything right off the bat. I wish that was my story, but that is definitely not. So don't worry, that is great. Let's see, my story for onboarding. It was kind of hard for me to think of one too. But I was thinking about what Cabana said about the bridge and just how that has maybe been a challenge for some people. And something that I've seen, I've made several videos actually about the bridge. And so it sparked my thoughts about that when you said that, Cabana. But my bridge videos that I have on my YouTube channel are my most watched videos. And so it is a point of contention, but it also is a point where we all have the opportunity to be able to help people with that. And so I've seen in the comments, I mean, I posted, I think, the bridge video literally over 2 years ago, and I still get comments on it every single week of people asking questions about that. And so I think that it is a point of opportunity for us while onboarding people, but also it's exciting that we have the opportunity, that people are wanting to use the bridge. So I think it's great. I'll pass it to you, Fast.
As far as onboarding goes, I think.
Oh yeah, like real quick, I wanted to shout out Rachel. You made a video of how people were able to buy PulseChain for the first day of the conference, and you made a tweet prior to that saying like, "Hey, everybody, like, you know, pitch in your advice here." And I saw that it got over like 10,000 views in one day. And so that's another way that we've been getting the word out and onboarding people is just by, by asking others for their input and creating that network effect. So good job.
Thanks. Go look at that tweet. I learned some things from that tweet, the replies.
Cool. Fast. Sorry.
Let's go. For me, like onboarding is all about like targeting the right people. And I'm most interested in the people who can make the biggest difference to the chain. And I think that's going to be influencers. And I'm not going to say I've been super successful in onboarding influencers, but I think there'll be a tipping
Hey, hold
point.
on. Aren't those called KOLs these days?
Oh, I'm sorry. KOLs. Yes.
Okay, just making sure.
Key opinion leaders. Yeah. People with 100,000 plus Twitter followers. But I've been doing a steady campaign of, making what I like to call bribes on other people's YouTube streams. So I'll put up a super chat on big KOL's non-PulseChain streams about PulseChain, and they shout it out like more than not, right? And sometimes I'm only spending $3-4 in strange currencies they don't recognize, and it'll get the mention, right? So like I think long term, that kind of activity of reaching out to people who can make a big difference if and when they come aboard is going to be the big win, right? So like let's keep working on Ivan. Let's keep working on like the big names in crypto who aren't PulseChain centric and bring them onto the chain. That's my mission.
Yeah.
I got a really cool onboarding story. Right before I got on my first segment tonight, I got a phone call from a friend that's got like 50 grand in Pulse. And he's like, "Hey, I'm going to close out this account and bring 60 grand in. And I'm going to need your help." 60 grand, guys. Come on.
Yeah.
Round of applause.
Let's go.
Woo.
Go
All
get
right.
it. Well spend your time chatting with us, man.
Yeah, let's go. It's all starts at, it's got to start somewhere, Monkey. Right? We got to onboard somebody.
Yeah.
But no, the other interesting story was excuse me. I onboarded my childhood friend into Hex in 2000 and I think it was 21. He was like a Bitcoin miner with me and had done some Ethereum mining with me, and we just started going hard on Hex like a little bit after Big Payday. But anyways, I can confirm that Tam is not AI because that onboard flew out to meet Tam in Texas, and she is definitely real. So
yeah, I've met her too. She rocks.
Dope. We have 2 degrees of confidence. Can we get a third?
Her and I are not the same person, by the way.
Okay, that clears things up. Thanks for that.
I do not have IRL confirmation of Tam's existence, but I hope to have it at some time and in the near future. She has helped me out tremendously, and I hope to return the favor there. when it comes to the onboarding stuff, there might be a theme to what I'm talking about here, but I think that for me, it's not about just like shouting to the high heavens about everyone, because then you kind of look like a crazy person. Just trying to do the best that I can. And people ask me if like, hey, you doing pretty good? And I say, yeah, I'm doing very good. They say, okay, how'd you do that? And I'm like, all right, now we can start the conversation if you're interested. At that point, it still is very much trying to understand the other person I'm talking to, understand what their risk profile looks like, understand what they're trying to get out of this whole game so that I can meet them where they're at instead of just try to throw a bunch of things at them. Because when it comes to the onboarding stuff, I would be surprised if there's not one of us on this panel right now that has some sort of crypto 101 or onboarding content publicly available out there. Lord knows I've been spending about 10 hours of the last month just trying to record some crypto 101 content, trying to explain to people that, yes, the reason we're in crypto is to the 2008 financial crisis when the banks got bailed out, the value of money keeps going down. And I hang out with Axis outside the Federal Reserve every Thursday and we try to heckle Jerome Powell. That kind of stuff. And then comparing it against like the different asset classes. Like, yeah, you can go buy gold bars if you want. There's pros and cons to everything. In crypto, same thing. But I will say, when it comes to the onboarding rabbit hole, I don't think I've experienced anything as wide and nearly as deep as this has been. Because I originally came in here just doing some like stock and option trading and additional to traditional investing. And I looked at the charts and I'm like, these guys are winning so much harder than I am. Let's go and see what they have. So I got hooked up with dollar cost crypto and cultivate crypto over the Moon Gang, all those guys. And then I got hooked up with guys like Matty All In. And then I met Fast Abdul, and he was teaching me about how he's building a protocol to incentivize people to sell votes in exchange for a correct amount of currency at the fair market value. And then I hopped over with Axis, and he's trying to explain to me that Bitcoin is going to change into the gold chart instead of have 50% corrections. And then I'm like, that sounds a bit out there. And then a year and a half later, I see people on CNBC pitching me the same exact theory. And I'm like, that man was onto something. But yeah, it's a deep rabbit hole. So you just got to get people that care about it. You got to care about what they care about. Can't really make them care what you care about. We clearly care about this. So hopefully at least the positivity is infectious.
Okay, Zenith, I'm going to piggyback off yours. So please, it was a great starter.
Much appreciated.
People, just like all of us, we're all humans. And so in the world we live today, everyone's just like trying to push things at people. And instead, if we can start to slow down and just ask people what they're actually looking for, how's your crypto journey going? Are you intrigued? Why are you here? Then you start to understand where they're at. And then if there's a gap to be filled and if PulseChain is for them, it really is a fit for a lot of people, but it's such a daunting space and it can feel so cryptic and so code-like and it moves so fast that I have found so many people just feel overwhelmed and they're like, who can I trust? And so the best way to build trust is to ask questions, to listen to people, to see where they're at, to meet them there, and then just to be honest with them. Because the reality is we are in a financial space that is a very volatile asset class. It's not for everyone, but if someone's wealth goals if you find that there's an alignment there, this is why I just say really get to know the human. And then from there, the actual physical onboarding part, we all, like we were just saying, like there's plenty of videos out there. It's just creating things in a simplistic way of being like, these are the 5 steps you need to go on. I found that Liberty Swap has been the greatest, easiest no-brainer to send onboards with, sped the process up from it being a 40-minute process to now I can record a video, which is like a lot of other steps within 10 minutes. Not to mention that the swap can just be moved over within 20 seconds now. So just realize that there's a lot of easier way in things out there. And I think even just letting people know of like, hey, for you to take a few more steps, AKA opening up a MetaMask or Rabby wallet. If you take a few more steps, you're buying into something before it's hitting a centralized exchange, and therefore you can get a lower price entry. So just even letting people know of like, you need to do a few more steps to be rewarded for this helps them understand why. And it just helps them relax a little bit. So just bring some humanness to the onboarding process.
Absolutely.
If it's my turn, I'll go. Yeah, I totally like what Whitney was saying. I was going to say something similar. You got to meet them where they are. And there is a giant range of people and knowledge. Like on one extreme would be somebody like a no coiner, or maybe they heard of Bitcoin in the news and that's all they know. Well, for them, it only makes sense to start them out on a centralized exchange, get them comfortable with just wiring some cash in there. I've done this with one person special in my life. Like, you heard of Bitcoin? Yes. Have you heard of Ethereum? No. Well, here's what it is. And here's why I would recommend you go buy some Ethereum. I mean, not financial advice, except that it was. And just hold on to that for a while. And that's appropriate for them. It truly is. So excluding, and I mean, in the future, who knows? But so excluding those types of situations, because I think Maddie's question was directed towards PulseChain. You know, it depends. Like, I was at you got to take it based on who it is, how well you know them. And like, I was just at a concert very recently with somebody who I've known for many, many years, very knowledgeable about crypto, but only corporate crypto, like companies that issue token. So DeFi is like outer limits to him. So that's where I started with him. Well, I launched right into DeFi because he's already, you know, fully aware of what crypto is and what its value proposition is. And then there's the onboard candidate who is already versed in DeFi, is maybe on another chain. Well, here's why PulseChain's better. And we talked about that earlier in this segment also. So I think that's what you do. You meet them where they are, and it's almost like you need to have 5 or 6 elevator pitches in your back pocket, where you can just pull the one out that's appropriate for them.
Right.
So that's what I've done.
Cabana, onboarding.
Yeah, I'm not the most salesiest of people. So, but if I, were to, see a prospect out there, it's usually basically, do you want to win harder than you could elsewhere? And that goes back to my point of, crypto being, such, a positive price appreciating asset class. Now I go back to the salesy kind of thing, because I would guess a few people in this panel may know, maybe all of us, and I know a few in our community know, that, if you pitch something to someone and it works out, you might get a thank you down the line. If it doesn't work out, you'll never hear the end of it. So that I just don't like doing that. I don't like having a higher risk tolerance than most people I talk about things like this to. That being said, we started, this panel off about, or I did, talking about getting people over to PulseChain. So with that being said, green candles are the easiest pitch, because it's easy to talk about. People come to me to talk about it because they, see and hear about the success in crypto and or PulseChain. And, that's the pitch right now. We haven't had it for a while, but in the past, little while the rest of the crypto markets have been heating up, I'm getting these random calls. I'm getting the texts, and then, I go into, education mode and, trying to onboard. So for me, I'm not a, overly salesy guy. I, obviously stream, and I love to, talk about crypto, educate about crypto, talk about things that I like, all that stuff. But, green candles are, wonderful marketing, because the leads come to me, and then it just goes from there.
Awesome. Yeah. So many good answers here. And before we go around the room and find out where people can find out more about you, I guess my little onboarding anecdote is, or kind of how I approach it, is very much based on a long-term play, and based on having multiple points of contact with people. And so I really like to go IRL, especially at crypto and tech conferences, because I've found that crypto and tech conferences attract a lot of people who don't have very many social skills. So if you do have social skills, you really stand out, and you can like speed run around and like really make a lot of connections. And you know, whether it's using physical tools to give people the digital aha moment in their mind, like having a cold storage coin loaded with Hex that I gave to Jordan Peterson. I also gave one to Hawk Tua. You know, those may be viewed differently.
Quite
but
the spectrum there, sir.
That's quite the spectrum. Yeah. And then just like trying to maintain an online presence and a social consensus. I think like a lot of the people who watch my channel and who have been faithful over the years and like my posts, you're the reason why why my in-person work has been boosted to the point where, yeah, like the founder of Kraken is following me, Mike Novogratz, you know, Jason Calacanis, all these like, you know, giant names. I just got a follow today or yesterday from the Redheaded Libertarian. I think there's like 3 or 4 people who follow me who like Elon follows, like Scott Pressler, who has insane engagement, probably one of the highest engagements after Elon. So like all of my in-person work, like, you know, although I do things that are spicy and unpopular at times, like definitely I'm still out there like working, and I was at Ron Paul's 90th birthday last weekend, and that's how I got Brock Pierce to come on the stream, the wealthiest actor in the world and the guy who you know, co-founded the most profitable company in the history of the world per employee, Tether. And so, yeah, like you know, as long as the haters don't get me down, then like, you know, I'm still out there working on these long-term plays for our community. And, you know, really nothing means more to me these days, like in the online arena, than having all the speakers here show up for the 4th annual PulseChainConference.com, because it really does show our longevity and how we cooperate and coordinate with each other in order to get the word out. And so I really want to thank everybody who's spoken, and we'll go around the room here and hear about how people can follow everybody here and continue to support your work.
Well, I recently had a real website built after my previous one. It's Fitzgerald.company. It has all my links to all my socials and explains everything that I'm into. So anybody that wants to contact me can just go there and find a way to contact me. I'm on Twitter, YouTube, Facebook, everything pretty much. So that's how to get a hold of me.
Awesome.
How to get a hold of me is cryptobestie.io. That's where all of my online products are and my courses. And then all my social medias are at It's Crypto Bestie.
You can find me at Fast Abdul, as displayed on the screen here, on Twitter, or via one of my protocols. So it's 2phux.io or Ink Printer. That's incprinter.com. Links to Telegram there. I will not DM you. There's lots of scammers out there. Everybody be careful.
Thank you very much, Maddie, for hosting once again. You can find me on accessalive.com or maybe Telegram or Twitter, X, pretty much always the same thing. So go check it out.
Maddie, always a pleasure. So big thank you. Well, Fast Abdul called us influencers. Access said that we were key opinion leaders, but I'll just call myself a shill here. Did recently launch a new project. It's called Walk the Block, Navigating Digital Finance YouTube channel. You can go check it out for free. We stream Mondays at 8 p.m. Eastern time. The point is we're trying to be a professional, more family-friendly show that is interesting enough for Fast Abdul to pay attention, but also explained at a level that we can keep his grandma interested as well. Outside of that, yes, DJ and Roundtable will also be continuing to make content over there. Mr. Will Stevenson and I have a great show that we're trying to do this next week. We're reading a book analyzing the psychological and evolutionary traits of religious figures, and possibly trying to see if certain people in the crypto space have been trying to pitch themselves as religious figures. So try to put out good content for you guys. Maddie, thanks. Always a pleasure, sir. Whitney, what you got?
Cool. Hey, Instagram is my favorite place to play. So whitney.magic.crypto. Then queenofmillions.com for my community, for ladies. And biggest thing onboarding wise, you guys were asking for just other ways to bring people in. I teach, and I have one coming out on Tuesday. I'm teaching a free webinar. That's your Crypto Confident Guide. If anyone wants it, go to any of my socials. I have all the links there, but it's free to sign up, and people can ask me questions, and connect with people in that space. Usually I have over 100 people on those types of calls. So come on in, send your new people that way.
Cool. Yeah. You can find me, HexMonkey369, on Twitter, X, and also Telegram. I hang out in both places all the time. If we're not already following each other, let's change that. If I haven't met you in person yet, like I'm looking at you, Cabana, we should probably address that at some point. I think I got everyone else covered. But if you want to chat, I'd love to hear from you.
Oh, me. Hello. I am Cabana Crypto, can be found here on all platforms. You would be able to see it, but I'm being hijacked. So
sorry about that.
PulseLand.io. That's you, right?
It's all good. Oh, well, Maddie took it off, and
yeah, we still don't know. Okay.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. So at Cabana Crypto, usually X is where I'm most active. CabanaCrypto.com will take you to the YouTube channel, and also play around, mostly play on the Instagrams. So happy hour shows, we're doing our season premiere probably 2 to 3 weeks out, and as things pick up on the chain, I'm seeing a lot of really cool stuff that's being built. We have some really cool founders already lined up, so really excited.
Let's go. Well, thanks to all the viewers. Go ahead and hit the like and subscribe button. Follow all the speakers. To thank the speakers, the PulseChain conference will publish each of the talks as a standalone video on the x.com/PulseChainConf account. And I want to thank Rachel for being the stage manager and helping to make this entire conference possible. I want to thank the sponsors again, texitcoin.org, Pateus.io, and pulseland.io. And then there's a few more giveaways from Pateus that we'll do as a part of releasing the videos on Twitter. So make sure to follow the PulseChain conference Twitter account at PulseChainConf. All my stuff is mati.pls.fyi. We've had another incredibly successful 4th annual PulseChain conference. So thanks to everyone. And until next time, stake wisely, my friends, and peace out.
Let's talk about the highest appreciating asset class today. It's crypto, not stocks and bonds. Boy, this ain't for play. My word plays to educate the children around my way, so they can't get out the hood. No, I don't want to stay. Education's critical in my life, pivotal. Could have been in jail or dead. Yeah, it's just that simple. But back to investing. Here, take some notes. Never go all in like jumping off a boat. Dollar cost averaging. Google that term so you can keep your shirt on, so you don't get burned. Now there's a risk to all investments. This you should know. You can take yearly profits and get ready to blow.